Thinking being. Introduction to Metaphysics in the Classical Tradition. Studies in Platonism, Neoplatonism, and the Platonic Tradition. By Eric D. Pearl. Leiden, Boston. 2014. 1. The Nature of Metaphysics. In the fall semester of 2008 I taught a course in the graduate program at Loyola Marymount University called Metaphysics in the Classical Tradition. Originally conceived primarily as an advanced survey of the most significant figures in classical metaphysics. 1. The course as it proceeded developed into something far richer and deeper, an articulation of the thematic continuity in the thinking of being from Parmenides to Thomas Aquinas, centered on the two fundamental questions, what is being, and why are there beings, rather than nothing. The first of these questions is formulated by Aristotle but stated by him to have been asked from of old, Met. Zeta.1, 1028b35, the second, although not expressly formulated in antiquity. 2 is touched on by Plato on his account of the good as beyond reality and as the source of being itself, Republic 509b610, and is central to the thought of both Plotinus and Aquinas. The result of remaining attentive to these two questions was a thematic understanding of the tradition that is liable to be lost in more specialized examinations of individual thinkers and remains altogether unthought in histories of philosophy that are merely historical rather than truly philosophical. The present study, aiming to set forth that understanding, is thus intended neither as a survey nor as a history but as a properly philosophical exposition of the fundamental insights of classical metaphysics. These two questions, which together constitute the thinking of being which is metaphysics, are odd in the extreme. The term being, here and throughout this book, is used to translate Greek nu or tau nu, the present participle of the verb to be. Corresponding to German seiend, not sen, and, philosophical, French étant, it thus signifies that which is, either, according to context, the whole of reality, all that is taken together as one whole, as in the first question, or a thing that is, as in the expression a being, as, in the plural, in the second question. These questions, therefore, cannot be answered in any ordinary way. We usually address a what is something question by classifying and differentiating. If, for example, we are asked what is a dog, we will first identify it as an animal, thus grouping it with certain other things, and then specify what kind of animal it is, thus differentiating it from these others. But we cannot answer the question what is being. In this way, being can neither be grouped with nor differentiated from anything else, because there isn't anything else. Being means precisely everything, that which is taken all together as a whole, and therefore cannot be defined by the method of genus and specific difference. As for the second question, why are there beings rather than nothing, we must see at once that any answer that can actually be given will necessarily be a wrong answer, for any such answer must itself be something, some being, and thus included in the to be explained rather than constituting the explanation of all beings as such. We may thus begin to wonder whether it is even meaningful to ask these questions, and hence whether metaphysics is possible at all. For such reasons the very enterprise of metaphysics is today often regarded as a mistake from the beginning. This is the so-called death of metaphysics. We may speak of this being and that being, but not of being, of that which is as one whole. There is no such thing as reality. The dismissal of these questions and hence of metaphysics itself, however, comes at a heavy price. In opposition to the Heideggerian claim that metaphysics inevitably leads to and thus in a certain sense already is nihilism, it is the contention of this study that, on the contrary, metaphysics as traditionally undertaken is the antithesis of and the only alternative to nihilism. For nihilism consists fundamentally in the claim that there is no such thing as reality. In refusing to think being, i.e. that which I shall together as one whole, we are in effect denying that there is any unity to all things and repudiating in principle any comprehensive account of the whole. This is the predicament of postmodernity, leaving us with utter fragmentation, having no horizon of being within and against which to place whatever we may be thinking. But that means that we cannot, after all, speak even of this or that being, for to do so is already to identify it as a being and thus to see it within the whole. Without the horizon, nothing is a being, all things disappear from view and there is indeed no reality. To think anything at all is implicitly to think it as a being and is thus already to be engaged in metaphysics. Thought cannot dispense with being. The only alternative to metaphysics is to think nothing, that is, not to think. We must either think being, and so engage in metaphysics, or not think, and so embrace nihilism. Similarly, although the question why are there beings, rather than nothing, is unanswerable, it need not therefore be regarded as incoherent or Introduction 3. Meaningless. Rather, it serves to direct our attention to beings as beings and therefore to being as a whole and to existence itself as, in Aquinas' words, common to all things, sti. 4, 3, resp, and thus to what Heidegger rightly called the wonder of all wonders, 3 that there are beings. The essence of metaphysics, of the thinking of beings as beings which necessarily involves the thinking of being itself, is thus superbly expressed in the much-quoted words of Coleridge, "Hast thou ever raised thy mind to the consideration of existence, in and by itself, as the mere act of existing? Hast thou ever said to thyself thoughtfully, Itus, heedles at thought moment whether it riemen before a flower or a grain of sand? Without reference, in short to this or that particular mode or form of existence. If thou hast indeed attained to this, then thou wilt have felt the presence of a mystery which must have fixed thy spirit in awe and wonder. If thou hast mastered this intuition of absolute existence, then thou wilt have learned likewise, that it was this, and no other, which in early ages seized the nobler minds, the elect among men, with a sort of sacred horror. This it was which first caused them to feel within themselves a something infinitely greater than their own individual nature and, we should add, to find in all things something infinitely greater than these things' own individual nature. As these words suggest, and as we shall find in all the philosophers to be examined, metaphysics as the thinking of being is intrinsically religious. Thales, the very first Greek philosopher reputed to have attempted an account of the whole, is said to have declared, all things are full of gods. Aristotle, De An Alpha.5, 411a7, a leitmotif that is repeated in various forms throughout the metaphysical tradition. Plato quotes it with approval, Laws 899b9. Aristotle remarks that all things by nature have something divine in them, ethnic Zeta.7, 1153b33. Plotinus says of the One, or God, that not being anywhere, there is nowhere where he is not, v.5.8.2425, and Aquinas argues that God, as the cause of existence to all things, is in all things, and innermostly, sti. 8, 1, resp. That metaphysics leads to divinity is not an accident of history but is intrinsic to the very enterprise of metaphysics. To think beings not merely as the individual things that they are but as beings is to see them as the presence and expression of something beyond themselves, of transcendence, of divinity. Both the secularists who reject metaphysics because it is necessarily theological, and the fideists who reject it because it offers a theology based on philosophical reason rather than on tradition, authority, or special revelation, are on their own terms right to do so. But this should not be taken to mean that metaphysics can provide only a divinity which is a conceptual idol, before which no one could fall prostrate in adoration. On the contrary, as we shall see, classical metaphysics leads directly to the sacred horror, the awe and wonder, of which Coleridge speaks. To the scope of this study. Our study begins with Parmenides, not only because he is the first Greek philosopher to identify being, tau nu, in his dialect, as his central concern, but also because it is his fragment B3, the same is for thinking and for being, that lays the foundation for the entire tradition. The remaining 4 chapters, which might collectively be titled Variations on a Theme by Parmenides, present the thought of 4 figures of outstanding significance in the development and articulation of this tradition: Plato, Aristotle, Plotinus, and Thomas Aquinas. If other figures of extreme importance in the transmission of classical metaphysics, such as Augustine, Proclus, Avicenna, and many more, are not included, this is because the present work is intended not as a comprehensive history of philosophy but as a thematic study. The readings of these four philosophers presented here will no doubt be considered in some respects both unconventional and controversial. To be sure, each chapter addresses well-recognized themes in the figure to which it is devoted, such as Plato's theory of forms, Aristotle's explanation of change in terms of form and matter, Plotinus' account of the one as the source of all things, or Aquinas' distinction between essence and existence. But in each case, the interpretation of these and other ideas stands in contrast to what may be termed a textbook account of the figure in question, an account that is all too common even among philosophical scholars. Here we will find a Plato who does not propose two worlds and whose forms are not lifeless intelligible objects but are one with living intelligence, an Aristotle who follows Plato in identifying being as form and regarding sensible things as less than completely real, and whose unmoved mover as the thinking of thinking, is not empty but is one with the intelligible content of all things, a Plotinus who is not an obscure mystic but a coherent and profound philosopher whose thought not only belongs fully to the mainstream oft classical tradition but may even be regarded as its fullest development, and an Aquinas whose signature doctrine of God as ipsum esse per esse subsistens is fundamentally Neoplatonic and in continuity with Plotinus' doctrine of the One. Such readings, while controversial, will not be altogether unfamiliar to specialists in each of these philosophers, but they are virtually unknown outside of these narrow specializations. Although some Plato scholars will readily agree that the two-world interpretation of Plato a misunderstanding, others as well as near liver yonuhoyunota specialist in Plato think of him in these terms. Again, although some Aristotle specialists acknowledge that for Aristotle being is form, many other Aristotle scholars, and nearly everyone else, see him as an opponent of Plato on this point. A few specialists in late antique philosophy recognize that Neoplatonism is continuous with Plato and Aristotle and constitutes the mainstream of the classical tradition, but such a view is scarcely widespread among historians of philosophy. And although a growing number of Aquinas scholars admit that his thought is at bottom a form of Christian Platonism, he still widely regarded as an anti-Platonic Christian Aristotelian whose understanding of God as ipsum esse is profoundly different from the Neoplatonic doctrine of the One. What emerges from these readings is not only an unconventional account of each philosopher, but also a revised picture, a new gestalt, of the tradition as a whole. Although some of the individual strands of interpretation offered here may be familiar, the Eldom if ever brought together to provide such an understanding. The chief aims of the present work, then, are, first, to articulate and defend these revisionist readings by means of careful textual study and philosophical reflection, not merely to specialists on each figure but to a broader community of both scholars and students, and thus to help bring these interpretations into the mainstream of philosophical scholarship, and, second, to bring to light through such readings the fundamental nature of the tradition. For this reason, I have avoided extensive discussion of the vast scholarly literature on each of these philosophers, confining myself for the most part to citations that express my own interpretation especially well, or, occasionally, to ones that help to focus that interpretation by crystallizing the alternative with exceptional clarity. My aim is not directly to engage in academic debate but to set forth a vision, which must stand on the basis of its sound interpretive and philosophical merits. The present work is thus intended to contribute to a paradigm shift in the study of the classical tradition as a whole. According to the understanding presented here, Aristotle does not stand in fundamental opposition to Plato, and late antique philosophy as represented by Plotinus, and Neoplatonism in general, is not an aberrant or marginal development which, however interesting or even influential, is not of central importance in the history of philosophy. On the contrary, Neoplatonism is here regarded not as an offshoot but as the main trunk of the tradition as it extends from Plato and Aristotle to Aquinas. Thus most unusually in this study Plotinus is given equal time with Plato, Aristotle, and Aquinas, and indeed is granted more pages than either of the latter two. For according to this view, the classical tradition reaches its fullest flower in the thought of Plotinus and Aquinas is best understood not primarily as an innovator, nor as the crown or consummation of that tradition, but simply as one of its last major inheritors and representatives. 5. In this perspective, we must concur with those who hold that the principal break in the continuity of Western philosophy comes not between ancient and medieval, nor between pagan and Christian, nor even in early modernity with figures such as Galileo and Descartes, but rather between the Platonic and Aristotelian tradition up to and including Aquinas, on the one hand, and the modes of thought represented by Duns Scotus and William of Ockham on the other. It is here, not in the 16th or 17th but in the late 13th and early 14th centuries, that modernity in a philosophical rather than a merely chronological sense truly begins. With scotistic univocity the first principle becomes a being subject to a conceptual grasp and included within the whole of reality as a member of it, as is not the case for the one of Plotinus or the God of Aquinas. 6. Between Scotus God who is an infinite being, ens infinitum, and Aquinas God who is infinite existence, esse infinitum, the difference is of world-shattering proportions. It is precisely here thought metaphysics in the pejorative postmodern sense begins, with the reduction of the first principle to a conceptually representable being and the fading from view of the very question why are there beings, rather than nothing. And the Ockhamist denial that things really have whatnesses in virtue of which they are what they are. 7. A repudiation of the very foundation of Platonic and Aristotelian philosophy, already carries with it the divorce of thought from being, the loss of intelligibility, the move toward consciousness as subject and being as object, and the failing of the vision of all things as the presence and manifestation of the divine. 3. Thought and being. To be is to be intelligible, on this law hangs all being and all thinking. This is not merely Jacoman claim that Apenstobe made by all the philosophers studied here. Rather, this claim is constitutive of metaphysics itself, as the thinking of being and the only alternative to nihilism. Just as the thinking of being, metaphysics always already regards being and thinking as commensurate to one another. Hence it is from this starting point that the question what is being, and, at least in the case of Plotinus, the question why are there beings, will be approached. The answers to these questions, and hence the entire content of classical metaphysics, follows from and depends on the law that to be is to be intelligible. It is, perhaps, dangerous thus to expose the very cornerstone of this tradition, for if this single principle is questioned the entire structure totters, and if it is removed or destroyed the structure collapses in ruin. But the result of such a removal is, once again, nihilism, which indeed just is the denial of the intelligibility of being. 8. For if being cannot be thought, then whatever we may call being or reality is not reality but a construction, projection, or illusion. Thus it becomes meaningless to speak of being, and reality once more disappears. In the most literal sense, it is not phenomenal, not given to awareness, and so not there at all. If being is not intelligible, it is not being, for the only possible meaning of being is that which is there to be seen, to be apprehended, that which is intelligible. Precisely as the denial of intelligibility, therefore, nihilism is the antithesis and exclusive alternative to the thinking of being which is metaphysics. Hence the dominant theme of classical metaphysics, and the guiding thread of this study, is the conjugal togetherness, the belonging to one another, of thought and being. Although this implies that being is idea in the sense of that which is given to thought, this must not be understood as idealism in an anti-realist sense, in the sense of regarding thought alone as primary and ultimate and deducing being from or reducing being to thought. It is rather an intellectualism in which thought just is the apprehension of being and being just is what is given to thought. 9. The modern opposition realism versus idealism simply does not apply here. There is no thought apart from being and no being apart from thought. Being means, and can only mean, that which belongs to thought. Thought means, and can only mean, the possession of being. In this tradition being is neither mind-dependent, in the sense of being produced by or posterior to mind, nor mind-independent, in the sense of existing apart from or without mind. Such an antithesis presupposes an extrinsic duality between mind as subject and being as subject which is entirely alien to classical philosophy. Since to be is to be intelligible and to think is to apprehend being, thought and being can be considered only in their togetherness, neither can be separated from or reduced to the other. For this reason, the occasional use in this study of terms and concepts drawn from contemporary phenomenology in expounding classical metaphysics, notably intentionality, intuition, and givenness, is not anachronistic, for they express precisely the way in which classical philosophy understands the relation between thought and being. The key insight of phenomenology is that the modern interpretation of knowledge as a relation between consciousness as a self-contained subject and reality as an object extrinsic to it is incoherent. On the one hand, consciousness is always and essentially the awareness of something, and is thus always already together with being. On the other hand, if being is to mean anything at all, it can only mean that which is phenomenal, that which is so to speak therefore awareness, and thus always already belongs to consciousness. Consciousness is the grasping of being, being is what is grasped by consciousness. The phenomenological term for the first of these observations is intentionality, for the second, givenness. The mind is a moment to the world and the things in it, the mind is essentially correlated with its objects. The mind is essentially intentional. There is no problem of knowledge or problem of the external world, there is no problem about how we get to extramental reality, because the mind should never be separated from reality from the beginning. Mind and being are moments to each other, they are not pieces that can be segmented out of the whole to which they belong. 10. Intended as an exposition of Husserlian phenomenology, these words hold true for the entire classical tradition from Parmenides to Aquinas. While this may seem a new and striking insight to those for whom philosophy begins with, say, Descartes, or who approach even ancient philosophy from a modern perspective, it is in fact largely a recovery of the classical vision, a recovery that would scarcely be needed had that vision not been lost in the first place. The classical understanding of being gasthetis, look, Plato's presentation of knowledge as sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha, the being together of soul and reality, Aristotle's interpretation of all awareness as a sameness or identity between soul and reality, of intellectual knowledge as the perfection of this identity, and hence his principle that the soul is in a way all things, AN 3.8, 431b21, Plotinus doctrine that the intelligibles, or beings, are not outside the intellect, all express just this vision. In some cases, indeed, phenomenological terms serve as direct translations of Greek words. The word as used by Plotinus, for example, corresponds closely in both etymology and meaning to intend in the phenomenological sense, and he expressly refers to beings as given to intellect, v.5.2.9. It is not the use of these terms and concepts, but, on the contrary, the common use of modern terms such as subject and object that is in fact an anachronistic misrepresentation of classical thought. To employ phenomenological terms in expounding classical philosophical is not extraneously to impose contemporary concepts onto the classical tradition, but rather simply to present it as it is. Because so much of recent philosophy, in the tradition of Nietzsche and Heidegger, has been undertaken in dialogue with and reaction to classical metaphysics as it is conceived or, too often, misconceived, it is all the more important at the present time to understand classical thought rightly. The key to the whole, and therefore the dominant theme of this study, is the spousal togetherness of thought and being. The first and last lesson of metaphysics in the classical tradition is the erotic orientation of the soul toward being. This is expressed in Parmenides' image of the chariot ride to heart's desire, in Plato's sexual and conjugal metaphors for knowledge, in Aristotle's dictum all men by nature desire to know, Met. Alpha.1, 980822, in Plotinus' account of being as beauty, and in Aquinas' treatment of the transcendentals good, true, and beautiful. Ex visu amor, this desire begins with the most rudimentary encounter with reality which is the nature of all awareness, and is consummated in the intellectual union which is at once perfect apprehension and perfect reality, thinking being. Chapter 1. Parmenides. 1 Milesian background. Parmenides is the first Greek philosopher to thematize explicitly the question of being, and may thus be regarded as the founder of metaphysics in the Western tradition. But Parmenides' ideas demand to be understood against the background of earlier Greek philosophy, especially the line of thought that originates with Thales of Miletus. Thales is said to have proposed that water is the explanatory principle of all things, and Aristotle interprets this to mean that water is a uniform material stuff out of which all things are made. Many of the first philosophers held that the only principles of all things are in the form of matter, for that from which all things are, and from which they are first generated and into which they are finally corrupted, the reality remaining but changing in its conditions, this they say is the element and the principle of beings. Thales, the originator of such philosophy, says that it is water. Aristotle, Met. Alpha. 3, 983b 612, 2122. Subsequent philosophers in this tradition are said to have attributed the same role to air, Anaximenes, or to another element. Whether or not this is what Thales himself actually meant, it is this interpretation of the earliest Greek philosophy that will provide an insight into the thought of Parmenides, inasmuch as such a theory expresses the unity of being, regarding all that is as one same thing. Any such account of reality, however, faces at least two insuperable difficulties. First, if it is taken strict litement that absolutely everything without exception, is water, or air, or whatever we may select as our unitary principle, then it is impossible to explain the differentiation of this uniform stuff into the many different things that are found in the world. To the extent that all things are water, they are all the same. If all things are wholly water, they are wholly the same. If, on the other hand, the same basic stuff, water, is here earth, there air, there fire, and so on, then something other than water must be invoked to account for this differentiation. But according to this theory, there is nothing other than water. If things really are different from each other, then they cannot all be nothing but water. Now, Thales is also reported to have held that soul is a source of motion, that even things that are usually regarded as inanimate have soul in them. Aristotle, De An Alpha. 2, 405a19, and that all things are full of gods. Aristotle, De An Alpha. 5, 411a7, which may or may not mean the same thing as soul. We may speculate that these ideas are an attempt to address the problem of difference by introducing soul, or gods, to account for motion and thus for the differentiation of water into many different things. But such an attempt cannot succeed. For if soul or gods themselves consist of water, then they cannot be the source of the differentiation of water. If they do not consist of water, then the idea that all things are water, and with it the understanding of all reality as one, has been abandoned. The second difficulty is that as soon as we say that all things consist of water, water itself ceases to have any meaning, because water can no longer be distinguished from anything else. Water can no longer mean this colorless liquid or the stuff in the ocean or in the cup, because everything else is water too. If all things are one same thing, it is impossible to identify what this one same thing is, because to do so would require distinguishing it from something else. If everything is one, all that can be said of it is that it is everything, not that it is this thing or that thing, e.g., water or air. Any attempt to understand all reality as one must face these difficulties, and it is in the context of such attempts that we should approach the thought of Parmenides. The introductory section of Parmenides' philosophical poem begins, "The mares that carry me as far as my spirit θ aspires escorted me," b. 1.12. He then describes his chariot ride to the gates of night and day, b. 1.11, the opening of these gates by justice, his passage through them, and his reception by a goddess, perhaps justice herself. The introduction concludes with her telling him, "It is needful that you learn all things pi nu tau alpha, whether the untrembling heart of well-rounded truth or the opinions of mortals in which is no true belief," b. 1.2830. From the outset, then, we are engaged with the urgent drive of the inmost center of the self, the θ-μ, toward its uttermost desire, the apprehension of being as a whole, all things. 2. Since the rest of the poem is presented as the speech of the goddess, this grasp of the whole is received as a gift, a revelation from the divine. The very first full-fledged metaphysician in the Western tradition, then, experiences his understanding of being in religious terms, as an encounter with divinity. It is no surprise, therefore, that, according to the goddess, the road Parmenides takes is outside the tread of men, b. 1.27. Thus the goddess draws a sharp distinction between the untrembling heart of well-rounded truth on the one hand, and the opinions of mortals on the other. The implication is that truth, as distinct from mere human seeming, is divine. We may be reminded of Heraclitus' dictum, human character does not have insights, divine has, B78. What, then, does Parmenides learn from the goddess, and we from Parmenides, in the part of the poem that is traditionally called the Way of Truth? The goddess continues, "Come, I will tell you, and having heard the story keep it safe. The only ways to seek out for thinking, the one, that it is and is not to be, is the road of persuasion, for it follows truth, the other, that it is not and is needful not to be, this I say to you is a wholly unlearnable path, for you could not know gamma nu omicron eta that which is not tau, mu nu, for it cannot be done, nor express it, B 2.18. At first, then, we are told that there are two roads or ways, is and is not. The second of these, however, is a way that cannot be gone, because it is impossible to know or to express that which is not. The goddess then explains the reason for this impossibility, for the same is for thinking and for being tau gamma rho alpha tau nu omicron epsilon nu sigma tau iota nu tau epsilon kappa alpha epsilon nu alpha iota, B3. 3. It is impossible to tread the way of non-being because there is nothing there to know, express, or think. Here at the very dawn of Western metaphysics we have a suggestion of what will later be called intentionality ta thinkis necessarily think that is some being. To put this in grammatical terms, verbs of cognition such as gamma iota gamma nu sigma kappa omega or nu omicron omega take a direct object, something that is known or thought. To think nothing would mean to have no content of thought, not to think anything. And so not to be thinking. To think nothing is not to think. Thinking, then, is necessarily the thinking, the apprehension, of some being, of something rather than nothing. This Parmenidean insight will be repeated at the end of the classical tradition by Thomas Aquinas, being ends, that which is falls first in the conception of intellect, wherefore being is the proper object of intellect, sti. 5, 2, resp. That which is thought is first and most fundamentally some being, which may then be specified as this or that kind of being. Thinking requires and thus belongs with and is limited to being, to that which is. But this is not really a limitation at all, since it includes everything and excludes, precisely and only, nothing. Conversely, since the same is for thinking and for being, B3, being is limited to that which can be thought. Just as there can be no thinking which is not the thinking of some being, there can be no being which is not available to thought. It would be incoherent to postulate an unintelligible being, a being that cannot be thought, because to do so would already be to think this being and thus to commit a performative contradiction. If the putative being is anything at all, that is, if it is a being, then it is not unintelligible but can be thought, precisely as the something that it is. To think being at all is thus already to have affirmed its intelligibility. To think being is to think it as thinkable. Thus it is impossible even to suggest that being could extend further than thought, that there could be some being beyond the reach of thought. Not only are being and intelligibility coextensive, as the goddess here indicates, but intelligibility is the very meaning of being. Being, that which is, can mean only that which is given to thought, for since thought cannot extend to anything else is mere empty noise, or nothing. Being means, and can only mean, that which is intelligible. Thinking is, wholly and solely, the apprehension of being, and being is, wholly and solely, that which is given to thought. Thinking and being, then, have the same content, there can be nothing included in one that is not included in the other. On this ground it might well be argued that the all-important fragment B3 of Parmenides should be read according to its most literal translation, it is the same to think and to be, or thinking and being are the same. But even if we do not press the goddess's dictum this far, it establishes at least the identity of being and the intelligible that is at the heart of the metaphysical enterprise. This identity is not merely a particular metaphysical claim. Rather, it is metaphysics itself, inasmuch as metaphysics is the thinking of being and therefore the thinking of being as that which is intelligible. This should not be taken to imply an idealism in any subjectivist sense, as if thought were prior to being and being were a posterior to ra product of thought. As we have seen, thought apart from being makes no more sense than being apart from thought. What it does imply is that thought and being necessarily belong together, in that thinking is the apprehension of being and being is what is given to thought. Neither thought nor being can be considered in isolation from the other. This is precisely why, in our own time, the so-called death of metaphysics consists fundamentally in the denial that being is intelligible, which leads inevitably to, or indeed is identical with, nihilism. For if being is not intelligible, then not only is there no truth, since thought cannot apprehend being, but there is no being, since whatever we may apprehend is not being. The only alternative to Parmenides' insight that the same is for thinking and for being, the insight which is metaphysics, is the postmodern and nihilistic notion that reality itself is a construct, a myth, an illusion, that there is no such thing as reality. If being means anything at all, then, it means that which is intelligible. What more can we learn of it? Since the road of non-being has been found to be a no thoroughfare, a road to nowhere, and hence no road at all, the goddess continues, a single story of a way yet remains, that it is, B 8.12. Proceeding down this road, she declares, on this there are very many signs that, being ungenerated and indestructible, it is whole, of one kind and unshaken and complete. It neither was once, nor will be, since now it is, altogether, one, continuous. For what birth of it will you seek? How, whence did it grow? I will not allow you to say or think from that which is not, for it is not to be said or thought that it is not, B 8.39. The reason for this is that what we are considering here is being itself, that which is taken altogether as one. Hence there can be nothing else, nothing other than itself, for it to come from or go to, anything else would be some being, and would thus already be included in that which is. To think that which is coming into or going out of existence would therefore be, impossibly, to think nothing before it or after it. Since that which is, so to speak, already everything, there is no alternative to it. Consequently, not only is it ungenerated and incorruptible, but there can be no change whatsoever within it. Thus coming to be is extinguished and destruction unheard of, B 8.21. To change would be to become something else, but there cannot be anything else, being is already everything. And since without change there can be no passage of time, being has no past or future, it neither was once, nor will be, since now it is, altogether, one, continuous, B 8.56. As these lines make especially clear, we are thinking being altogether as one, not spread out over an extent of time. Nothing is past or future because all is included together in the apprehension of being. To think that which is, altogether at once, is to think it without temporal extension. Indeed, the goddess argues not only that being is undifferentiated in time, but that it is not differentiated in any way whatever. It is undivided, continuous, uniform, all the same. Nor is it divided, since it all is alike, nor something more in some way, which would keep it from holding together, nor anything less, but it is all full of that which is. So it is all continuous, for that which is draws near to that which is, B 8.22-25. This is a continuation of the same line of reasoning. To think being as many, as having internal differentiation or parts, would be not to think it as one, as that which is. To think being simply as being is to think it as all the same. In the end, being is undifferentiated in time, in space, and in any way at all, because it is undifferentiated in thought. The goddess is simply unfolding the implications of thinking being as being, and therefore, necessarily, as one. It is at this point that the connection between Parmenides and his Milesian forebears emerges most clearly. As we saw in considering Thales, if reality is one, then it is all the same, and there can be no way of allowing for difference. And so, rather than making an illegitimate and inevitably unsuccessful attempt to do so, Parmenides bites the bullet and acknowledges that being, just as being, is one, all the same, without differentiation. And if we ask, what is it, the answer clearly cannot be, for instance, water, for this could be meaningful only by being distinct from something else, but there isn't anything else. All that can be said of being, therefore, is that it is being. What is everything? Everything is everything. What is that which is? It is that which is. All we can do is to keep repeating that being is being, and nothing else, and this is in effect what the goddess does for some 49 lines, b. 8.149, of the Way of Truth. This conclusion, unsatisfactory as it may seem, should not be dismissed as trivial. Parmenides has attained, or rather, according to his own account, has been vouchsafed an intellectual vision of the unity of all things, transcending time, change, and difference, the unity of all things just as being. And as he himself indicates, this is a religious or even in some sense a mystical vision, one that takes him far from the tread of men, the way on which mortals wander, knowing nothing, b. 6.45. At the same time, however, this vision is not without its own difficulties. First, as has often been observed, undifferentiated being, in that it cannot be identified as this or that, as anything in particular at all, looks uncommonly like nothing. Denied all determination, internal or external, being loses its intelligibility and thus ceases to be anything. As both Plato and Plotinus will later argue, being must somehow include determination, and therefore otherness as well as sameness, in order to be intelligible and so to be being. Secondly, the goddess's account inevitably raises the question of what we are to make of the opinions of mortals, b. 1.30, the at least apparent fact of difference, multiplicity, and change in the world. Her approach seems to be simply to dismiss this as unreal. Upon completing the Way of Truth, she continues, with this I cease for you the trustworthy account and thought about truth. From here on learn mortal opinions, listening to the deceitful order of my words, b. 8.50-52. Thus all that follows, the way of seeming with its account of the processes of nature, is deceitful. It is as though she said, everything I am going to say from now on is false. Now, here is how the cosmos is constructed, how animals procreate, and so on. Since the world of change and difference is not being, it can only be nothing. But, even apart from the question of why the goddess, or Parmenides, would offer an avowedly false account, this dismissal of the world as it is ordinarily experienced by mortals is unsatisfactory. For even if it is pure Maya, even if it is not merely appearance but sheer illusion, nonetheless this illusion itself is. To dismiss the world as illusion does not account for the occurrence of the illusion itself. It is not being, and yet it somehow is. As we shall see, Plato and Aristotle will grapple with this problem. But they will do so, not in simple repudiation of Parmenides but rather in continuity with him, for they will remain within the Parmenidean framework in which being is that which is intelligible, and, just insofar as it is intelligible, is timeless, changeless, ungenerated, and incorruptible, whole, of one kind and unshaken and complete, b. 8.34. Chapter 2. Plato. 1. Reading Plato. The very attribution to Plato of anything that can be called a metaphysics is at present controversial, and demands at least a preliminary apologia. As recent work on Plato has indefatigably observed, Plato never speaks to us in his own voice but rather presents his philosophy in the form of dramatic dialogues, which must therefore be read dialogically, rather than as treatises from which doctrinal statements may be excerpted, and dramatically, with full attention to factors such as setting, context, the characters of the various interlocutors, and their interplay and development in the course of the dialogue. But thys welcome directing gefatention to the theological and dramatic nature of Plato's writing need no tend should not be taken to mean that Plato has no definite ideas to express, or that, simply because he does not set out a dogmatic system, he has no metaphysics in the sense of a vision or understanding of the nature of reality. It has been argued that if Plato wished to present any definite doctrines, then his use of the dialogue form weighs a singularly full choice. To the point is well taken, but this is an argument that cuts both ways. For if, on the other hand, Plato did not wish the reader to come away with the impression that the ideas expressed by the leading speaker in each dialogue, when interpreted with due heed to their dramatic presentation, are the message of the dialogue itself and are to be taken as true, then, equally, he wrote foolishly. The entire history of Plato interpretation demonstrates this. The views of the leading speaker, however interpreted, have almost always been regarded as Plato's views. 3. On this basis, although Plato never speaks directly in his own voice, we may nonetheless justify the use of the convenient locution Plato says in quoting the dialogues. For to insist on reading Plato dialogically and dramatically is not to deny that Plato has anything to tell us. Rather, it merely raises the hermeneutical question of how to arrive at his meaning. The dramatic form of presentation also highlights the fact that metaphysics is for Plato profoundly personal and existential. It can never be an abstract system, detached or detachable from human life, but is always about ourselves. The cave parable, for instance, expresses among other things a certain metaphysics, a certain account of the nature of reality. But the prisoners, as Socrates says, are like us, Republic 515a5, and if we fail to notice ethis we will misinterpret the metaphysics itself. The existential nature of metaphysics, although most vividly set forth in Plato's dialogues, is not unique to Plato but is common to all classical thinkers. It is found in Parmenides, where we begin with a chariot ride to the divine disclosure that satisfies the heart, in Aristotle, who insists on passing from the things that are most knowable and most clear to us to the things that are most clear and most knowable by nature, Physical Alpha.1,184a1718, in Plotinus where the levels of reality are levels of the self, and in Thomas Aquinas, whose metaphysics is presented in an explicitly theological and indeed devotional context. This existential dimension belongs intrinsically to the metaphysical enterprise, which, just as the thinking of being as a whole, necessarily engages the person as a whole. The attribution to Plato of a coherent metaphysics has also been inhibited by the long-standing prevalence of a diachronic and developmental approach to his work, which divides the dialogues into periods, early, middle, and late, with occasional subdivisions such as late middle, and interprets apparent differences or contradictions between them as representing significant changes in Plato's views over time. Recently, however, we have seen a salutary and long overdue swinging of the scholarly pendulum back toward a synchronic and Unitarian view of the dialogues as a single corpus. A growing recognition of how insecure the supposed chronology of the dialogues actually is and of the extent to which it depends, circularly, on presuppositions about the doctrinal changes that it is used to support, together with doubts regarding the supposedly doctrine-neutral stylometric method of dating, have seriously weakened the developmental approach. 5. Further, attention has been drawn to ancient reports that throughout his life Plato went back and revised his earlier works, 6 which, if true, must utterly vitiate any diachronic reading of the dialogues. Even more important, supposed differences in doctrinal content which have been regarded as changes in Plato's thought from one period to another can often be better explained, and found not to be mutually inconsistent, by means of a less superficial, more insightful interpretation. In this respect, dramatic and Unitarian approaches to the dialogues support one another. For example, as we shall see, there is no real contradiction between the statements in the supposedly early dialogues that the forms are in things and those in the so-called middle dialogues that they are separate, or between the emphasis in the middle dialogues on the changelessness of true reality and the insistence ain't he late sophist that whit complete lies must somehow include motion and life. Sophomore 248E6 249A2. A philosophically reflective reading that does not merely isolate such statements but interprets them with careful regard to Plato's dramatic, metaphorical, and mythic mode of discourse can reconcile such apparent contradictions and lead to a more profound understanding of his thought than the quick and easy attribution of them to different periods. Such a reading uncovers, if not a system, at least a coherent philosophical vision, which is developed in various directions and with regard to different issues and problems in different dialogues. In this, rather than in a chronological sense, we may speak of development in Plato's thought. The discussion of Plato's metaphysics is the attempt to articulate this vision, not indeed in its entirety, but specifically with respect to Plato's understanding of the nature of reality. Unlike the developmental approach, a Unitarian reading of Plato can fully take into account the many ways in which the dialogues intersect one another to form not a linear series but a network, or better, to use one of Plato's favorite metaphors, a woven tapestry, so that the corpus as a whole, like a tapestry or a living organism, has an integrality and dismarathanth sum of its parts. In this respect, as in many others, the form of Plato's work reflects its content. Just as, according to Plato, through the interweaving of forms with each other discourse comes to be for us, Sophomore 259e56, so through the interweaving of dialogues with each other understanding of Plato comes to be for us. So too, Plato's ubiquitous use of myths, metaphors, and images, as well as the mimetic nature of the dialogue form itself, reflects the mimetic structure of reality, in which one level of being is an image of a higher level. Reading the dialogues is thus an exercise in what Plato demands that we do with regard to the world as a whole, not to take it at face value but to recognize it as an image and pass through it to an intellectual apprehension of the reality that it both expresses and conceals. Plato's metaphysics, centered on the concept of form, can reasonably be said to begin with the problem of sameness and difference. How can many things, which, in that they are many, are different from each other, nonetheless be the same and so truly bear the same name? How, for example, can many different acts be pious, or impious, euthyphro, many different things be beautiful, greater hippias, many different states of character be virtues, meno? In that, while being different, they are also in some respect the same. There must be think the same about him, or as Socrates says in the Meno, they must all have some one same form nu gamma tau iota epsilon delta omicron tau alpha tau omicron nu. Men 72c7. The word here translated, traditionally but inadequately, as form, is epsilon delta omicron, or, in other similar passages, the related word delta alpha, e.g., Youth 5d11, 5e3. As has often been pointed out, these words are related to words for seeing, and, less directly, knowing, in Greek and other Indo-European languages. 7. Their fundamental meaning is the look or appearance of something, the way it shows up to the gaze. This is of the utmost importance, for it means that unlike the English word form, these words intrinsically and immediately convey a relation to awareness. To say that things have a certain epsilon delta omicron is to say something about how they show up or appear to an apprehending consciousness. Many different things have some one same form, men 72c7, in that they all display the same content to the gaze, and so are truly identified as all pious, all beautiful, or all virtues. If there were no such looks in things, all identification of things in terms of what they are would have no basis in reality. Are not those who are just by justice? Therefore this, justice, is something sigma tau iota tau omicron, delta iota kappa alpha iota omicron sigma nu eta. Then those who are wise by wisdom, and all good things are good by the good. And these are somethings omicron sigma gamma tau iota tau omicron iota. For indeed it can't be that they are not. Then are not all beautiful things beautiful by the beautiful? And this is something nu tau iota gamma tau iota nu iota tau omicron tau, gr hip 287c1d2. If certain things truly are just, or wise, or good, or beautiful, there must be in each case a common look that all such things have and display. If for example there were any such thing guess beauty, it would not be true of anything that it is in fact beautiful, for nothing would actually have this look, this character or identity. If we point to ascertained hingen say of it, this is beautiful, this could not be a true statement about the thing itself unless that thing, and all other things of which this statement is true, do in fact have beauty as a common look. The example of beauty is particularly illuminating, precisely because it is all too easy to reply that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, that it is not actually a feature of things, that in calling something beautiful I am not stating a true fact about the thing but rather expressing how I feel about the thing. In that case, there would of course be no need to posit a form beauty itself. But we must recognize the implications of this position. If this is so, then nothing actually has beauty as a feature of itself, it is not true of anything that it is in fact beautiful, nothing is beautiful. This leaves us, indeed, with a very dull, grey world, in which beauty has no reality and reality has no beauty, but it might, perhaps, be true. Likewise, if there is no form justice that is present in all just things and absent from those which are not just, then nothing, no person, act, law, or institution is in fact just. This would imply an ethical subjectivism, but might, again, be the case. But if we extend this line of reasoning to all the looks, all the characters in terms of which things are identified not only beautiful and just, but, to take other examples from Plato, large and small, hard and soft, healthy, strong, and so on, and deny the existence of all forms, the result is not merely that nothing is beautiful, and that nothing is just, but that nothing is anything. Without forms, not only language and thought but reality itself collapses. In order to be anything gatal, a thing must be something, that is, it must have and display certain looks, characters, identities, in virtue of which it is what it is rather than nothing. Forms, then, are the very whatnesses of things that enable them to be anything at all. Without such identities or whatnesses, without forms, there is no truth, nothing is anything, and there is no reality. Do we say that the just itself is something tau iota epsilon nu alpha iota delta kappa alpha iota omicron nu alpha tau, or not? We say so indeed, by Zeus, and also the beautiful is something, and the good, how not? Have you ever seen any of these with your eyes? In no way. Or by any other sense, through the body, have you grasped them? I am speaking about all things such as largeness, health, strength, and, in one word, the reality omicron sigma alpha of all other things, what each thing is, PhD 65d4e1. This is not the introduction of an abstruse theory of mysterious, occult entities, located in another world, on top of, and duplicating, the familiar world of particular things which are large, strong, or healthy. Plato is rather making a common-sense observation. Of course there is such a thing as health or strength, otherwise there would be no difference in reality between healthy and unhealthy organisms, between strong and weak bodies. Of course there is such a thing as justice, otherwise there would be no difference in reality between those things that are just and those that are unjust. This is precisely the argument that Plato deploys in the Sophist against the materialistic giants. Justice and other virtues, for instance, must be real in that they make a difference in the world. Sophomore 247a2b1. In everyday life, we all think and act in the view that there are such things way as our health in our bodies, we demand strength in our building materials, we work for justice in society. Tope sure certain kind soft subjectivists or relativists made neath the existence of, say, beauty or justice, and such a denial is acceptable if we are willing to admit the consequence that nothing is truly beautiful or just. But if there are no forms satal the nothing has any identity and consequently nothing goes any reality and there is no truth about anything. It is in just this sense that, after listing these forms, Plato refers to these andalother forms as there ality omicron sigma alpha o follather things what each thing is, and then, immediately, as what is most true lambda eta theta sigma tau alpha tau omicron nu of them. PhD 65d13e2. A thing is real, is anything at all, just insofar as it has some form, some whatness, some identity. Hence forms are the reality of things in that they are the whatnesses in virtue of which things are what they are something rather than nothing, and so have any reality. As Heidegger argues, lambda eta theta, true, means more basically unhidden, and thus available, accessible, in the open, there to be seen. 8. The forms are what is most true of things, PhD 65e12, just as their looks, that in them which is given to awareness, the intelligible identities in terms of which things can be identified by thought. Without forms, without looks or whatnesses in things, there would be no connection, no community, between thought and things, and so no truth in things, nothing there to be seen by thought, and so once again no reality. Plato's understanding of reality form then is not adalameter of setting of intelligible forms in opposition to sensible things, as if forms rather than sensible things are what is real. On the contrary, forms are the very guarantee of sensible things, in order that sensible things may have any identity, any truth, any reality, they must have and display intelligible looks, or forms, in virtue of which they are what they are and so are anything at all. It is in precisely this sense that forms are the reality of all things. Far from stripping the sensible world of all intelligibility and locating it elsewhere, Plato expressly presents the forms as the truth, the whatness, the intelligibility, and hence the reality, of the world. 9. In this passage as in many others, Plato's identification of forms as reality is paired with a reference to them as that which is true. To say that the looks that things have are the reality of things, is to say that things are real just in so far as they show some look, some identity that is given to, apprehended by, thought. It is in this sense that the reality of things is what is most true of them. Plato's doctrine of reality as intelligible form is thus an expression of the community between thought and being. Forms are ideas in things in that they are the common content of thought and things, that in things which can also be present in thought. Significantly, the single clearest statement in all the dialogues of why there must be forms occurs in the Parmenides, after a battery of arguments seemingly directed against forms. 10 and is placed in the mouth of Parmenides himself. But on the other hand, Socrates, if someone will not admit that there are forms epsilon delta eta of beings, nor mark off some form epsilon delta omicron of each one, he will not have anywhere to turn his thought, as he does not admit a form delta alpha nu of each of beings which is always the same, and thus he altogether destroys the power of discourse. Parm.135b5c2. Without forms thought and being would be alienated from one another, having no common content. But in that case there would be no thought, since there would be no apprehension of being, and no being, since nothing would be given to thought. Plato's understanding of being as form can thus be seen as an elaboration of Parmenides' dictum, the same is for thinking and for being. B3. Plato's metaphysics of being as form, then, is rooted most fundamentally in his repudiation of nihilism, in his unwavering commitment to the existence of truth and the reality of being. The only alternative to the acknowledgement of forms, as intelligible identities of things that make things what they are, is the nihilistic claim thought no thing is anything, that there is no truth, that there is no such thing as reality. In Plato's time such a nihilistic denial of reality was expressed by the Protagorean dictum, man is the measure of all things, Theaet 152a23. For if man is the measure of all things, then nothing actually is anything in itself. All things are to each person as they appear to that person, Theaet 152b2c2, and there is no reality of things themselves, in relation to which such appearances could be true or false. And if there is no truth of things, there can be no knowledge as distinct from opinion, that is, no apprehension of reality itself as distinct from how it appears to me. 11 Forms, as the reality and truth of things, intelligible whatnesses or identities which are not imposed by human convention but which things actually have and display, are Plato's response to the sophistic denial of reality as distinct from appearance and of knowledge as distinct from opinion. Hence in the Laws he replies to Protagoras, for us God would be most the measure of all things, far more than, as they say, any man. Laws 7:16c4-6. For as we shall see, forms, just as the reality, the truth, the intelligible contents of things, are divine. Here, then, we have Plato's answer to the age-old question, tau iota tau nu, what is being? Being, tau nu, that which is epsilon delta omicron, form, thel case in things that are there to be seen by intellect and in virtue of which anything has any identity, any intelligibility, and hence any reality at all. Henceforward, not only in Plato but throughout the philosophical tradition we are considering, omicron sigma alpha will mean not simply reality in an unspecified sense, but, More precisely, reality qua that which is intelligible. Being, as what is given to thought, consists of looks, that is, intelligible whatnesses, identities, ideas, that show up in varying connections and contexts, and thus lend a share of intelligibility, and hence of reality, to the world around us. If forms, as intelligible contents or ideas in things, are not another world but, in Plato's own expression, the reality of things as their whatnesses, what are we to make of the famous, or infamous, separation, chi omega rho iota sigma mu, of the forms? The indications found at various points in the dialogist hat forms are separate or apart, chi omega rho, from their instances. This, perhaps, more than anything else, has led to misinterpretations of Plato's metaphysics and demands to be carefully understood. First, as a look that is common to many different things, a form is necessarily distinct from each and all of them. This point emerges most clearly in the Meno, with the example of shapes and colors. If someone asked you, "What is shape, Meno?" if you said to him that it is roundness, if he then said, "Is roundness shape or a certain tau iota shape?" you would surely say that it is a certain shape. Yes, indeed, for this reason, that there are other shapes, yes. And again, if he asked likewise what color is, and when you said that it is white he rejoined, "Is white color or a certain color?" you would say that it is a certain color, because there are others. If then he pursued the argument as I did and said, "We always come to many, don't give me that, but since you call these many things by one certain name, and say thought no nothamus nata shape even thought he's a thing sari opposite to each other, what is this which covers the round no less than the straight, which you call shape?" Men 74b4e2, this example, in which the instances are not only distinct from but opposed to each other, reinforces the point that whatever is the same about them all cannot be any one of them. Thus, when Socrates introduces the forms in the Parmenides, he suggests that we must distinguish as separate delta iota alpha iota rho tau alpha iota chi omega rho the forms themselves by themselves, Parm 129d7-8. Separate, here, need not mean more than distinct. Socrates distinguishes largeness, for example, as one intelligible look, from the many large things, each of which has and displays, but is not, the one intelligible identity largeness itself. Forms, moreover, are radically distinct, and in that sense apart, in that they are not themselves sensible things. With our eyes we can see large things, but not largeness itself, healthy things, but not health itself. The latter, in each case, is an idea, an intelligible content, something to be apprehended by thought rather than sense, a look not for the eyes but for the mind. This is precisely the point Plato is making when he characterizes forms as the reality of all things. Have you ever seen any of these with your eyes? In no way. Or by any other sense, through the body, have you grasped them? I am speaking about all things such as largeness, health, strength, and, in one word, the reality omicron sigma alpha of all other things, what each thing is, PhD 65d4e1. Is there such a thing as health? Of course there is. Can you see it? Of course not. This does not mean that the forms are occult entities floating somewhere else in another world, a Platonic heaven. It simply says that the intelligible identities which are the reality, the whatness, of things are not themselves physical things to be perceived by the senses, but must be grasped by thought. If, taking any of these examples, say, justice, health, or strength, we ask, how big is it? What color is it? How much does it weigh? Very obviously asking throng kind of question. Forms are ideas, not in the sense of concepts or abstractions, but in that they are realities apprehended by thought rather than by sense. Thyarthas separate in that thya are not additional members of world of sensible things, but are known by a different mode of awareness. But this does not mean that they are located elsewhere, or that they are not, as Plato says, the very intelligible contents, the truth and reality of sensible things. It is in this sense, too, that Plato's references to the forms as patterns or paradigms, pi alpha rho alpha delta epsilon gamma mu alpha tau alpha, of which instances are images, must be understood. As Socrates says to Euthyphro, teach me what this form i.e., piety is, so that, looking to it and using it as a paradigm pi alpha rho alpha delta epsilon gamma mu alpha tau iota, I may say that whatever you or anyone else does, if it is such tau omicron iota omicron tau omicron nu, is pious, and if it is not such, I may say that it is not. Euth 6e36. All too often, paradigm is taken to mean model to be copied. The following has been offered as an example of this meaning of pi alpha rho delta epsilon iota gamma mu alpha in classical Greek. He architect of a temple requiring, say, 24 Corinthian capitals would have one made to his own specifications, then instruct his masons to produce 23 more just like it. 12 Such a model is itself on of the instances when we have the original and the 23 copies, we have 24 capitals of the same kind. It is the interpretation of forms as paradigms in this sense that leads to the third man argument by regarding the form as another instance and the remaining instances as copies of the form. This interpretation of Plato's paradigmatism reflects a pictorial imagination of the forms as, so to speak, higher-order sensibles located in another world, rather than as the very intelligible identities, the whatnesses, of sensible things. But forms cannot be paradigms in this sense. Just as the intelligible look that is common to many things of the same kind, a form, as we have seen, is not an additional thing of that kind. 13 Likewise, it makes no sense to say that a body, a physical, sensible thing, is a copy, in the sense of a replica or duplicate, of an intelligible idea. Indeed, Plato expressly distinguishes between a copy and an image. Would there be two things, that is, Critolus and an image of Critolus, if some god copied not only your color and shape, as painters do, but also, all the things you have if he set such other things beside you? Would such then be Critolus and an image of Critolus, or two Cratiluses, it seems to me, Socrates. He then remarks, do you not perceive how far images fall short of having the same features tau alpha tau as the things of which they are images? Crat 432b5c6, d13. An image, in Plato's terms, then, is not another thing of the same kind as the paradigm, having characteristics in common with it. But pi alpha rho delta epsilon iota gamma mu alpha need not mean model in this sense. It can also mean plan, design, pattern, and idasynthesensa thought platorfirstothetherm sas paradigms. To take the same example, the architect, instead of giving the masons a model capital and instructing them to produce 23 more, could give them instead a plan, a diagram, or even simply a set of specifications, and instruct them to produce 24 such capitals. In this case the paradigm is the pattern, the design, the set of specifications, which is not itself a capital at all. The true paradigm, indeed, is the architect's idea, of which the written diagram or specifications are merely a symbolic representation. Such a paradigm is not a physical or sensible thing at all, it has neither size or shape nor color, but is a pure thought content, an idea. It thus has no features whatsoever in common with the physical things of which it is the paradigm. They are images of it, not in that they are copies, additional things of the same kind, but in that it is the intelligible pattern that shows up in them as their structure and in virtue of which they are such as they are, e.g., capitals of a certain kind. This one same pattern is present and may be seen in each of them as its structure, while the pattern considered itself by itself is separate in that it is not one of them but is a pure idea. While the notion of an idea as a model of which sensible things are copies is manifest nonsense, the conception of a plan or pattern captures precisely the sense in which a single intelligible idea is both the paradigm of many sensible things and the common look displayed by them all. Thus the craftsman making a shuttle looks, not to a model shuttle that he copies, but to the form tau epsilon delta omicron or idea of shuttle. What a shuttle is alpha tau sigma tau iota nu kappa epsilon rho kappa, crat 389b3, 5, that is, the structure or pattern a thing must have in order to function as and thus to be a shuttle. Such a paradigm, as not any sensible thing but rather an intelligible pattern, may be considered separate from its images in that it is another kind of reality, prior to, independent of, and irreducible to them. At the same time, this pattern, this one same intelligible content, is the very identity that they have and display, and thus is the whatness, the reality, of them. There is thus no conflict between saying that the forms are separate as intelligible paradigms and that they are in things as the looks or whatnesses that they have. Separation, then, is simply a spatial metaphor for the radical ontological distinction between intelligible identities and the things that have and display, but are not, these identities. Forms are separate or transcendent, not in the sense of being located elsewhere. What could this mean, since forms are not physical or spatial entities at all, but in that, as intelligible identities, they are distinct from, other than, the instances that they inform, the things whose whatnesses they are. 14 There is no opposition or contradiction between transcendence and immanence, between separate from and presenten, once we recognize such expressions are spatial metaphors. Where, among all the beautiful things in the world, is beauty. Everywhere and nowhere, everywhere, in that wherever there is a beautiful thing, there is beauty, present in it, by which it is beautiful, nowhere, in that it is not any one of these things or confined to any one of them as opposed to the others. An intelligible content, an idea, a paradigm, or pattern, in this sense transcends the many things that have and display it. And this pattern, the common look of all these things, can in principle be known, as Plato is fond of saying, itself by itself, just as this one same intelligible identity. This phrase itself by itself, alpha tau kappa alpha theta alpha tau, which Plato so often uses with regard to forms, e.g., PhD 6682, 78D56, 83B12, 100B6, SYMP 211B1, Parm 128E6 129A1, 129D78, 130B8, 133C4, Republic 524D10, refers to a form considered just as the one same idea that is common to all the instances, rather than as it shows up in or belongs to this or that instance. The theory of forms is not the postulation of another, abstract world, but is concerned rather with our level of cognition, our mode of grasping reality. Do we grasp the intelligible identities, the reality of things, as unitary ideas, themselves by themselves, or do we apprehend them only as they show up to us in the experience of this or that instance? It is in this sense that we must understand the distinction between, for example, the largeness or likeness in us or that we have, that is, the largeness or likeness of this or that large or like thing, and largeness or likeness itself or in natura sonatari pere dimwakis not the largeness of anything, PhD 102D67, 103B5, Parm 130B4. Each form is itself one, but, appearing everywhere in association with actions and bodies and one another, each appears many, Republic 476-57. One and the same form can be seen as it appears or shows up in association with various different instances, or can be known intellectually, itself by itself, as a single intelligible content, one idea, distinct from each and all of them. 15. Nor does the understanding of forms as the intelligible whatness and so the reality of things imply that forms are dependent on their instances. We ordinarily think of a character or identity as dependent on the thing to which it belongs. But upon further reflection we find that the reverse is in fact the case. The thing is dependent on the various characters, features, or identities it has, as what make it what it is and so enable it to be anything at all. But a character or identity, as a pattern, a single intelligible idea which is capable of informing, of showing up in many different things, does not depend on its instances. 16. The instance owes everything to the various forms it has, for without them it would not be anything. But the forms owe nothing to the instances to which they belong. Instances are radically conditioned by their forms, but forms themselves by themselves, as unitary intelligible contents, are unconditioned by, and in that sense independent of, their instances. Such an account of the non-reciprocal dependence of instances on their forms often gives rise to the question of whether a form could exist without any instances. In fact, nowhere in the dialogues does Plato mention any uninstantiated forms, but always presents forms as the intelligible patterns and identities of things in the world. We are accustomed to posit some one form for each many to which we apply the same name, Republic 596-67. The question is sometimes raised, then, as to whether a form could or would exist at a time when it had no instances. If, for example, at some time in the past or future there were no b's, would this mean that what Plato calls the reality of b mu epsilon lambda tau tau eta, omicron sigma alpha, men 7 2 b1, i.e., the form b-ness, would not then exist? Such a question betrays a misunderstanding of what a form is. As a pure idea, an intelligible content, a form is not datable, not located in time, any more than it is located in space. A b is generated at a certain point in time, exists for a certain span, and then ceases to exist. But b-ness, the one same look by which they i.e., b's do not differ but are all the same, men 72c23, simply timelessly is that one intelligible content. As an idea ithis no history no temporal extension. Plato's many statements that intelligible reality is changeless or always the same, e.g., PhD 78d 180b3, Republic 479a23, 479e78, 484b4, 500c23, Tim 28a2, must be interpreted to mean, not that forms remain unchanged through all time, but rather that, as ideas, they are strictly non-temporal realities. Otherwise, indeed, we would have to think of them, absurdly, as growing older as time passes. This is a failure to grasp what it means to be an idea, an intelligible identity, rather than a sensible thing. The timelessness of the forms is just what Plato expresses in his discussion of eternity in the Timaeus. The was and the will be are forms of time which have come to be, which we unthinkingly apply, not correctly, to eternal reality. For we say that it was and will be, but according to true speech only the is belongs to it, but the was and the will be are said properly about the becoming which passes in time, for they are motions, but that which is always immovably the same does not become either older or younger through time. Tim 37e338a4. This is clearly a paraphrase and elaboration of Parmenides' description of the timelessness of true being. It neither was once, nor will be, since now it is, altogether, b 8.5. To ask whether a form exists at a time when it has no instances, then, is to make the mistake of locating it in time. Speaking, as it were, from its own, non-temporal point of view, any form has instances, in that instances of it occur at some points within the sequence of time, even if such instances do not occur at every point in time any more than they do at every point in space. Thus b-ness is instantiated in the sense that b's are among the kinds of things that occur in the world, even if there do not happen to be any at a given moment in time. The very identities that temporal things have and display, then, are themselves timeless, just as intelligible ideas. In raising up our thought from the apprehension, by sense, of changing, sensible things to the intellectual apprehension of the intelligible whatnesses that these things have, we ourselves are transcending temporality. In all of these senses, then as intelligible rather than sensible, as what enables sensible things to be anything at all, as paradigms, as ontologically, not spatially, transcendent, as independent, unconditioned, timeless realities forms are, as Plato so often says, divine, e.g., PhD 8082, 80b1, 81a5, 83e2, 84a8, Republic 500c9, 500e3. But this is to say that the very truth and reality of things is divine. The divinity of being as form is an expression not merely of its eternality, but of its transcendence of the relativity, so vaunted by the sophists, of mere human convention and opinion. Without forms, nothing would have any actual identity or be anything at all, and all that we call reality would be a construction or projection of human language and culture, devoid of truth. The forms are divine precisely as the guarantee of any reality to the world. Without such divine paradigms informing things, and in relation to which human opinions can be judged, the things themselves would have no truth or reality. Man would indeed be the measure of all things, and human opinion would lapse into complete nihilistic relativity. Plato's doctrine of being as form, and hence as divine, is a repudiation of this. Not man, but God, is the measure of all things, Laws 7:16 c. 4-6. This is why metaphysics, understood as the antithesis of nihilism, is intrinsically religious. In order that things in the world may have any identity, any intelligibility, any reality at all, they must have and display intelligible, timeless, divine paradigms that make them what they are. Since Tob is Tob intelligible, to be anything at all is therefore to have some share of divinity. Reality as what is true, what is not merely human or relative but fixed, normative, the same for all, as what is not merely opined but known, is divine. From Plato onward, therefore, throughout the classical tradition, being will be identified, not merely with the intelligible, but with the divine. Plato's identification of intelligible forms as reality is sometimes taken to invite the misconception that for him sensible things are simply unreal or illusory. In fact, while this may be Parmenides' position, it is not that of Plato. On the contrary, as we have seen, Plato invokes forms precisely in order that sensible things may have any identity and hence any reality at all. Sensible things, then, are not nothing, but, in that they are not themselves pure intelligible whatnesses, neither are they reality itself. They are real just in so far as they have and display some form, some intelligible identity. Hence, as Plato indicates, sensible things lie in between complete reality, i.e., the intelligible identities that inform them, and complete unreality, i.e., simply nothing. At first sight, the notion of levels of reality, the idea that only form, as that which is purely intelligible, is really real, PHDR 247 c7, and that sensibles are therefore less than completely real and yet are not nothing, makes no sense. How could anything be in between being and non-being, or share in both? Being, we are inclined to say, is not the sort of thing that can come in degrees of more and less, like weight or heat. To be or not to be, that is the question, and the only question. 17 This is, perhaps, the voice of common sense. But it is also, we should realize, the voice of Parmenides. Come, I will tell you, the only ways to seek out for thinking, the one, that it is and is not to be, the other, that is not and is needful not to be, B 2.15. Plato, on the other hand, softens this harsh antithesis by allowing for degrees of reality. That which completely is tau, pi alpha nu tau epsilon lambda nu, is completely knowable gamma nu omega sigma tau nu, while that which in no way is mu nu, mu eta delta alpha mu, is altogether unknowable gamma nu omega sigma tau omicron nu, Republic 477 a 2-3. Taken by itself, this amounts to a paraphrase of Parmenides: that which is that which is knowable, and that which is not, is altogether unknowable. For you could not know, gamma nu omicron eta, that which is not tau, mu nu, for it cannot be done, B 2.7. It is hard to believe that Plato did not have Parmenides in mind when he wrote these lines. But if so, then the next lines are a direct defiance to Parmenides. If then something is such as to be and also not to be, would it not lie in between that which purely is and that which in no way is? Republic 477 a 6-7. Parmenides could not admit any in between. For him there are only two roads, that of being and that of non-being, and since the latter is a dead end, a single story of a way yet remains, that it is, B 8.12. And for Parmenides, since sensible things do not lie on the road of being, they are simply unreal. Plato, on the other hand, scandalously proposes a third way between the alternatives of complete being and complete non-being. Plato's in-between becomes comprehensible only when being is identified with intelligibility and thus considered not, as it were, by itself, but rather in its relation to awareness. Being, that which is, reality, can be seen, can be given and apprehended, more or less adequately, and therefore the content of different modes of apprehension can be more or less real. The in-between status of sensible things must be understood in phenomenological terms, that is, in terms of different modes of givenness and apprehension. Plato articulates these modes of apprehension, in relation to which the levels of being must be understood, in the threefold distinction of knowledge, opinion, and ignorance. Then as knowledge, gamma nu sigma iota, is concerned with that which is, and unknowing gamma nu omega sigma alpha by necessity with that which is not, something in between ignorance gamma nu omicron alpha and knowledge pi iota sigma tau mu eta must be found which is concerned with that which is in between, if there is such a thing. Republic 477 and 9b1. Knowledge, gamma nu sigma iota or epsilon pi iota sigma tau mu eta, as the apprehension of that which completely is, Republic 477a3, is the intellectual vision or apprehension of the reality of things, PhD 65e1, of forms themselves by themselves. Unknowing or ignorance, then, means not seeing anything, no prehension of being gadel. That Hwicklius in between knowledge and ignorance turns out to be deltas I alpha, Republic 478d3, 11, a term which is conventionally translated opinion but is in fact related to delta omicron kappa epsilon nu, to seem or appear. Opinion, as a mode of apprehension in between knowledge and ignorance, is thus correlated to appearance, as a level of being in between complete reality and complete non-being. Sensible things have and display intelligible identities whereby they can be identified and in virtue of which they are anything at all, but they are not themselves these intelligible identities. As we have seen afore may be apprehended intellectually as itis, itself by itself, just as a unitary intelligible content, unconditioned by any particular instantial context, or it may be apprehended as it appears, or shows up, as a feature of this or that sensible thing, conditioned and limited by the context of this or that appearance. Each form is one, but, appearing everywhere in association with actions and bodies and one another, each appears many. Republic 476 of 57. What is given to the senses, then, and hence the entire realm of the sensible, consists of appearances of forms. Sensible things are thus neither reality itself, or more precisely itself by itself, nor simply nothing, but are rather appearances, or images, of the forms, just as, to take the example we used earlier, the 24 capitals of the same kind are images of their common pattern which itself is nothing physical or sensible and can be known, intellectually, as a pure idea, but which appears, or is manifested, as the structural characteristics of each of the capitals. If we reflect on the notion of appearance, it ceases to be obvious that there is no middle road, no intermediate between being and non-being. An appearance of a thing, for example, a reflection, as an appearance of that which is reflected, is not the thing itself, nor is it another thing, additional to the thing itself. When Socrates stands before a mirror making a reflection, the reflection is neither a second Socrates nor another, additional person, there remains only one Socrates, one eman. Neither is the reflection what is seen in the mirror, simply nothing, and to see it is not to see nothing at all, or to suffer a hallucination. Appearance is not the same as illusion. It is coherent, in accord with ordinary usage, and in a significant sense true, to say, I see Socrates in the mirror, while realizing at the same time that I am not looking at Socrates himself at all. To see the reflection is both to see Socrates, as he appears here, and not to see Socrates, himself by himself. Thus what is seen in seeing the reflection or appearance, both is and is not the real thing. And this is precisely how Plato characterizes the in-between status of the sensible, as that which is opined rather than intellectually known. We said earlier, then, if something should appear phi alpha nu epsilon eta such that it at once is and is not, this would be such as to lie in between that which purely is and that which altogether is not, and neither knowledge nor ignorance would be concerned with it, but that which we say is in between ignorance and knowledge. Republic 478d59. We should note the characteristically Platonic pun, that which appears, or as we might say turns up, in between being and non-being, is, precisely, appearance itself. Sensible instances, therefore, as the multiple, differentiated appearances, given to sense, of the unitary forms that are apprehended by intellect, are neither reality itself by itself, the intelligible, nor simply nothing, but in between. Thus, when we follow Plato's phenomenological approach and consider being as given to awareness, which is what we mean by being and the only way of speaking meaningfully of it, then his degrees of being make perfect sense. The reality of things, that which completely is, Republic 477a3, is their intelligible forms, the whatnesses that things display. But these may be apprehended intellectually, themselves by themselves, or by way of the senses, as they appear, in association with actions and bodies and one another, Republic 476a6-7, as the characters of these are those particular instances. It is in just this sense that, for example, largeness in us is distinct from largeness itself or in nature, PhD 102d67, 103b5, cf. Parm 130b4. Largeness in us is largeness as it appears, apprehended in association with these stance. Largeness itself is thunitary form apprehended intellectually, itself by itself. The distinction is not between two metaphysical entities additional to one another, but is rather analogous to the distinction between a thing seen and a me around the same a thing seen be itself. Thus what is given to the senses is neither reality itself, nor unreality, but appearance. It is in this sense that sensible things are neither completely real nor absolutely nothing buteri majesofreal beings of unitary intelligible forms which they display but which they themselves are not. Knowledge and opinion, then, as distinct modes of awareness, are not directed toward two different sets of objects, of which one is completely real and the other, incomprehensibly, less than completely real and yet not nothing. Rather, they are higher and lower ways in which reality may be apprehended. Opinion, the mode of apprehension correlated to appearance as distinct from reality itself by itself, thus lies in between knowledge and ignorance. Here again, unlike Parmenides, Plato carefully distinguishes between ignorance, a total failure to apprehend reality at all, and opinion, an apprehension of reality as it appears and hence an imperfect apprehension of reality. The distinction between knowledge and opinion, therefore, unlike that between knowledge and ignorance, is not a simple opposition, but is rather a distinction between the perfect and therefore paradigmatic apprehension of reality, and a less perfect apprehension of reality. Opinion is thus analogous to seeing reality in a mirror, rather than to not seeing it at all, and sensible things, as what is given to this mode of apprehension, are analogous to reflections, neither reality itself nor simply nothing. Image without reality, an image which is not an image of anything, is not image but sheer illusion. Hence if there were no divine, paradigmatic reality of things, then sophists like Protagoras and Thrasymachus would be right, knowledge would be impossible and all opinions would be equally valuable and equally worthless, because there would be no truth against which to measure them. Or rather, they could be evaluated only in terms of power rather than of truth. 18 But for Plato, because there is reality, there can be a difference between image and illusion, and hence between opinion and ignorance. Opinions can be better or worse, more true or less true, more adequate or less adequate prehension soft reality although of true opinion is not knowledge itself, the intellectual vision of intelligible, divine reality itself by itself. 5 The ascent of the soul. If the levels of reality are levels of presentation and apprehension, then the many ascents in the dialogues, the images of going to the forms or true being, express not a passage from one world, one set of objects, to another, but rather, as Plato repeatedly indicates, the ascent of the soul, a psychic, cognitive ascent, from one mode of apprehension to another, and hence not from one reality to a different reality, but from appearance to reality. This, above all, is why Plato's metaphysics is no mere theory, a postulation of abstract entities called forms, but is rather an account of the existential condition of human beings. As Socrates says, the prisoners in the cave, seeing shadows of puppets and taking them for reality, are like us, Republic 515a5. In the Phaedrus, Socrates likens the soul to a pair of winged horses and their charioteer, and describes its journey, following the gods, to the place above the sky, PHDR 247c3. 19. What occupies this place, is colorless and shapeless and intangible, really real reality omicron sigma alpha nu tau omega omicron sigma alpha, visible theta epsilon alpha tau to intellect alone, the soul's steersman abutwakis the kind of knowledge ethatastra. Now that heart of a god is nourished by intellect and undefiled knowledge, as is that of every soul which cares to take in what is appropriate, seeing delta omicron sigma alpha at last that which is, tau nu, it rejoices, and beholding the true theta epsilon omega rho omicron sigma alpha tau lambda eta theta it is nourished and delights. In its circuit the soul looks upon kappa alpha theta omicron rho justice itself, it looks upon moderation, it looks upon knowledge, not that which pertains to becoming, but the real omicron sigma alpha nu knowledge concerning that which is really being tau sigma tau iota nu tau omega. And having beheld and feasted on the other things likewise that really are tau nu tau alpha nu tau omega, going back inside the sky, it comes home. PHDR 247C3E4. The strongly visual imagery and the references to a place may incline us to read this as a voyage to another world. But Socrates has already warned us that he is telling not what the soul actually is but rather what it is like, 246a5, and later expressly refers to this story as a mythic hymn, 265c1. The place above the sky is not in fact a place, since what is there has no shape or color, is not bodily at all. Rather, the flight is a mythic representation oft hep psychic cognitive attainment of an intellectual apprehension of the intelligible identities, themselves by themselves, that inform and are displayed by, or appear in, sensible things. The forms are metaphorically represented in spatial terms as outside the entire cosmos in that they are not themselves sensible things, not additional members of the sensible world. Indeed, the chariot flight of the soul recalls Parmenides' chariot ride to a similar destination, the understanding of being, tau nu, that which is. Forms are reality, omicron sigma alpha, or more precisely really real reality, omicron sigma alpha nu tau omega omicron sigma alpha, just in that they are the intelligible contents by which sensible things are anything at all. Thus here again we find Plato's pairing of reality with intelligibility, just as, in the Phaedo, the forms are the reality of things as what is most true of things, PHD 65E12, so here they are really real reality in that are visible to intellect alone, and that which is, tau nu, is equated with the true, tau lambda eta theta. As always, Plato's identification of form as what is real, or really real, is accompanied by, and must be understood in terms of, his reference to them as what is true, or intelligible. That the soul's flight is purely cognitive and spiritual in nature becomes still more evident when Socrates describes the fall of the human soul as a turning to tau rho omicron phi delta omicron xi alpha sigma tau, opinion food, PHDR 248b5. The fall is thus a descent not to a different set of objects but to a lower level of apprehension, to opinion rather than knowledge as our mode of encountering reality. Socrates then describes the process of returning to knowledge. A soul that never sees the truth tau nu lambda theta epsilon iota alpha nu will not come to this i.e., human shape. For a human being must understand what is said according to form, going from many sense perceptions to a one taken together by reasoning, but this is recollection of the things our soul saw when, traveling with a god, it looked down on the things that we now say are, and raised its head up to that which really is tau nu tau omega, 249b5c4. The ascent to the forms, then, is a passage from sense perception to intellectual knowledge, a cognitive movement from the many appearances given to sense to a unified intellectual apprehension of the one intelligible reality of which they are appearances. The entire myth of the soul's flight, its fall, and its recollection of what it saw must therefore be understood not as a chronological narrative of the soul's life history, its movement from one world to another and its experiences in these different worlds, but rather as a mythic representation of different levels of cognitive apprehension. The divine level is the intellectual apprehension of forms. The human soul, as imperfectly intellectual, is not at this level but may be on its way to it, working from the multiplicity of sensible appearances toward intelligible unities. Thus, later in the Phaedrus, Socrates describes the method of collection and division, or dialectic, as seeing them together, gathering into one form epsilon mu alpha nu, delta alpha nu the things that are scattered everywhere and being able to cut according to forms kappa alpha tau epsilon delta eta at the natural joints, PHDR 265D34, 265E12. He then alludes back to the myth, I myself am a lover of these divisions and collections, so that I may be able to speak and think, and if I judge that anyone else is able to see a one which is by nature over many, I follow behind in his track as if he were a god. 20, PHDR 266B37. To follow, a god to the place above the sky, PHDR 247C3, is thus to recognize, intellectually, the intelligible looks, the samenesses and differences, that articulate sensible things, enabling them to be anything and enabling us to speak on think, to understand the world, at all. In the Republic, the divided line is expressly presented as an image of varying levels of cognitive apprehension. It is like a line divided in two, having unequal sections. Divide each section again according to the same ratio, the kind of what is seen and that of what is thought, tau, tau omicron nu omicron omicron upsilon mu nu omicron upsilon, and with regard to clarity and unclarity sigma alpha phi eta nu epsilon kappa alpha sigma alpha phi epsilon in relation to each other. One section of the visible will be for you images, Republic 509D6E1. The articulation of the line in terms of degrees of clarity and unclarity plainly indicates that the four sections of the line represent greater and lesser degrees of adequacy in the givenness and apprehension of being. The divided line, in fact, is a refinement of the distinction between knowledge and opinion. The upper portion represents intellectual knowledge, the lower opinion, Republic 533E7 534A2. 21. Each of these is then subdivided into a higher and a lower level, yielding 4 sections in all. Socrates continues, would you be willing to say, that it is divided with regard to truth and not truth lambda eta theta epsilon tau epsilon kappa alpha mu, as the opinable is to the knowable, so the likeness is to that to which it is likened. Republic 510A810. The image of the divided line is thus explicitly phenomenological, articulating higher and lower levels of truth or unhiddenness, of givenness and apprehension. Hence Socrates summarizes the line thus, for the 4 sections, take these 4 conditions that come about in the soul pi alpha theta mu alpha tau alpha nu tau psi upsilon chi, intellection nu eta sigma iota nu for the highest, thought delta iota nu omicron iota alpha nu for the second, belief for the third, and imaging for the last, and order them in a ratio, considering that they share in clarity sigma alpha phi eta nu epsilon alpha as far as the things in them share in truth lambda eta theta epsilon alpha, Republic 511D6E4. Here, again, he expressly refers the sections of the line, not to 4 different sets of objects, but to 4 conditions in the soul, that is, modes or levels of the apprehension of reality. That which is grasped at a higher level is more real just in that it shares more in truth, in unhiddenness, that is, in that it is more perfectly intelligible. In considering the divisions of the line, we may too easily forget that a line is, most fundamentally, a continuum, and that a divided line is therefore an articulated continuum. In constructing this image, therefore, Plato is presenting, not an opposition of the sections of the line to each other, but rather a range of higher and lower levels within a continuum of modes of apprehension. And since the 2 lowest sections represent not ignorance but opinion, it follows that at any point on the line there is some degree of clarity, of truth, of unhiddenness, that is, some presentation and apprehension of being, however dim this may be in comparison with higher levels. The image of the cave, immediately following the line, offers a more graphic, imaginative presentation of these conditions in the soul. A cave is, most definitely, a place, but we are expressly warned, in another typically Platonic pun, not to take this literally. A strange image you express, and strange prisoners, Republic 515A4, remarks Glaucon, strange, here, translates tau omicron pi omicron nu, literally placeless. The prisoners, who are like us, Republic 515A5, represent souls, so that, although in one sense we may be said to be in the cave, in a deeper sense the cave is in us, as a condition in the soul. The structure of the cave image as a whole, like the divided line, emphasizes the continuity of what the prisoners see with reality itself. The prisoners are not seeing something other than real things, rather, they are seeing shadows of statues of real things. Like a reflection, a shadow of a thing, or a shadow of an image of a thing, is not another thing, but a dimmed, blurred, flattened distorted presentation oft hating itself. Synthesis given to the prisoners, reality, that is, intelligible whatness, is to a minimal degree unhidden to them, while remaining largely hidden to them in that they do not see it itself by itself. To ascend out of the cave, then, is to ascend to more and more adequate presentations and apprehensions of reality, until we see reality directly, itself by itself. Once again, the stages in the ascent represent not different worlds or sets of objects, but levels of apprehension of reality. Thus Plato repeatedly characterizes these levels in terms of clarity and of truth or unhiddenness. In every way, then, such people would not think that the true tau lambda eta theta was anything other than the shadows of the artifacts. Republic 5:15 c.1-2. This is all that is given, all that is true or unhidden to them, and therefore is what counts as reality for them. The soul takes as being, as reality, that which is unhidden to it. Here again, as in the Phaedo and the Phaedrus, we find the pairing of being with truth. The released prisoner having been turned from the shadows tos tatuest had cast them, is somewhat closer to that which is tau omicron nu tau omicron and is turned toward things that are more pyro mu lambda lambda omicron nu tau alpha. Republic 5:15 d23, but, until his eyes adjust to the light, he would consider that the things he saw earlier were more true lambda eta theta sigma tau epsilon rho alpha than those which are now shown. Republic 5:15 d67, and would flee, turning back toward the things which he is able to look upon, thinking that they are clearer in being tau nu tau iota sigma alpha phi sigma tau epsilon rho alpha than those which are shown. Republic 5:15 e24. Once brought outside the cave, he would at first not be able to see even one of the things which are now called true lambda eta theta nu. Republic 5:16 a23. The ascent, then, to use an Aristotelian turn of phrase, is from that which is most clear to us, to that which is most clear, that is, intelligible, in itself. The varying levels expressed by the cave image are levels of unhiddenness, of truth, and therefore of reality. Diotima's ladder of love in the Symposium represents a comparable ascent of the soul from instances of beauty to the beautiful itself. At the culmination of her discourse, Diotima offers an account of how beauty presents itself to the philosopher at the highest level. The beautiful will not appear phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma theta sigma epsilon tau alpha iota to him as any face or hands or anything else of those things that body shares in, nor any speech or any knowledge, nor being somehow in anything else nu tau rho tau iota nu iota, as in an animal or in earth or in the sky or in an other nu tau lambda lambda, but itself by itself with itself always being uniform. SYMP 211 of 5b2. In this sentence the participle being is dependent on the main verb appear. The distinction Diotima makes is thus between two ways in which beauty can appear, two modes of presentation and apprehension. At the peak of his ascent the philosopher apprehends beauty not in another, that is, as the beauty of this or that beautiful thing, but rather itself by itself, as the single intelligible reality that informs them all. Here again, the distinction is not between two different objects, the beauty of this or that beautiful thing and beauty itself, but between two ways in which the same reality may be given and apprehended as it appears, in another, as a fetcherif theser stance or itself by itself, as the own intelligible character that it is. 22 Once again, the levels of being, expressed here in the distinction between images and the true tau omicron lambda eta theta omicron, SYMP 212 a 45, are levels of unhiddenness, of givenness, of presentation to and apprehension by the soul. In the Phaedo, we find yet another mythic expression of these levels of presentation and apprehension. Here the ascent to the forms is figuratively described as death, which is defined as the departure of the soul from the body, PhD 64c45. This departure, of course, cannot be literal, since the soul is not a spatial entity, and the entire story of the soul's departing from the body and going to the forms, like the chariot flight, the cave, and the ladro fluv is yet another spatial metaphor wikasimdiat lyre interpreted not as literal, biological death but as psychic, cognitive purification, the soul's ascent to the intellectual apprehension of truth, tau lambda eta theta epsilon alpha pi tau epsilon tau alpha iota, PhD 65b9, that is, of the forms as the reality. The intelligible whatness, of things. Thus Socrates says, does not purification turn out to be this, to separate the soul from the body as far as possible and accustom it to gather together and collect itself by itself outside the body, and to dwell as far as possible, both now in the present nu tau nu pi alpha rho nu tau iota and in the future, alone by itself, freed from the body as from bonds. PhD 67c5d2. Both now in the present and in the future the philosopher's soul does not await biological death to die, to be free from the body, to apprehend and be with divine reality. Death is thus a metaphor for the cognitive ascent to intellectual apprehension. When the soul investigates itself by itself, it goes there. To that which is pure and ever being and immortal and always the same, and because it is akin to this it comes to be ever with it, whenever it comes to be itself by itself and this is possible for it, and it ceases from wandering and remains the same with things which are always the same insofar as it is grasping such things, and this condition of it is called wisdom, PhD 79d17. Here for a moment the metaphor drops away, there is no reference to death, but only to the soul's investigating itself by itself, i.e., intellectually, rather than through the body, i.e., sensuously. As we saw earlier, insofar as the soul apprehends forms themselves by themselves it transcends temporality. In yet another characteristic pun, Plato identifies Hades, delta eta, the mythical place to which the separated soul goes, with the invisible, iota delta, PhD 80d6, 81c11, that is, intelligible reality. Thid truly Hades iota delta omicron upsilon lambda eta theta, PhD 80d67, is the unhiddenly invisible, that is, being as intelligible, invisible to the eyes but visible, unhidden, to the intellect, cf PhD R247c78. Where a soul is, therefore, as in the cave image, is an expression of what is unhidden to it and thus what it takes for reality. If the soul departs from the body polluted and impure, in that it always is with sigma upsilon nu omicron sigma alpha the body and cares for and loves it and is bewitched by it, by desires and pleasures, so that it opines that nothing else is true lambda eta theta except the corporeal, which one can grasp and see and drink and eat and use for sexual enjoyment, but is accustomed to hate and fear and flee from that which is dark and invisible to the eyes but is intelligible and grasped by philosophy, do you think that a soul like this will depart pure, itself by itself? PhD 81b1c2. As in the cave parable, the entire account of the soul's departure is couched in phenomenological terms, in terms of what is true, unhidden, or clear to the soul. Philosophy exhorts the soul to gather and collect itself to itself, to trust in nothing but that of beings, itself by itself, which it thinks nu omicron sigma itself by itself, and not to consider anything true lambda eta theta whatever it investigates by other means and other things, for this is sensible and visible, while that which the soul itself sees is intelligible and invisible, PhD 83a7b4, and again, the soul of every man is necessitated, when it senses intense pleasure or pain, to consider that concerning which it undergoes this to be most clear and most true nu alpha rho gamma sigma tau alpha tau nu, kappa alpha lambda eta theta sigma tau alpha tau omicron nu although fitus not so, PhD .83c58. Hades, the invisible, the divine, then, represents not another world, a place to which the soul goes when a person physically dies, but rather reality, the intelligible content of things as given to the soul cognizing reality itself by itself, intellectually, rather than through the body, by way of the senses. This world and Hades thus represent not two worlds, but reality as given at lower and higher levels of presentation and apprehension. Hence the myth at the end of the Phaedo closely parallels the cave parable, and again expresses the ascent from appearance to reality. Living in the hollows of the earth, we think that we are on the surface, PhD 109c34, D67. If someone were to see, rho sigma iota, and look at, kappa alpha tau iota delta epsilon nu, and behold, theta epsilon omega omicron sigma alpha, what is there? He would know that that is truly sky and the true light and truly earth. Alpha lambda eta theta omicron rho alpha nu kappa alpha tau lambda eta theta iota nu phi kappa alpha lambda eta theta gamma, PhD 109e4110-1. Here again Plato highlights the continuity from one level to another. The true surface is variegated, marked out with colors, of which the ones here, which they use in painting, are samples. But there all the earth is of these, and of ones even much brighter and purer than these. Precious stones here are fragments of the stones there, but there is none there that is not such and even more beautiful. The cause of this is that those stones are pure and not eaten away or corrupted like those here, PhD 110b7e5. What is given to the senses, are precious stones here, are fragmentary, differentiated appearances of the intelligible or true realities known by intellect. In rejecting the conventional two-world reading of Plato's Metaphysics and instead understanding the forms as the whatness, the intelligible contents, and hence the reality of sensible things, we may seem to be abandoning the transcendence that is usually associated with Plato and is so vividly conveyed by the images of flight, of ascent, and of death that we have been interpreting. What is left, we may ask, of the world of forms, the Platonic heaven? What has become of the Plato of Raphael's School of Athens, gesturing upward? In truth, transcendence has not been lost, but rather demands to be rethought. Forms, the intelligible looks of things, are transcendent to sensibles in that they are other, distinct, unconditioned by and ontologically prior to sensible things, and are thus a higher reality, more real in that they are purely intelligible, attainable only by an effort of psychic purification, of interiorization, of intellectuality. Hence Plato's metaphors of voyaging, of climbing, of struggling upward, of flight, of dying. As conditions in the soul, Republic 511d7, the levels of apprehension and presentation are ethical and existential conditions. What is clear or true, unhidden to us, is what we take as real and hence what we pursue. Thus the sensual soul in the Phaedo finds nothing to be true, unhidden, and hence real, save that which one can eat, drink, or enjoy sexually, PhD 81b1c2. Thus the prisoners in the cave who are like us, Republic 515a5, live a life of competition in the discernment of shadows, Republic 516c8d2, the all-too human struggle for pleasure, power, and prestige. In the Phaedrus myth, this competitive jealousy, which characterizes human as distinct from divine souls, is one of the principal factors that prevents the former from fully seeing intelligible reality, PhDR.248a6b1. The philosopher on the other hand striving toward divinity, rises above this merely human competition, for one who has his thought truly toward the things that are lambda eta theta pi rho tau omicron sigma iota, there is no leisure to look down to the fair softmen and fighting with them to filled with envy and hatred, but rather, seeing and beholding things which are ordered and always the same, which neither wrong nor are wronged by each other, buterially nor around according to reason, to imitate and become like these as far as possible. The philosopher, associating with what is divine and orderly, becomes orderly and divine as far as is possible for man, Republic 500b8d1. Intelligible reality, then, is transcendent, but this does not mean that it is separate or elsewhere except metaphorically. We should bear in mind that transcendence itself is in origin a spatial metaphor, literally meaning rising past. The transcendence in question is a spiritual transcendence, from appearance perceived by sense and mediated by human culture to divine reality apprehended directly by intellect. Appearance and reality are not two realities. What we begin with, at the level of culturally mediated sense experience, is not reality itself by itself. The recognition of this fact is accompanied by shock and pain, and the ascent beyond it demands a conversion and a death. But neither is what we start with simply nothing. It is a dim, inadequate presentation and apprehension of reality, from which we must ascend. Since being is equated with intelligibility, the reality of things, reality itself by itself, real reality, is non-spatial, non-temporal, supersensible, colorless and shapeless and intangible real reality visible to intellect alone, PHDR 247C68. The sensible, precisely in that it is not nothing, in that it has some identity, some intelligible content, points beyond itself to that which it itself is not, but which shows up in it. In displaying some intelligibility, the sensible thus points to the intelligible reality of which it is the image, and the ascent is therefore a cognitive, ethical, spiritual ascent from appearance to reality. To see the forms is to be at the intellectual level of apprehension, to have intellect as the condition in our soul. The Platonic heaven, to paraphrase the Gospel, is in you. Because passage from sensible things to intelligible forms is not a neutral turning of our cognition from one set of objects to another but rather a psychic ascent from one mode of apprehension to another, it follows that the relation between intellectual apprehension and intelligible being is not one of extrinsic duality. Plato's extensive use of the ocular metaphor for knowledge, which is implicit in the very word epsilon delta omicron, according to which the forms are looks that the soul sees, is often taken to mean that Plato thinks of knowledge in terms of an extrinsic relationship between the knower as subject and the forms as objects. But if we find such subject-object dualism in Plato, this is only because we ourselves are thinking like moderns and presuppose that seeing must be interpreted in this way. In fact, what Plato means by seeing is much closer to what in phenomenological terms is called intuition, Anschauung, which may be analyzed into the intentionality of apprehension and the givenness of what is apprehended. Understood in this way, seeing implies not extrinsic objectification but, on the contrary, the mediated togetherness of seeing gaunt seen. Insofar as I see anything, I am out there with that which is seen, and, conversely, that which is seen is in me as the content of my visual awareness. Seeing, or any mode of awareness, implies not a separation between subject and object but rather a joining, a being together, of apprehension and reality. And it is in precisely these terms that Plato presents the relation between intellectual apprehension and intelligible being, or the forms. The forms, as intelligible looks, are given to Andarithas in intellectus its content, and indeed Plato occasionally refers to them not on lias and intelligiba eng knowable butas nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha or gamma iota gamma nu omega sigma kappa mu epsilon nu alpha, that which is thought or known, e.g., Republic 580c1, e2. 23. Conversely, the soul, insofar as it is intellectual, is together with the forms, possessing them as that which it thinks or knows. Plato thus understands the relation of thought and being not as an extrinsic subject-object duality but as a sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha or being together, a conjugal union of the knowing and the known. One of the chief ways in which Plato expresses this togetherness is through the myth of recollection. It is all too rarely recognized that Plato's account of our coming to know the forms as a recollection of what we knew in a previous, discarnate existence but forgot upon being born in the body is not a theory or a doctrine but a myth, even though it is clearly presented as such not only in the Phaedrus but in the Phaedo and the Meno as well. 24. In the Meno it is first introduced as adally told by priests and poets, men.81 a 10b6. Then, upon completing the argument for recollection through the discovery of mathematical knowledge in the untaught slave boy, Socrates says, then if for us the truth of beings is always in the soul epsilon lambda theta epsilon iota alpha mu nu tau omega nu sigma tau nu tau psi upsilon chi, the soul would be immortal, so that you must boldly try to seek and to recollect nu alpha mu iota mu nu sigma kappa epsilon sigma theta alpha iota what you do not now know, that is, what you do not remember mu epsilon mu nu eta mu nu omicron. I would not altogether rely on this account in other respects, but if we hold it necessary to seek what one does not know we would be better and more courageous and less idle than if we hold that it is not possible to find it and need not seek, for this I would altogether contend in both word and deed, Men 86b1c2. The key point on which Socrates insists, then, is not the recollection myth itself, but that knowledge is possible for us, and hence we must seek it, because the truth of beings is always in the soul. The real conclusion of the argument is not that the soul literally pre-exists, but that the truth of beings is found no outside of but within the soul. This, indeed, is all that is justified by the conversation with the slave boy. It shows, at most, that since he did not receive his knowledge of mathematical truth from outside, he discovered it within himself. It does not and cannot prove that he acquired this knowledge at some time in the past, before he was born. The word always points in the same direction. If the truth is always in the soul, then it was not received at some time in a previous existence prior to which it was not there, but rather is intrinsic to the soul. The idea that this knowledge was acquired in a previous existence must therefore be taken as a mythic expression of the soul's intrinsic possession of truth, that is, the intelligible whatnesses of things. In the Phaedrus, as we have seen, the story of the soul's journey, including its prenatal flight above the sky, PHDR 247c3, to behold the forms, is explicitly identified as a myth, expressing different modes of cognitive apprehension. In the Phaedo, the soul's going to the forms at death, and hence also its coming from the forms at birth, is a less vivid and graphic version of the same myth. If the spatial dimension of the soul's journey is obviously mythic, then so too is the temporal dimension. To imagine, that is, to picture the soul pre-existing in time, is necessarily to picture it being in some place at that time. In the Phaedo, Plato expressly links the spatial and temporal aspects of the recollection story through the words of Cebes, who throughout the dialogue is shown to have an incorrigibly pictorial and bodily notion of the soul, e.g., PhD 70-16, 87b 488b8. This i.e., recollection is impossible, unless our soul exists somewhere pi omicron upsilon before pyro nu it comes to be in this human form, PhD 72e773a2. As the spatial location of the soul and the forms in the place above the sky, PHDR 247c3, or in Hades, PhD 80d6, 81c11, 83d9, is clearly mythic in that it represents both the soul and the forms as bodies, so is the temporal location of the soul and the forms that is implied by pre-existence. Taken literally in a temporal sense, the story of pre-existence and recollection is altogether grotesque. It would mean that at a certain date, say, in 429 BCE, a year before Plato's birth, Plato's soul was above the sky, looking at the forms. This not only assimilates the soul to a body, but assimilates intellectual apprehension to sense perception, a taking in of content from outside, whereas the whole point of the recollection story is that her knowledge of the forms is not taken in from outside but is always in the soul, Men 86b12. What the argument for recollection in the Phaedo actually demonstrates is that our knowledge of the forms is non-empirical in just this sense. Socrates begins by making the familiar distinction between equal things and the equal itself, or the form equality. We say, I suppose, that there is something equal. I mean not a stick equal to a stick or a stone to a stone or anything else of that sort, but besides all these things something else, the equal itself, PhD 74a911, cf 74c45. He then asks, whence do we receive knowledge of it? PhD 74b4. We do in fact have such knowledge. If we did not know such a criterion, we could not identify anything we experience as unequal. When someone, seeing something, thinks that what I now see wants to be such as some other of beings but is deficient and is not able to be such as that, but is inferior, it is necessary, I suppose, that he who is thinking this knows beforehand pyro omicron epsilon iota delta tau alpha thought hic he societies like but deficiently, PhD 74d9e4. For that matter, without the knowledge of equality neither could we identify anything we experience as equal. In making such judgments, we are bringing to bear an idea of equality and saying that the things perceived either do nor do not display this look. On the one hand, the experience of equal things is what, as we say, calls to mind, or arouses in us, the knowledge of equality. From these equal things, although they are different from that equal, you have nonetheless come to think and have received the knowledge of it, PhD 74c79. On the other hand, sense experience does not provide or account for this knowledge. Since equality itself, like any form, is not a sensible thing but an intelligible idea, it cannot come to us by way of the senses. Nor can we have arrived at it by abstraction from what we perceive, for this would require that we first identify such things as equal, which in turn requires that we already have the idea of equality. Since we ply tis paradigmaticity in judging what we perceive, our knowledge of it is in some sense prior to sense experience, then it must be that before we began to see and hear in otherwise sense, we received knowledge of what the equal itself is, if we were going to refer thither the equal things from the senses, PhD 75b47. Consequently, Plato uses the metaphor of recollection to describe this discovery within ourselves of something that does not come into us from outside by way of the senses. The metaphor is both apt and powerful, because of the oddity of the everyday experience of forgetting and recalling. If I have forgotten something, or simply happen not to thinking a fetat themament in asen sida not know it itis not present to my awareness, I am not apprehending it. But if, upon being reminded, I recall it, I do not reacquire it as a new piece of knowledge. Rather, I discover it within myself as something that, in some sense, I knew all along. What we have forgotten but can recall we both know, in that it is within us, and do not know, in that we are not currently apprehending it. Recollection thus serves as a superb metaphor for our coming to know the forms, which in one sense we do not initially know but which, by using the senses, PhD 75e3, we recognize as always already at work within our cognition. The soul's pre-existence, then, must be taken as a metaphorical expression of its intrinsic possession of intelligible reality within itself. Since our knowledge of the forms does not come into us by way of the senses, it is non-empirical and in that sense a priori. Indeed, we rarely notice that this common philosophical expression which has become demented a technical term for that aspect of our cognition which is not empirical, is itself a temporal metaphor. 25 What is a priori is prior to sense experience only in the sense that it does not come to us by way of such experience. The meaning of Plato's myth is that our knowledge of the forms is a priori in just this sense. Indeed, whenever we speak of an a priori dimension of knowledge, not only are we using a metaphor, but, whether we realize it or not, we are invoking Plato's myth of pre-existence and prior knowledge. Since we do not mean it literally ourselves, why should we think that Plato does so, when in fact he openly tells us that it is a myth? The myth of pre-existence and recollection, then, is an expression of the human condition as in between, a condition of not being gods, that is, not being sheer intellectual apprehension itself, and yet capable of attaining such apprehension to some degree. This is indicated by the distinction in the meno between remembering, mu epsilon mu nu eta mu nu omicron, that is, immediately apprehending and recollecting, nu alpha mu iota mu nu sigma kappa epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, thetis working toward apprehension, men 86b34. Such attainment is possible because of the latent presence within us of divine reality. What the argument shows is that the divine, paradigmatic forms are in us, for without them we could not think at all or make any identifying judgments about what we perceive. The very intelligible identities which are the reality of things must belong intrinsically to the soul, for otherwise we could never come to know them and thus would not be capable of intellect. A soul that never sees the truth tau nu lambda theta epsilon iota alpha nu will not come to this, i.e., human shape. For a human being must understand what is said according to form, going from many sense perceptions to a one taken together by reasoning, but this is recollection of the things our soul saw when, traveling with a god, it looked down on the things that we now say are, and raised its head up to that which really is tau nu tau omega, PhDr 249b5c4. Just as, in the meno, the real conclusion of the argument for recollection is that the truth of beings is always in the soul, men 86b12, so, in the Phaedo, the conclusion is that intelligible reality is ours mu epsilon tau rho alpha nu omicron sigma alpha nu, PhD 76e12. Since intellect, that is, intellectual apprehension, just is the possession of the forms, it follows that reality, as intelligible, lies not outside of but within such apprehension, and hence within us in so far as we have intellect. The real point of the story of recollection, then, is not literal, temporal pre-existence, but rather interiority. We do not take in divine, intelligible being from outside, but find it within ourselves. Like the discarnate afterlife, the discarnate pre-life is a mythic representation of the higher, divine mode of apprehension that is possible for us, and which we must discover as a higher, divine dimension of the self, our share in what is divine and eternal, and in that non-temporal sense our share in immortality. 26. Understood in this way, the myth of recollection is not, as it is often said to be, entirely absent from the Republic. In the cave parable, after remarking that the prisoners are like us, Socrates asks, "Do you suppose that they see anything of themselves and each other except the shadows cast by the fire on the cave wall in front of them?" Republic 5:15-5:8. The prisoners see not only the shadows of the puppets but also shadows of themselves, and take these for their true selves. The implication of this is that to turn around and ascend out of the cave, to come to know intelligible reality rather than merely sensible appearance, is also to return to oneself, to come to know the true self, the divinity within. As in the myth of recollection, knowledge of reality coincides with self-knowledge. Thus, as we are told in the Phaedo, there is an equal necessity that those things, i.e., the forms, exist and that our souls exist before we are born. PhD 76E56. Recognizing the soul's pre-existence as a metaphor for its intrinsic possession of divine, intelligible being, we can see that these positions are equally necessary because they are in fact two sides of the same understanding of reality. The existence of forms is an expression of the intelligibility of being. As intelligible, as form, being is not set apart from intellectual apprehension as an extrinsic object, but is given to and is thus within such apprehension as its content. This is implied by the very term do, look. Conversely, as a seeing, intellectual apprehension is not set apart from being as an extrinsic subject, but is rather the possession of being. Thus both the account of being gas form on the account of knowledge as recollection represent not an extrinsic duality but rather an intrinsic belonging together of intellect and being. Just to the extent that we have intellect, we do not see being, or the forms, as it were, from outside, but find it within ourselves and are intimately united with it. Plato frequently expresses this togetherness of the intellectual soul with intelligible being as a sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha, a being with the forms. In the Phaedo, he uses this term to refer both to the unphilosophical soul's association with the body and to the philosophical soul's communion with intelligible divine reality, e.g., PhD 81c5, 83e3, see also 68a67. This word, signifying most literally being with or being together, expresses a wide range of meanings, from social to educational to sexual association, and was used by the Greeks to refer, among other things, to the relationship, at once educational and sexual, between rho alpha sigma tau and rho mu epsilon nu omicron. Plato's usage of it often has strongly erotic connotations. In the seventh letter, 341c6, it refers to a philosophically transformed version of the rho alpha sigma tau rho mu epsilon nu omicron relationship. In the Symposium, the party itself is referred to as a sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha, SYMP 172c1, 173a4, b3, 27, and in the culmination of Diotima's speech she first uses this term in its erotic sense, with regard to the youths whom lovers are eager to see and be with rho nu tau epsilon tau pi alpha iota delta iota kappa kappa alpha sigma upsilon nu tau epsilon, and again to behold and be with theta epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, kappa alpha sigma upsilon nu alpha iota, SYMP 211d68, and then applies it to the philosopher's relationship with the form of the beautiful itself. Do you think, then, that it would be a poor life for a man, looking at and beholding that in the way that is necessary, and being with sigma upsilon nu tau omicron it? Or do you not think, that only there will it come about for him, seeing the beautiful by that to which it is visible, to beget not images of virtues, in that he is not laying hold of an image, but true virtue, in that he is laying hold of what is true tau omicron lambda eta theta omicron. SYMP 211E4 212 5. The intellectual soul's relation to intelligible being, then, is no mere extrinsic looking at, but is rather an intimate communion, a possession, a mingling or joining represented by the image of sexual union. Indeed, Plato is by no means exclusively wedded to the ocular metaphor for knowledge. He frequently presents knowledge not only under the metaphor of vision but also under those of touching, holding, sexual union, and eating. 28 Thus in the Symposium the philosopher can beget, tau kappa tau epsilon iota nu, true virtue because he lays hold of, phi alpha pi tau omicron mu nu, the beautiful itself. Likewise in the Phaedo, we are told that the philosopher's soul touches or lays hold of, phi alpha pi tau omicron mu nu eta, phd 796, divine reality, and that it is nourished, tau rho epsilon phi omicron mu nu eta, by the true and divine, phd 84a 8b1. In the Phaedrus, the soul not only sees but is nourished, phd r tau rho epsilon phi omicron mu nu eta, 247d2, tau rho phi epsilon tau alpha iota, 247d4, and feasts on, phd r sigma tau iota alpha theta epsilon sigma alpha, 247e3, true being. In Republic 9 Plato gives an extended description to the soul's being nourished by and filled with intelligible reality, Republic 585b9 586b4, such expressions implying that intelligible reality is the food, and thus the very content, of the intellectual soul, indicate a far more intimate union than a mere extrinsic gaze. The images of touching, eating, and sexual union are drawn together in the Republic. It is natural that the true lover of learning strives toward that which is, tau nu, and does not remain with each of the many things that are opined delta omicron xi alpha zeta omicron mu nu omicron iota to be, but proceeds and does not dull or cease from love rho omega tau omicron until he grasps psi alpha sigma theta alpha iota the nature of each thing which is by that in the soul to which it is proper to lay hold phi pi tau epsilon sigma theta alpha iota of this proper, as akin, having approached and coupled mu iota gamma epsilon with that which really is tau nu tau iota nu tau omega, having begotten gamma epsilon nu sigma alpha intellect and truth nu omicron nu kappa alpha alpha lambda theta epsilon iota alpha nu, he knows and truly lives and is nourished tau rho phi omicron iota tau omicron. Republic 490 8b6, intellect, that is, the soul's apprehension of being, and truth, that is, being sun hiddenness to the soul ari engendered togatharin theorata communion the sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha oft hot andreality. Far from thinking of knowledge as an objectifying gaze of the soul upon the forms as intelligible objects extrinsic to itself, Plato understands intellectual apprehension rather as a being with the forms, a possessing of being as its very content, and, correspondingly, being, or the forms, as contained within intellectual apprehension the truth of being Sisselwaisen the soul, men.86b12, and intelligible reality is ours, phd 761. 7. The good. Plato's presentation of the good as the first principle of knowledge and of being must be understood in terms of this conjugal togetherness. The analogy of the good to the sun is introduced by the observation that light is the yoke that yokes together sight and that which is seen, by no small idea. Then, the sense of sight and the power of being seen are yoked zeta gamma eta sigma alpha nu, by a more precious yoke zeta upsilon gamma than those by which other things are yoked together sigma upsilon zeta epsilon xi epsilon omega nu, if light is not worthless, Republic 507e6 508a2. The center of the analogy, pointed up by the threefold use of the term yoke, is the joining together of the seeing and the seen. Plato's image is that of two oxen united under a common yoke, or indeed of two people united in wedlock. 29. Like any act of consciousness, seeing is an overcoming of separation, a joining, a coming together, of self and reality, a togetherness of seeing and the seen. To see something is to have that thing present to oneself as the content of one's visual awareness. But in the absence of light, things in the world and the power of sight cannot come together, which is to say that there is no seeing and nothing is seen. By providing light, the sun enables the joining, the togetherness of vision and visible things, and in this sense causes, alpha tau iota sigma theta alpha iota, Republic 508a4, both seeing and being seen. Plato continues, this, then, say I called the offspring of the good, which the good begot as an analogue to itself, what that i.e., the good is in the intelligible place, with regard to intellect and the things that are thought tau epsilon nu omicron nu kappa alpha tau nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha, this i.e., the sun is in the visible, with regard to sight and the things that are seen, Republic 508b12c2. The sun is thus analogous to the good in that the good provides the yoking together, the sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha, of intellectual apprehension, nu omicron, and intelligible contents, tau nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha, and thus enables there to be any intellection and any intelligible reality. In what way, then, is the good the source of this togetherness, of knowing and being known, and therefore, since to be is to be intelligible, of reality itself? For Plato the good of anything consists in the harmonious integration of its multiple components into a coherent whole, enabling it to function as a single thing which is not merely the sum of its parts. 30 In the Republic itself, for example, the good for the city and for the soul is the harmonious binding together of the parts of each so that it acts as one whole rather than as many things, e.g., Republic 422e2 423c4, 443d1e2. Soto in the Timaeus the divine intellect makes the cosmos as good as possible by binding together the elements, through mathematical proportion, into a unified whole, Tim 31b8c4, 32b3c2. In the Phaedo, arguing that if the cosmos is intelligently arranged then it is ordered with a view to what is best, Plato rebukes those who offer merely mechanistic accounts of natural phenomena by pointing out that they do not seek the power for these things to be established as well as possible as they are in fact set down, nor do they consider it to have any divine force delta alpha iota mu omicron nu alpha nu sigma chi nu, and they think that the good and the ought do not bind together and hold together tau gamma alpha theta nu kappa alpha delta omicron nu sigma upsilon nu delta epsilon nu kappa alpha sigma upsilon nu chi epsilon iota nu anything, as truly they do, PhD 99c16. And in the Philebus, a central theme of which is the combination of a multiplicity of elements into a single whole, we are told that what is most precious, tau iota mu iota tau alpha tau omicron nu, Philosophy 6.4c5, in such a mixture, and what renders it dear, pyro omicron sigma phi iota lambda, Philosophy 6.4c6, is measure, for this is what makes the difference between a coherent, integrated, unified whole and a mere collection. Every combination which does not somehow possess measure and the nature symmetry of necessity destroys its components and, above all, itself, for such a thing will be not a combination but, truly, an uncombined collocation omicron delta gamma rho kappa rho sigma iota lambda tau iota kappa rho alpha tau omicron sigma upsilon mu pi epsilon phi omicron rho mu nu eta, bringing disaster to whatever things are contained in it. Philosophy 64d9e3. This integrating measure is manifested as the beauty and the excellence of the mixture. Now the power of the good has taken refuge for us in the nature of the beautiful, for measureliness and proportion happen everywhere to become beauty and excellence. Philosophy 64e57. Consequently, therefore, if we cannot capture the good in one form, let us say, taking it with three, beauty and proportion and truth, that this, as one, 31 we would most rightly hold responsible for what is in the mixture, and that through this such a thing comes to be good. Philosophy 65a15. The conclusion, then, is that the good for anything is the integration, the binding together, of many components into one complex whole, and is manifest in that whole at once as its beauty, its proportion, and its truth. It is the latter term, truth, that comes to the fore in the analogy of the sun to the good. When the soul fixes itself on that which truth and being lambda theta epsilon iota tau epsilon kappa alpha tau nu shines on, it has thought and known nu omicron sigma nu tau epsilon kappa alpha gamma nu omega this and appears to have intellect nu omicron nu chi epsilon iota nu. But when it fixes itself on what is mixed with darkness what comes tobe and passes away, it opines and estimed change in opinions upandown and seems thenata havi intellect. Say, then, that this, which provides truth to the things that are known and gives power to that which knows, is the idea of the good. Republic 508d4e3. As we have seen, what is most true, PhD 65e2, of a thing is its form, that is, its intelligible whatness, that in it which is given to intellectual apprehension and in terms of which it can be identified at all. But only in virtue of the good, that is, unity as integration, does anything have such an identity. It is the coherent arrangement or coordination, the binding together of the parts into a single functional whole, that makes many pieces of wood, for example, to be a bed, rather than just so many pieces of wood. So too, it is the integration of many elements, tissues, and members into a single living organism that makes something a tree, or a dog, rather than an incoherent jumble of unconnected stuffs. This integration is its good, as what enables it to function and thus to be itself, the one identifiable thing that it is, at all. 32 In every case, the integration of parts into one coherent whole makes a thing what it is, gives it an intelligible whatness, provides not only its beauty but its truth, its formal identity. Without integration, which is the good for all things, then there would be no forms, no intelligible identities in things, nothing there in them for thought to grasp, and so no intellectual apprehension and no reality of anything. 33 Thus, as the sun provides light, which is the yoking together of seeing and the seen, and without which there is neither seeing nor anything seen, so the good provides truth and being. Republic 508d5, the yoking together of thinking and that which is thought, of nu omicron and the nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha, without which there is neither intellectual apprehension nor anything apprehended, any intelligible content, any reality. Here once more we find the pairing and virtual identification of truth and being, the two terms together governing a singular verb. Just before the analogy of the sun, Plato reminds us that the forms are the being of all things. Republic 507b27. Thus truth, as intelligible identity, is the being of anything, for without this whatness the thing would have no intelligibility and would not be anything. And the good is what lets things have such identity or truth, and so lets them have any being, that is, be anything at all. Just as without light provided by the sun there would be no actually visible world, so without truth, the intelligibility provided by the good, there would be no reality. Therefore, say that not only is their being known present to the things that are known by the good, but also that their being and reality tau epsilon nu alpha iota tau epsilon kappa alpha tau nu omicron sigma alpha nu come to them by it. Republic 509b68. The good, as what lets there by any form in anything, is what lets there be reality. Without the good, there would be no truth, no looks in things for thought to apprehend. Things would have no intelligible whatnesses, and so nothing would be anything. In the absence of the good, therefore, reality itself would vanish, just as in the absence of light visible things disappear. 34 This is exactly why the sophistic denial of absolute values leads to the nihilistic reduction of reality to appearance, of divine knowledge to human opinion. Without truth and being provided by the good, as Plato says, the soul does not have intellect and so cannot know but can only opine. Republic 508d49. To say that the good provides truth and being means that the good lets there be any real whatness to things, and so any distinction between knowledge and opinion, between reality and appearance, and thus lets there be any reality at all. 35 The good, as measure, unifies all things, and without its divine force, PhD 99c23, not God but man would be the measure of all things. There would be no truth of things, and so no reality. Thus, as Plato says, not only does the good provide truth to the things that are known and power to that which knows, and is itself therefore more beautiful than knowledge and truth, Republic 508e46, as their enabling condition, but indeed, the very being and reality oft hat which is not merely opined but known, that is, the intelligible whatnesses of things, comes to them by the good. For this reason, the good is not reality omicron kappa omicron sigma alpha, but passes even beyond reality pi kappa epsilon iota nu alpha tau omicron sigma alpha in seniority pi rho epsilon sigma beta epsilon in power. Republic 509b810. The meaning of these claim is both more exact and less mysterious than it is often found to be, and depends on a precise understanding of the term omicron sigma alpha. Omicron sigma alpha, that is, reality as intelligible, is form, the intelligible identities that show up in things, making them what they are. The good, then, is not omicron sigma alpha, that is, not included among these as any one distinct intelligible whatness in virtue of which things differ from each other. Rather, as the enabling condition whereby anything has any unity, any integrity, any intelligible identity, and so any truth or reality at all, the good is more fundamental than form or reality itself. In just this sense the good is not form, not reality, but prior to, or, as Plato puts it, senior to it and superior in power. Thus when Plato refers to the good as an delta alpha, which would ordinarily mean an intelligible form, the term delta alpha cannot bear its usual sense. The precise and emphatic statement that the good is omicron kappa omicron sigma alpha rules this out. The good may be called an delta alpha in, as it were, an analogous sense, in that unity as integrity is a common look which is displayed by many things, and indeed must be displayed by all things just in so far as they are anything at all. But it is clear that the good is not merely one such look among or alongside the others. 36. The analogy of the sun expresses just this. The sun, Plato remarks, is not only the cause of sight, but is also seen by it. Republic 508b910. So too, the good is not only the principle or condition of intellectual apprehension and of being as that which is apprehended, but is itself known by intellect. But just as seeing the sun is very different from seeing any of the things that it illuminates, so the good is given to intellect in a radically different way from all other intelligible contents. The sun is not visible in the same way as other things. We cannot look directly at it, except, indeed, when it is partially obscured by clouds, that is, when it is not completely unhidden, and we cannot precisely pin it down, pick it out, discern just where the sun ends and something else begins. Likewise, the good is indeed, as Plato repeatedly says, known by intellect, not by some other faculty, but not in the same way as the other forms. The good must be recognized by intellect not as this one distinct intelligible content, but rather as the principle of all such contents. It is in this sense that we should understand the subsequent passages in which Plato refers to the good as the brightest of being tau omicron nu tau omicron tau phi alpha nu tau alpha tau omicron nu, 518c9, and the happiest of being tau epsilon delta alpha iota mu omicron nu sigma tau alpha tau omicron nu tau omicron nu tau omicron, Republic 526e34, and as the best in beings tau omicron rho sigma tau omicron upsilon nu tau omicron omicron sigma iota, Republic 532c56. In the two former phrases, the singular rather than plural form of being, nu, may suggest that they mean not the brightest or happiest of beings, i.e., that being which, among all other beings, is brightest or happiest, but rather that which is brighter or happier than any and every being. 37. Likewise, the third phrase need not mean the best among beings but can mean rather that which, in beings, is best, i.e., that in virtue of which beings are good, just as, at Philebus 64c56, the good is referred to as what is most precious in a mixture as that which makes the whole mixture dear. The good is not merely own being one form among theothers but the very luminosity in virtue of which any being, any form, is there to be seen at all. It is what is best in beings as the integration whereby they are beings. However we interpret these formulations, the express and unambiguous phrase omicron kappa omicron sigma alpha, Republic 509b9, is decisive. The good is not the reality of anything, but the enabling condition for the reality of all things. 38. Thus it is not the case that omicron sigma alpha, that is, being as intelligible form, reigns supreme in Plato's Metaphysics. For Plato, being is indeed form, as that which is most true, phd 65e2, or intelligible, of things. But being as form is itself conditioned and therefore secondary, only in virtue of goodness is there any form, truth, or reality in anything. Reality itself, just as intelligible identity, is a result of unity as integration. Ultimately, therefore, not form or reality but the good, which is not omicron sigma alpha, not reality but beyond reality, is the first principle on which all intelligibility, and thus all reality, depends. In the Timaeus, Plato offers a story, mu theta omicron nu, Tim 292, of the making, or more precisely the construction, of the sensible cosmos by a god who is identified as intellect, nu omicron, Tim 39b7, 474, and is characterized as the craftsman, delta eta mu iota omicron upsilon rho gamma, Tim 28a6, 29a3, of the cosmos. Although only the Timaeus provides a detailed account of this construction, the figure of the divine, demiurgic intelligence is not unique to this dialogue but occurs in many others as well. In the Phaedo, Plato speaks with approval of Anaxagoras' idea that intellect is the orderer and cause of all things, phd 97 c12, 39, and punningly critiques Anaxagoras because he did not use intellect, phd 98 b89, but gave mechanistic explanations of natural phenomena rather than the teleological explanations that up to followeth world disordered by intellect. The Timaeus can indeed be regarded as Plato's undertaking of what he criticizes Anaxagoras for failing to do, to describe the cosmos, in that it is ordered by divine intelligence, as good and beautiful. The Republic, too, makes reference to the craftsman of the world, Republic 507 c78, 530a6. In the Sophist, the Eleatic stranger remarks that making has two parts, the divine and the human, Sophomore 265b46, and continues, all mortal animals, and the plants that grow on earth from seeds and roots, and the inanimate bodies constituted in earth, surely we shall not say that they came to be after previously not being except by some crafting god theta epsilon omicron delta eta mu iota omicron upsilon rho gamma omicron nu tau omicron. 265c15. He then says, I will affirm that the things that are called by nature are made by divine art theta epsilon tau chi nu, Sophomore 265e2. The idea that the cosmos is ordered by divine intelligence plays a major role in the statesman, the Philebus, and the laws as well, and is evidently a consistent and prominent aspect of Plato's vision of the world. 40. What distinguishes craftsmanship from other modes of production, such as mechanical causation or biological procreation, is that a craftsman works intelligently, arranging his material according to a pattern, a plan or design, a paradigm, that is grasped by thought. So, for instance, in the Critylus, Plato remarks that a carpenter makes a shuttle looking to beta lambda pi omega nu, the form tau epsilon delta omicron, which is what a shuttle is, Crat 389a6b6. Likewise, in the Republic, Plato depicts the philosopher king as an artist or craftsman. Delta eta mu iota omicron upsilon rho gamma nu, Republic 500d6, and says that such people, in painting a virtuous city and virtuous souls, would look pi omicron beta lambda pi omicron iota epsilon nu in either direction toward the just and beautiful and moderate and all such things by nature, i.e., the forms justice, beauty, etc., and toward what they are making in humans, Republic 501b14. In Republic X, the craftsman, delta eta mu iota omicron upsilon rho gamma, of a table or a bed makes each by looking, beta lambda pi omega nu, to the form, delta alpha nu, of each, Republic 596b68. For Plato, then, artistic production or craftsmanship, demiurgy, is always a matter of looking to an intelligible paradigm and arranging the products so that it becomes animageofit. Tosa e then that THIRD-WORLDISM a work of divine craftsmanship is to say that, just as a work of human art reflects the paradigm that the artist beholds in his mind, so the cosmos expresses, or is an image of, the intelligible paradigm that the divine intellect apprehends. Having been generated thus, it was crafted delta epsilon delta eta mu iota omicron rho gamma eta tau alpha iota according to Thitwicus apprehended pi epsilon rho iota lambda eta pi tau nu biria sonan thoughtandis always the same. These things being the case again there is a very necessity thought these cosmos is an image of something, Tim 29:6b2. To this extent, the myth of the making of the cosmos may be read as a presentation in story form of the idea that sensible things are images of divine, intelligible paradigms or forms. Whereas other dialogues usually discuss particular things as images of certain forms, e.g. large things as images of largeness or beautiful things as images of beauty, the Timaeus presents the sensible world, taken all together as one whole, as an image of the forms taken all together as one whole. This is not to say that the figure of the demiurge himself is purely mythic. The forms taken as a whole arithetotalatio falthetus given tot hotand are thus the content of intellectual apprehension. To say that the world reflects the forms is thus to say that it reflects nu omicron, or intellect. Conversely, as we have seen, intellectual apprehension is the possession of and thus is together with intelligible reality. Unlike a human soul, which is not purely intellectual but may be said, in one of Plato's favorite phrases, to have intellect and thus to share in divinity to a greater or lesser extent just in so far as it apprehends intelligible reality, the demiurge just is intellect, which is to say that he is intellectual apprehension or intelligence itself. As such, therefore, he coincides or is together with the forms. A human craftsman, e.g., an architect, does not discover a blueprint extrinsic to himself and construct a house according to it. Rather, the pattern, the paradigm of the house, is in his mind as his idea, the content of his thought. If the architect is not altogether one with his idea, this is because it is not the case that a human architect is nothing but the thinking of this paradigm. The demiurge of the cosmos, on the other hand, is nothing but thinking, nothing but intellectual apprehension itself, and thus is one with that which it thinks, that is, intelligible reality, the paradigm of the cosmos. Plato consistently presents the relation between craftsman and paradigm in just this way. In the Republic, explaining why only the philosopher is suited to rule the city, he points out that the lovers of sight and sounds, having no clear paradigm in their soul mu eta delta nu alpha rho gamma nu tau psi upsilon chi omicron nu tau epsilon pi alpha rho delta epsilon iota gamma mu alpha, cannot, as painters do, looking to pi omicron beta lambda pi omicron nu tau epsilon what is most true, always referring thither and beholding it as precisely as possible, thus establish here laws concerning beautiful and just and good things, Republic 484 c7d2. This implies that the philosopher, on the other hand, insofar as he knows the forms or is intellectual, does have such a clear, that is, intelligible, paradigm in his soul. Thus Plato subsequently remarks that philosopher seeing and beholding things that are ordered and always the same, neither wronging nor being wronged by each other, being all in order according to reason, imitates these things and is likened to them as far as possible. Or do you suppose there is any way in which someone can consort mu iota lambda epsilon with what he admires without becoming like it? Then the philosopher, consorting mu iota lambda nu with what is divine and orderly, becomes as orderly and divine as is possible for a man, Republic 500 c2d1. The term that Plato twice uses here to describe the relation between the philosopher and the divine reality that he beholds is mu iota lambda epsilon nu, which, much like sigma upsilon nu epsilon nu alpha iota, signifies anything from social to marital to sexual togetherness. 41 It is at this point that Socrates depicts the philosopher as a craftsman who looks to the forms and paints the virtuous city and souls using the divine paradigm, Republic 500 d6e4. Significantly, these two passages occur shortly before and shortly after the graphic account of the philosopher's soul coupling with and being nourished by being, Republic 498b7. In describing the philosopher as a demiurge, then, Plato indicates that his soul is in communion, mu iota lambda alpha, with the intelligible paradigm to which it looks, and that this paradigm, as that which he sees intellectually, is not separate from but is in his soul. So, in the Timaeus, we are told that the demiurge of the cosmos, or God, looked to, beta lambda epsilon pi epsilon nu, Tim 29a3, the eternal, intelligible paradigm in making the world. As we have seen, this ocular metaphor for intellectual apprehension implies not an extrinsic subject-object relationship but rather the yoking or togetherness of knowing and the known, the seeing is with the seen and the seen is in the seeing. Thus, as Plato here says, the paradigm is apprehended, pi epsilon rho iota lambda eta pi tau nu, Tim 29a7, that is, more liter. Ally, embraced or surrounded, by thought. The demiurge and the forms, then, are united in the sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha of intellectual apprehension and intelligible content. The forms, taken all together as the totality of all possible thought contents, 42 constitute thought itself, that is, the demiurge. The world, we may say, reflects intelligence, which is both the act of thinking, i.e. God or the demiurge, and that which is thought, i.e. the forms or the paradigm. 43. In this way we can understand Plato's references to the paradigm of the cosmos as the intelligible living thing, Tim 391, and as the living thing, of which the other living things are parts. For that i.e., that living thing possesses all the intelligible living things, embracing them in itself nu alpha upsilon tau pi epsilon rho iota lambda alpha beta nu, Tim 30c38. We should note Plato's use here of pi epsilon rho iota lambda alpha mu beta nu omega, the same term employed just before, at 29a7, to refer to the paradigm as apprehended by thought. If the forms were inert, lifeless objects, extrinsic to the living intelligence that sees them, how could they be living? But if we recognize that the seen, or known, is not outside of the seeing or knowing, these references make perfect sense. The forms are living as the contents of living intelligence, of thought itself. Thus in the Timaeus Plato characterizes the paradigm in a variety of ways. First he calls it that which is changeless and is apprehended or embraced/surrounded by reason and thought, Tim 29a6b1. A few lines later he says that the demiurge wanted all things to become as like himself pi alpha rho alpha pi lambda sigma iota alpha alpha upsilon tau as possible, Tim 293, suggesting that the cosmos is an image of the demiurge himself. Next he calls the paradigm the living thing of which all other intelligible living things are parts, Tim 30c36. Taken together, these passages suggest that the forms, the demiurge, and the intelligible living thing are different ways of referring to the same paradigmatic reality. In that the sensible cosmos is an image of intelligible being, or the forms, it is a likeness of the demiurge himself, because these forms are the content of intellectual apprehension. As such it is an image of the intelligible living thing, Tim 391, for the paradigm thus unites, in indissoluble togetherness, the act of thinking and that which is thought. Just as an image of the forms, the world is an image of living intelligence itself. Here again we may see Plato's metaphysics as a development of Parmenides' dictum, the same is for thinking and for being, or, alternatively, thinking and being are the same, b3. 9. The motion of intellect. In the Sophist, which is closely linked to the Timaeus through its reference to the natural world as the work of a crafting god and of divine art, Sophomore 265c5, e2, Plato expressly ridicules the conception of the forms as inert, lifeless objects. The friends of the forms, Sophomore 248a4, we are told, say that by the body through sensation we commune with becoming, but through reasoning, by the soul, with real reality, which you say is always the same, while becoming is different at different times, Sophomore 248a1013. The Eleatic stranger takes the supposed changelessness of real reality to mean that, according to the friends of the forms, it neither does, delta rho nu, Sophomore 248c5, pi omicron iota epsilon nu, Sophomore 248c8, nor undergoes, pi sigma chi epsilon iota nu, Sophomore 248c8, any activity. He then points out that if knowing and being known are things done and undergone, Sophomore 248d4e4, these would therefore, according to the friends, be excluded from reality, and exclaims, but, by Zeus! Shall we easily be persuaded that, truly, motion and life and soul and thought are not present in that which completely is tau pi alpha nu tau epsilon lambda nu tau iota, that it neither lives nor thinks, but, solemn and holy, not having intellect, it is standing unmoved. This, Theaetetus replies, would be a dreadful thing to say delta epsilon iota nu nu, lambda gamma omicron nu, sophomore 248 E6 249 A3. To avoid this conclusion, we must somehow admit into that which completely is intellect, life, soul, and hence, in some sense, motion. In developmental readings of Plato, this argument is often taken to mean that, contrary to the doctrine of the Middle Dialogues, Plato is now including not only changeless, lifeless, intelligible forms but also living, changing things into the realm of being. 44. On this interpretation, tau pi alpha nu tau epsilon lambda nu tau iota must be understood to mean being as a whole, and motion is admitted into reality in the sense that being as a whole includes living and changing things in addition to changeless forms. To support this reading, the text of sophomore 249b5-6 is amended through the insertion of the word pi nu tau omega nu 45. So the titrades, it turns out that if all beings are unmoved then there is no intellect about anything anywhere, implying that, on the contrary, some beings must be moved. According to this interpretation, the argument continues with the observation that if, on the other hand, all beings are moved, then likewise there can be no intellect. Sophomore 249b8c5, for intellectual knowledge must be knowledge of changeless realities. Some beings, then, must be unmoved. The conclusion therefore is that being gontheal, sophomore 249d4, must include both immovable forms and moving things. But this interpretation cannot be sustained. 46. First, tau pi alpha nu tau epsilon lambda nu tau iota means not being as a whole but rather that which completely is. Pi alpha nu tau epsilon lambda is an adverb expressing degree or intensity of being, not an adjective expressing inclusivity. 47. Indeed, this is precisely the same phrase that Plato uses at Republic 477a3 to refer to the forms, or intelligible reality, identifying it as that which is completely knowable. So too, here in the Sophist, it refers to the intelligible as the wholly real. If motion were allowed into reality only in the sense that not forms alone but also moving things are beings, then the forms themselves would remain inert and lifeless, not having intellect. Sophomore 249a2. 48. Butitus precisely this view of intelligible reality ofta forms, that Plato is here mocking and rejecting, and which is contradicted in the Timaeus Oswell whereth paradigm of t cosmosis identified as the intelligible living thing, Tim 391. The whole point of the stranger's argument is that intelligible being itself must in some sense involve life, thought, and motion. The unwarranted insertion of fat sophomore 249b5 is nothing but a flagrant case of altering the text to make it say what a certain interpretation requires. What the stranger actually says is, it turns out that if beings are immovable kappa iota nu tau omega nu then there is no intellect about anything anywhere. Sophomore 249b5-6. The point is not that some beings must be moved, but that beings in general, intelligible reality as a whole, must be moved, if there is to be intellect. Thus in the next speech, pi nu tau does not modify nu tau alpha, thereby suggesting that it ought to be included in the previous speech as well, but is rather substituted as an equivalent of nu tau alpha, and if, again, all things pi nu tau are born about and moved, on this account too we will take away the same thing, i.e., intellect from beings. Sophomore 249b8-10. The stranger points out that in order to allow for intellectual knowledge, beings must, on the one hand, in some sense be moved, while all things, that is, the very same things, beings must, on the other hand, in some sense also be immovable. The equivalence of nu tau alpha and pi nu tau alpha, referring to all beings taken together, is indicated bathichiastic soft he terms, and in the conclusion of the argument, to the philosopher, it is necessary, for these reasons, neither to accept, from those who assert either one or many forms, that the all tau pi nu is static, nor, again, to listen at all to those who in every way pi alpha nu tau alpha chi move being tau nu, but rather to say, as in the children's prayer, that being, and the all tau nu tau epsilon kappa alpha tau pi nu is as many things as are immovable and in motion sigma alpha kappa nu eta tau alpha kappa epsilon kappa iota nu eta mu nu alpha, both together, sophomore 249 C10 D4. Here the singular tau pi nu replaces nu tau omega nu of 249 B5, and the singular tau nu replaces pi nu tau of 249 B8. The equivalence of these terms is then confirmed by their repetition in the explicit hendiatus tau nu tau epsilon kappa alpha tau pi nu, being, that is, the all. Thus the question to which the answer is both is not, does being consist of immovable things or of moving things, but rather, is being as a singular totality immovable or moving? Only this reading makes sense of the comparison to the children's prayer, which implies a demand for two things that at least apparently exclude each other, a demand, as we say, to eat your cake and have it too. Even if the children's prayer means only a demand for both of two offered alternatives, it still implies an insistence on both when it seems that we are required to choose one or the other. If the conclusion were merely that some beings are immovable and others are moving, there would be no paradox or apparent contradiction, no seemingly exclusive choice. Thus we are told that the philosopher, like a child demanding to have it both ways, must say, not, as the text is often translated, that being is both the things that are immovable and the things that are in motion, but rather that it is as many things as are immovable and in motion, both together. The pronoun sigma alpha is not repeated, thus again suggesting that it is the same things that must be both immovable, in some sense, and moving, in some sense. This accords with the requirement to reject the claim that being is in motion in every way. Pi alpha nu tau alpha chi, sophomore 249 D2. The conclusion, therefore, is not that being consists both of things that are immovable and of things that are moving, but that being consists of things that are both immovable and moving. 49. How then is this seeming contradiction to be resolved? Let us note that the only motion that is actually demanded by the argument and attributed to being is the intellectual activity of knowing and being known, a kind of motion, in the sense of doing and undergoing, that need not involve change in the sense of alteration over time. The motion ascribed here to that which completely is, sophomore 249A2, therefore, is what Plato in the Laws calls the motion of intellect nu omicron kappa nu eta sigma iota, Laws 897 D3, that is, the activity of intellectual apprehension, a motion which is not a change and which is represented by the image of a sphere rotating in a fixed location, Laws 898 A3b3. This image perfectly captures the non-contradictory coinciding of motion and rest. The entire sphere is at once completely moving and completely stationary. The children's prayer is granted. Aristotle will later coin the term neuro gamma epsilon iota alpha to refer to an activity which is not a movement, kappa nu eta sigma iota, toward a not yet achieved end, and, significantly, will take seeing and knowing as his prime examples of such activities. Met. Theta.6, 1048b 1835. Plato's terminology is different in that he uses the word kappa nu eta sigma iota to cover both motion in the sense of change and the changeless activity of intellect, but the image of the rotating sphere, as well as the argument in the Sophist, make it clear that what he means by the motion and life of true reality is what Aristotle would call not motion, kappa nu eta sigma iota, but the activity, neuro gamma epsilon iota alpha, of intellect. 50. This motion, therefore, does not violate the timeless immutability of the forms as intelligible ideas. The Sophist's attribution of motion, life, and intellect to that which completely is, sophomore 249A2, then, is best understood in conjunction with the Timaeus account of the paradigm of the cosmos as the intelligible living thing, Tim 391, and with Plato's many presentations of knowledge as a being together of the knowing and the known, of thinking and reality. The forms, taken all together as one whole, are living, in that they are the content of, and in this sense one with, living intelligence itself. Interpreted in this way, the view of the forms expressed in the Sophist is not an isolated statement at odds with the changelessness of true being that Plato insists on elsewhere, but rather accords with all his treatments of thought and being. The myth of recollection, as we saw, says that the forms are found not outside the soul but within it insofar as it is intellectual. The truth of beings is always in the soul, Men 86b12, and intelligible reality is ours, PhD 76e12. Pure intellect itself, therefore, just is the containing, the possessing, the apprehension, of the forms. Again, Plato's use of touching, eating, and sexual union as images for knowledge show that he does not think of it as a detached gaze of the soul upon inert objects extrinsic to itself, but, on the contrary, as an overcoming of any externality between knower and known. The latter two images, especially, suggest not merely no distance, but less than zero distance, between intellect and being. These metaphors thus represent a coinciding in which the two are joined in such a way that they occupy, as it were, the same space and so are together sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha. It is significant that Plato uses the same expression, delta epsilon iota nu lambda gamma omicron nu, to characterize both the denial of life to being in the Sophist, 249a3, and the denunciation of rho omega in the Phaedrus, 242d4. The human soul has an intrinsically erotic orientation toward being, and this rho omega drives its movement toward the togetherness with being which is knowledge. Hence these two delta epsilon nu omicron iota lambda gamma omicron iota are in fact one and the same. The repudiation of rho omega is the separation of soul and life from being. As we see in the Republic, 498b7, intellect and truth, apprehension and being apprehended, are begotten in the erotic communion of soul and being. The forms are inseparable from soul, life, and intellect in that they are the very contents of intellectual apprehension, not nu omicron mu alpha tau alpha, mere concepts or products of thought, a proposal that is ruled out at Parm. 132b7c11, butan things that are thought. Thus it is not the view of the forms as one with living intelligence, but rather the common misconception of the forms as inert, lifeless objects, that is at odds with Plato's regular and consistent understanding of the nature of true being. 51. According to the Timaeus, a full account of the cosmos as an image of the forms requires a discussion not only of the intelligible paradigm, or being, and the sensible images, or becoming, but also of what Plato calls the receptacle of all becoming, Tim 49a5-6. The later development of this idea in the philosophical tradition from Aristotle onwards may incline us to think of the receptacle as matter, lambda eta, but in fact neither this term nor the concept it expresses is genuinely Platonic. Matter, as a metaphysical category, is conceived on the analogy of the stuff that a thing is made out of, e.g. wood, whence the term lambda eta, clay, etc. But this is not how Plato presents the receptacle. It is not that out of which sensible things are made, but rather that in which they occur, the nature which receives all bodies, Tim 50b6. As such it is not itself a part or a metaphysical component of bodies. Bodies, for Plato, are not composites of form and receptacle, but are rather nothing but images or appearances of forms. The things that enter into and depart from the receptacle are imitations of the eternal beings, Tim 50c4-5. Hence it is inappropriate to speak of material things in the context of Plato's metaphysics. We should always use instead the expression sensible things, which refers to the mode in which they are given to awareness rather than to a component of them which is other than form. Timaeus summarizes account of forms sensibles and receptaclethus. It must be admitted that one kind is that which is always the same in form, ungenerated and indestructible, neither receiving into itself anything other from without nor itself going into any other, invisible and otherwise insensible, that which it falls to intellect to investigate. A second is that which has the same name and is like this, sensible, generated, always borne along, coming to be in some place nu iota tau pi and again perishing from it, apprehended by opinion with sensation. A third kind, again, is space which always is, not admitting corruption, providing a seat delta rho alpha nu for all things that have becoming, Tim 52a1b1. The receptacle, then is the place, tau pi omicron, for the images of forms that constitute sensible things, and is therefore identified as the space, chi rho alpha, in which they occur. Sensible things, unlike the forms themselves by themselves as intelligible ideas, are spatially located. As we have seen, in the Symposium, 211 of 5b2, for example, Plato distinguishes between beauty apprehended itself by itself as a unitary intelligible content, and beauty as it appears in some other, as the beauty of this or that particular thing, and therefore as showing up in some location. Likewise, in the Republic, 476 of 5.7, we are told that each form is one, but appearing everywhere, that is, here and there, in different places, each appears many. Spatial location is thus an aspect of the differentiation of the appearances from one another and from the form as intellectually apprehended itself by itself. Consequently, space, as the seat or receptacle in which these appearances occur, is a dimension of the status of sensible things as differentiated images, or appearances, of unitary forms. Plato concludes the Timaeus with these words, having received and been filled with mortal and immortal living things, thus this cosmos, a visible living thing containing visible ones, image of the intelligible, a sensible God, greatest, best, most beautiful, and most perfect, has come to be, this which is the one only begotten universe, Tim 92c5-9. The expression image of the intelligible is provocatively ambiguous. Does it mean of that which is intelligible, the intelligible in general? Or of the intelligible living thing, implied by antithesis with visible living thing? Or of the intelligible God, implied by antithesis with sensible God? The ambiguity is no doubt deliberate, and there is no need to choose among these alternatives. The intelligible in general, intelligible being as a whole, is itself the intelligible living thing, as the content of intellect which is the intelligible God. This, intellect and the intelligible in their togetherness, is the divine reality of which the sensible world is an image. We must note, finally, how intensely positive Plato's evaluation of the sensible cosmos here is. The world as given to the senses is not, indeed, reality itself, but this does not mean that it is nothing, or that it is worthless. Precisely as exhibiting intelligible whatnesses, as an image of true, divine reality, the cosmos is greatest, best, most beautiful, and most perfect. If we make the mistake at once ethical, epistemic and metaphysical and ens existential of taking its ultimate reality, then, indeed, it becomes an idol, blocking our way to the divine. But this is not world's fault buteron for failing to recognize its image, and so to look beyond it to that which it expresses. Seen as image, the world reflects and presents true, divine being to us, and our experience of it is the starting point for our psychic ascent to the intellectual apprehension of an union with divine reality, with reality which is the divine, and even beyond reality, Republic 509b9, to the good as the source, the enabling condition, of divine reality itself. Chapter 3. Aristotle. 1. The principles of change. While Plato's metaphysics may be said to begin with the problem of sameness and difference, Aristotle's begins with the phenomenon of change. From the outset, therefore, Aristotle no less than Plato is addressing the heritage of Parmenides, who denied both difference and change to reality. Book Alpha of the Physics, in fact, is in large part an explanation, in explicit opposition to the Eleatic philosophers, of how change is possible. Aristotle observes first that any change must involve a pair of contrary characters or attributes, of which one is present before the change and the other after. If, for example, a thing becomes pale, it must previously have been of some color other than pale. Pale comes to be from not pale, and not from everything other than pale, but from dark or what is in between. Physical Alpha. 5, 188-39b2. In general, everything which comes to be from, and everything which passes away into, its contrary or something between. Physical Alpha. 5, 188b23-25. But the contrarius alone, though necessary, are not sufficient to explain change. For in addition to these there must be what Aristotle calls something underlying the contraries. Physical Alpha. 5, 189a29, 189b1, 14, that which is characterized by one of the contraries before the change and by the other after the change. There must, for example, be a man who is first dark and then pale, or wood which first is not a house and later is a house. And this is true even in changes where, instead of something gaining or losing an attribute, a complete thing comes into or goes out of existence, as in the generation or death of a living thing, but that realities 1, 2, and the things that simply are, come to be from something underlying, would become clear to one who investigates. For there is always something which underlies, from which what comes to be, as plants and animals from seed, physical alpha.7, 190b15. Likewise, we may add, when a living thing dies it does not simply blink out, but decomposes into something else. Its identity as a living thing is lost, but its material components are not. Any changeable thing must therefore include something underlying which, unlike either of the contraries, is present both before and after the change. Otherwise, we would not have a thing undergoing change, but rather one thing being annihilated and another thing coming to be out of nothing. It was precisely because Parmenides interpreted change in this way that he argued that it is impossible, since nothing can neither be nor be thought, and to this extent Aristotle is in agreement with him. Physical alpha.8, 191a2333, 191b1315. But Aristotle explains that change can occur because a thing can come from and go to relative, not absolute, non-being, coming from or going to, not nothing, but something that it previously was not. Physical alpha.8, 191a33b17. And this necessarily involves the composition, within the changeable thing, between the character that is gained or lost and the underlying thing that gains or loses it. Thus, Aristotle concludes, that which comes to be is always composite, physical A.7, 190b10, and everything comes to be out of the underlying and thus hape, physical.A.7, 190b 2021, hieraristida theterm, shape, to refer to the character that is gained or lost, but a few lines later, physical A.7, 190b25, 28, he substitutes the more general term epsilon delta omicron, and it is clear that he means not merely shape in a narrow sense but more broadly character or identity, of which shape in the literal sense is only one kind. His first example of a mu omicron rho phi, in fact, is the musical, mu omicron upsilon sigma iota kappa, physical A.7, 190b29, which is obviously an intelligible attribute rather than a literal shape. For Aristotle as for Plato, then, a changeable thing has looks, that is, intelligible characters in virtue of which the thing is what it is, a house, for instance, rather than just wood, a man, rather than just flesh, a musical man, rather than just a man. Things are not merely what they are made out of, but possess forms, looks, intelligible structures or identities without which they would not be what they are. There is a real difference, for example, between a table and a heap of wood, but this difference is nothing material. What distinguishes a table from a heap of wood is not an added material ingredient, but a certain shape, a structure, a form, which the table has and the heap lacks. And this form itself, as a structure or pattern, is not a material thing but an intelligible content and in that sense an idea. But what of the other component, that which underlies the form that is gained or lost? In some cases, as in that of a man becoming musical, this is itself a complete thing, in this case, the man. But in cases where a complete thing comes into or goes out of being, the underlying something is the stuff that the thing is made out of, to which Aristotle gives the name matter, lambda eta. For as bronze to a statue or wood to a bed or the matter to anything else of those which have shape and is shapeless before it receives shape, so this stands to reality and the this something and that which is, physical alpha.7, 191a712. This is a generic term by which he refers, not to any one reality, but to whatever a given changeable thing is made out of. Matter is among those things that are relative to something pyro tau iota, for there is different matter for a different form, physical beta.2, 194b9. Thus we may speak of the matter of something, as the underlying stuff which can have or lack the form by which the thing is what it is, but never of matter just by itself. The underlying nature, or matter, must be known by analogy, Physical Alpha.7, 191a8, because it is impossible to think, speak, or give an account of matter in general apart from any form. The matter fateable for example is wood, but wood is not just matter, but has its own formal structure in virtue of which it is wood rather than merely the chemical components that wood is made out of, and which are the matter of wood. And these components in turn have some form, some intelligible identity by which they are what they are and are made out of some still more basic matter. However deep we look in a thing, we must always find some form, never matter alone. Nothing can be just matter, for it would have no look, no identity, no intelligibility, and so would not be anything at all. Anything is matter, rather than form, only relative to some further form of which it is capable. In the absence of all form, what we find is not pure matter but simply nothing, for in the absence of all form, all idea, all look, there is nothing to be seen, nothing to apprehend, nothing given to the gaze of awareness at all. At the same time, however, Aristotle also insists that the matter in a thing cannot simply be identified with the lack or privation of form, which is one of the pair of contraries. For the matter underlies both the form and the privation, and it survives the change, while the privation is present before and absent after, or absent before and present after. Matter and privation cannot be the same because that which remains, i.e., matter, is caused together with the form of the things which come to be, as a mother, Physical Alpha.9, 192a1315. Thus, Aristotle argues, we say that matter and privation are different, and one of these matter is non-being accidentally, but the other is non-being in itself, and the one matter is close to and in a way is reality, but the privation in no way, Physical Alpha.9, 192a37. That is, privation is simply the absence, the non-being of a certain intelligible character, while matter in a certain sense is the reality, in that it is the stuff that the thing consists of. Just because, as we have seen, the form is not an additional ingredient, therefore the matter in a way is the whole thing, it is the thing considered in a certain aspect, i.e. without regard to its formal structure. The crucial point of Aristotle's insistence that matter is not merely privation of form but is a real aspect of all changeable things, is that such things, just in that they are changeable, are not purely intelligible, do not consist of form alone. If they did, they would be nothing but intelligible contents, nothing but ideas, not patterned things but simply patterns, and as such would be changeless. Anything has some form, some shape, some intelligible identity, but in that a thing is changeable, it is not simply this identity, but involves an aspect which is not form, not itself idea or intelligible content, and to this aspect of changeable things Aristotle gives the name matter. Thus, having established the composition, within all changeable things, of form and matter, Aristotle concludes, since there is something divine and good and desirable nu tau omicron gamma rho tau iota nu omicron theta epsilon omicron upsilon kappa alpha gamma alpha theta omicron kappa alpha phi epsilon tau omicron, we say that one thing, i.e., privation, is opposite to this, but the other, i.e., matter, is by nature such as to desire and yearn for this according to its nature. But neither is form such as to desire itself, for it is not deficient, nor is the contrary, i.e., the privation, for contraries are destructive of each other. But it is the matter that desires form, as the female the male and the ugly the beautiful, Physical Alpha.9, 192a1724. Here Aristotle characterizes the form in things as divine and good and desirable. Occurring as it does in this context, where Aristotle has just worked out the basic distinction between form and matter, it is clear that this phrase refers to form in general, the form in anything. As he says elsewhere, all things by nature have a something divine in them, ETHNICZ.7, 1153b33. For Aristotle as for Plato, form is divine in that form by itself is pure idea, purely intelligible, incorporeal, changeless. In changeable things, however, form is precisely not by itself, but in composition with matter. That which is opposed to form is privation, while that which desires and yearns for form is matter, which can be said to desire form in that, to the extent that it is not itself form, not intelligible, it needs form as its own completion, for without some form it would not be anything at all. In all changeable things, then, just in that, qua changeable, they are not pure form, there is, so to speak, a residue of unintelligibility. This residue, just as unintelligible, by definition can never be discovered by itself. But it is always there, as an aspect of changeable things which is not form. Aristotle follows Plato in recognizing that what is purely intelligible, pure idea, is changeless, and hence that changeable things are not purely intelligible. Plato, as we have seen, nowhere thematis matter as a metaphysical concept. He expresses the partial unintelligibility of sensible things by describing them as images or appearances rather than wholly real. In the Timaeus, 52:1b1, the receptacle of bodies, which in some respects is clearly the origin of Aristotle's theory of matter, is conceived not as a stuff out of which they are made but rather as the place or space in which these images come and go. Aristotle, on the other hand, expresses the partial unintelligibility of changeable things by saying that such things are not form alone but composites of form and matter, that which is never itself a look given to apprehension. 2. Nature as form. From this understanding of what Aristotle means by form and matter, it follows that, within the changeable thing, matter and form are not equal partners. Rather, form, as intelligible whatness, plays the fundamental role not only in the understanding of the thing but in the thing itself, accounting for its mode of existence, its being what it is and behaving as it does. This is the point of Aristotle's insistence in Physics Beta that form, rather than matter, is the nature, phi sigma iota, of a thing. At the beginning of Physics Beta, Aristotle defines nature by distinguishing natural things from the products of human art. The latter, he observes, have no innate mu phi upsilon tau omicron nu tendency of change, physical B.1, 192b19, apart from that of their matter, which is itself a product not of art but of nature. Natural things on the other hand, such as animals, plants and the elements, have in themselves a principally of motion and rest, physical.b.1, 192b14. Hence Aristotle concludes that nature is a certain principle and cause of being in motion and being at rest in that to which it belongs primarily according to itself, 192b21-23. Thus Aristotle uses the term phi sigma iota, originally meaning growth, to refer to whatever it is within the thing itself, not imparted ab extra, that accounts for its characteristic modus of activity, its being what it is and doing what it does. Now, some people, Aristotle remarks, think that the nature of a thing is its matter, the stuff it is made out of, physical B.1, 193a10. But this, he argues, cannot be correct. We would not say that anything is according to art if it is only potentially a bed and does not yet have the form of the bed, nor that it is art, neither in things constituted by nature would we say that they are according to nature or are nature. For what is potentially flesh or bone does not yet have its nature, i.e., the nature of flesh or bone before it receives the form according to the account which we express defining what flesh or bone is, and is not by nature, physical B.1, 193a33b3. The matter of a thing, taken by itself, is only potentially such a thing, that is, it is capable of being such a thing, but, without the form, is not actually the thing and does not perform that thing's characteristic activities. In the case of a bed, wood, considered simply as wood, apart from a certain intelligible structure or form, is not a bed and cannot do what a bed does, that is, support a recumbent person. If a bed were a natural thing, therefore that form not would be its nature. So too, in the case of a natural things, whatever it is that flesh, for example, is made out of, water, earth, etc., is not flesh just by itself. To extend the example further for the sake of clarity, flesh in turn, as the matter of an animal, is not an animal just by itself, and conversely, a living animal is not simply flesh, but is flesh ordered according to a certain intelligible structure. In short, the matter of a thing, considered by itself, lacks the shape, the structure, the intelligible unifying identity in virtue of which the thing is not merely so much stuff but is one definite thing of a certain kind. What a thing is made out of does not account for what the thing is. Hence Aristotle concludeth that thinacurio fating thetinit, which accounts for its being what it is and acting as it does, is not its matter but its form. So in another way the nature of things that have in themselves a principally of motion would but has shape and the form, and these rather than matter, is nature, physical b.1, 193b37. This primacy of form over matter emerges still more fully from Aristotle's account of how the formal, efficient, and final causes of a thing often come to one, physical b.7, 198a25. The first of these is the form epsilon delta omicron and paradigm pi alpha rho delta epsilon iota gamma mu alpha. This is the account of what it is to be, physical b.3, 194b27. 2. The formal cause or form, then, is the whatness, the intelligible identity of a thing, answering the question why, in the sense of what is it about this thing such that it is a thing of this kind rather than some other. Here Aristotle uses the Platonic term pi alpha rho delta epsilon iota gamma mu alpha to refer to the form. Aristotle's forms, no less than Plato's, are paradigms, not in the sense of models cut off from the things whose forms they are, which as we have seen is a misunderstanding of Plato's spatial metaphors, but in that they are not themselves sensible things but intelligible structures or patterns that make things what they are. 3. Many different things are the same in that they exhibit one and the same pattern or look that which is already a whole, such and such a form in these flesh and bones, is Callias or Socrates, and it is different on account of the matter, for this is different, but the same in form, for the form is indivisible, Met. Zeta.8, 1034a68. At the simplest level, as in the case of an artifact, the formal cause or form of a thing is its shape, mu omicron rho phi. But at least in the case of natural things, the form is more than this. It is the innate, mu phi upsilon tau omicron nu, principle of unity and identity for the thing as a whole, comparable only by analogy to the mere shape of a cup, a statue, or a bed. Form, as intelligible whatness, is as we have seen the thing's nature, its intrinsic mode of being and acting in virtue of which it is what it is, a thing of this kind rather than any other. The final cause of a thing, in turn, is its end, tau lambda omicron, or that for the sake of which, answering the question why, in the sense of what for. In the Metaphysics Aristotle calls this cause the good, met. Alpha.3, 983a34, i.e., the good of the thing. Here again we must follow the analogy between art and nature. In the case of an artifact, its final cause is its purpose or function. As its form does not belong intrinsically to it but is imposed ab extra by the human craftsman, so too its end is assigned from without. The final cause of a house, for example, is to provide shelter, but this is only because houses are designed and made for this purpose by humans. In the case of a natural thing, on the other hand, the final cause is intrinsic to the thing itself. Its function or work, rho gamma omicron nu, is not merely what it does for something else, as, for example, plants provide food for animals, for in that case natural things would have no finality and hence no intelligibility within themselves. The function of a natural thing, rather, is its activity as the fulfillment of its nature, its acting as the kind of thing that it is. The function rho gamma omicron nu is the end tau lambda omicron, and the activity nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha is the function. Wherefore the word activity is derived from function, and directs toward fulfillment nu tau epsilon lambda chi epsilon iota alpha nu, met. Theta.8, 1050a2224. In terms that are at once more literal and clearer, the things being at work, nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha, its doing its characteristic work, rho gamma omicron nu, is its being in possession of its end, nu tau epsilon lambda chi epsilon iota alpha, that is, its completion or fulfillment as the kind of thing that it is. For this reason Aristotle explains that the what it is, the formal cause, and that for the sake of which, the final cause, R1, physical beta 0.7, 198826, cf 198b4. The form, the whatness of a thing, is its distinctive way of being. To be a stone, for example, is, among other things, to be heavy, hard, and brittle, and these characteristics can be understood as modes of activity, tending downward, resisting pressure, shattering when struck. To be a plant is to exercise the life functions of nutrition, growth, and reproduction, and to be a plant of a specific kind is to do these in a specific way. In short, to be a thing of a certain kind is to do certain activities. For hence the form, the intelligible identity of a thing, is its end or good, not in the sense of an extrinsic purpose but in the sense of fulfillment. A thing is what it is, having and exhibiting its intelligible identity, its characteristic look, just to the extent that it fulfills its nature or is in possession of its end. Thus the form of a thing is the principle of its motion, its behavior and development, in that it is the end, the fulfillment, toward which it tends. Form is divine and good and desirable, physical alpha 0.9, 192a17, just as completion or fulfillment, as the unifying whatness that lets a thing be one definite being of a certain kind, rather than merely unintelligible stuff, which by itself, apart from all form, would be nothing. And since nature is twofold, as matter and as form mu omicron rho phi, and the latter is n tau lambda omicron, this i.e., nature as form would be the cause for the sake of which, physical beta 0.8, 199a3233. From this account it emerges that the efficient or moving cause, 2, is one with the formal and final cause. For what it is and that for the sake of which are one, and that from which the motion first comes is the same in form as these, for a man generates a man, physical beta 0.7, 198a2628. As this example indicates, the efficient cause in the sense of the maker or producer of a thing must have in itself the same form, the same look or pattern, that the product will have. In biological procreation, for example, a living thing generates another of the same kind. In craftsmanship, the artisan has in his mind, as an intelligible idea or paradigm, the very form that he will impose on the raw material. The efficient cause can be such a cause only in virtue of the form it possesses, and this form determines what it is the cause of. But further, within the thing itself, the form is the mover, the principle of its activity or behavior. Even in the case of an artifact, its form determines what it does. A cup, for example, holds water because of its shape. The same metal hammered flat or shaped into a sphere would not do so. In a natural thing, the form determines its mode of activity and in that sense is its moving cause. Thus in On the Soul, after arguing that the soul is the form, the whatness, of a living thing, and as such is its fulfillment, da an beta 0.1, 412 a 1921, 412b 1314, Aristotle explains that the soul is the cause and principle of the living body. But these are said in many ways, and likewise the soul is a cause in the three ways that have been distinguished, for it is that from which the motion comes, and that for the sake of which, and the soul is the cause as the reality i.e., the form of ensouled bodies, dun. B.4, 415b 912. Thus all these causes or modes of explanation whatness, end, and mover reduce to form, the intelligible look or pattern in virtue of which a thing is what it is and acts as it does, and so actually is anything at all. Aristotle's understanding of nature as form draws heavily on the analogy between art and nature, an analogy which is sometimes regarded as illegitimate. Simply because an artifact thus not on raw material buta pattern, a maker, and a purpose, why should we assume that the same is true of natural things? Aristotle himself is aware of this objection. This raises the problem of why we should not think that nature acts, not for the sake of something and because it is better, but as Zeus sends rain, not so that the grain will grow, but by necessity. Physical beta 0.8, 198b17. His reply is not only that the regularity of natural phenomena suggests an immanent teleology, physical beta 0.8, 198b34 199a7, but, more fundamentally, that despite the real difference of nature from art the analogy between them is legitimate. Thus if a house were among those things which come to be by nature, it would come to be as, now, it does by art, and if the things that are by nature came to be not only by nature but also by art, they would come to be just as they do by nature. One thing is for the sake of another. In general, art either imitates the works of nature or completes those that nature cannot bring to completion. If, then, the things that are by art are for the sake of something, it is clear that so too are those that are by nature. Physical Beta. 8, 199 and 1219. The key point here is that matter cannot of itself account for the structure that it has. In the case of art, for example, wood, simply qua wood, does not have what it takes to be a house. But likewise, in the case of natural things, water and earth, simply qua water and earth, or, as we might say today, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, etc., do not have what it takes to be flesh, and flesh qua flesh does not have what it takes to be an animal. Hence, in naturalist Hanenart we must distinguish between what a thing is made of and its intelligible structure, the pattern or look that it has. In short, for Aristotle as for Plato, there are ideas in things, not only in artifacts but in natural things, in the sense that in anything there is a content of thought, a look that is given to awareness, an intelligible unifying identity, and in that sense an end, a good, a fulfillment that lets the thing be what it is and so be anything at all. Nature is like art, not in every respect, but just in that it manifests ideas. Without such ideas or looks, there would be no intelligibility and hence no being to anything. The analogy of nature to art, and so Aristotle's doctrine of nature as form and as end, is at bottom a statement that the world has some intelligibility and hence some reality, that it is not alien to thought and therefore nothing. It is thus no surprise that this doctrine will lead to Aristotle's account of pure idea, pure thought itself, as the first principle of all, and of all things as imitating or reflecting this principle. Just in possessing and manifesting some form, some idea, some intelligibility, all things by nature have something divine in them, ETHNIC Zeta.7, 1153b33, for form itself, as intelligible idea, is divine and good and desirable, Physical Alpha.9, 192a17. 3. Reality as form, Metaphysics. Because form is what enables things to be anything at all, Aristotle argues at length in Metaphysics Zeta that being, that which is, in the primary and fundamental sense from which all other senses are derived, is form. He is thus fully in continuity with Plato in identifying reality, omicron sigma alpha, as form, epsilon delta omicron. The word reality is chosen here to translate omicron sigma alpha for several reasons. First, this was the term used to translate omicron sigma alpha in our treatment of Plato, for instance in his account of forms as the reality of things, PhD 65d13, and as really real reality, PhD R247c7, and of the good as beyond reality. Republic 509b9. As we saw, form for Plato is the reality of things precisely as their intelligible whatness, so that omicron sigma alpha could even be glossed as whatness, and we shall find Aristotle using the term omicron sigma alpha in just the same way. To translate it differently is thus artificially to introduce a difference between the two philosophers Wakis na therin the original Greek. Second, the traditional term substance as a translation of omicron sigma alpha is hopelessly misleading, especially in modern English where it inevitably connotes matter. Not only is this not what Aristotle means, but it is almost the exact opposite of what he means by omicron sigma alpha. Third, we require a term that immediately suggests being, since omicron sigma alpha is derived from the participial form of epsilon nu alpha iota, to be. Indeed, the word being would be a good translation of omicron sigma alpha, had we not already appropriated this term, as an equivalent of that which is, to translate tau nu. Reality, although not etymologically connected with to be, is the closest equivalent and carries exactly the right connotation. Fourth, reality in English, like omicron sigma alpha in Aristotle's usage, means both the quality of realness, that in virtue of which something is real, as in Plato's phrase the reality of things, PhD 65D13, and also that which is real. When omicron sigma alpha is translated as reality, Aristotle's fundamental question, which is otherwise obscure and demands extensive explication, becomes immediately perspicuous, that which is sought of old and now and always, and is always problematic. What is being tau tau nu, is this, what is reality tau omicron sigma alpha? Met. Zeta.1, 1028b34. For Plato, forms are that which really is, just as the reality, that is, what is most true, PhD 65e2, or intelligible, of all things, and as we shall see, Aristotle comes to the same conclusion. Aristotle begins Metaphysics Zeta by observing that although being tau nu is said in many ways, it appears that the first of these is the what, which signifies the reality omicron sigma alpha, met. Zeta.1, 1028a10. Already, then, Aristotle is equating being with whatness and this in turn with reality. As in Plato, the whatness of a thing is its reality, as the intelligible identity that lets it be anything and so be at all. Aristotle then remarks that rather than what is signified by predicates such as to walk and to sit and to be healthy, rather that which walks and is seated and is healthy is some among beings tau nu nu tau omega nu tau iota, and that these appear rather to be beings nu tau alpha because there is something definite underlying them, and this is the reality and the particular, met. Zeta.1, 1028-2027. Here the particular thing, rather than its whatness, is the being, nu, and the reality, omicron sigma alpha, but if this is so, it is only in virtue of its form or whatness, and we judge that we know epsilon delta nu alpha iota, cognate with epsilon delta omicron, form each thing most, when we know what it is, met. Zeta.1, 1027-3739. There is an ambiguity, then, as to whether that which is, tau nu, that is, reality, omicron sigma alpha, is the particular thing or its whatness. Hence it is at this point that Aristotle raises the question, what is that which is, that is, what is reality? Met. Zeta.1, 1028b34. Having identified reality as the underlying thing that supports various accidental features such as walking or being healthy, Aristotle asks in Zeta.3 what this underlying thing is, introducing three candidates: in a certain way it i.e., that which underlies is said to be matter, in another way the shape mu omicron rho phi, in a third that which is from these, by the matter I mean, for instance, bronze, by shape the arrangement of the form tau sigma chi mu alpha tau delta alpha, and by that which is from these, the statue, the whole together tau sigma nu omicron lambda omicron nu, met. Zeta.3, 1029-26. He then adds, therefore if the form is prior to the matter and more being mu lambda lambda omicron nu nu, 5 itis also prior to theta kis from both for the same reason, met. Zeta.3, 1029-68. Aristotle will conclude that this is in fact the case, form is prior to and is more being, more that which is, not only than matter, but than the composite of matter and form. At this point he gives no explanation of why this is so, but as we continue we shall see that it is because form is what is intelligible in things. Aristotle then modifies the claim that the underlying thing is reality. For as he says, if this is so, matter will become reality, met. Zeta.3, 1029a11. As we have seen, matter underlies all structure, features, and characteristics whatsoever, so that when other things are taken away, it appears that nothing i.e., nothing but matter remains. Imine be matter theta keen itself kappa alpha tau nu is neither something mu tau epsilon tau nor any quality nor anything else which is said among the things by which being tau nu is defined. For there is something about which each of these is predicated, whose existence tau epsilon nu alpha iota 2 is different from each of the predicates, for the other things are predicated of the reality, and this of the matter. Thus the ultimate underlying thing in itself is neither something, nor a quantity, nor anything else. Met. Zeta.3, 1029-1213, 2025, but for this very reason, Aristotle argues, matter cannot be reality, but this is impossible, for it seems that to be separable and to be some this tau delta epsilon tau iota belong most of all to reality, met. Zeta.3, 1029-2829. Matter cannot be reality because matter cannot exist by itself, without form, in that matter, considered by itself, kappa alpha theta alpha tau nu, as underlying all formal characters whatsoever, is not any this, that is, has no identity, no intelligibility, and so is not anything. Hence Aristotle concludes that of the three candidates, the form and that which is from both would seem to be reality more or, rather than the matter. Met. Zeta.3, 1029-2930. Matter having been ruled out, only two candidates remain, form, and the compound of form and matter. Here we have arrived at the very crossroads of Aristotle's metaphysics. For Plato, the reality of things is form, as that which is most true, phd 65d 13e2, of them. We might expect Aristotle, on the other hand, to argue that it is the compound offermand matter thething a sa whole thatis theoreality. Would this not be Aristotle the hylomorphist, for whom, in contrast to Plato's idealism and otherworldliness, the real is neither form alone nor matter alone, but always and only both together? We may think once again of Raphael's School of Athens, where Aristotle spread southish and horizontally in opposition to Plato's upward gesture. But Aristotle as not take this road. Instead, he now declares that of the remaining two candidates, the reality which is from both, I mean out of matter and shape, is to be dismissed, for it is posterior and obvious. Met. Zeta.3, 1029-3032. Just as he has already suggested at 1029-68, the composite of matter and form is not primary but is posterior to form, the third candidate, met. Zeta.3, 1029a33, which now turns out to be, in reality, first. 6. If the composite is posterior to the form, this can only be because it includes matter, which is just to say that it is less than fully intelligible. It has and displays an intelligible identity, and hence is not nothing and is some this, but, in that it is subject to change, it is not nothing but that identity, not pure intelligible content, not pure idea. Form alone is more being, nu, than the composite, and is more reality, omicron sigma alpha, reality in the primary sense, just in that it is purely intelligible. Aristotle thus follows Plato in demoting the sensible, changeable thing, the composite of form and matter, from the rank of fundamental reality. It is less real, less a being, than pure form, precisely because, in that it is sensible and changeable, it is less than completely intelligible. 7. As in Plato, this is not to say that it is altogether unreal. Rather, it is real just in that it has some intelligible identity. But for that very reason, the reality of it is that identity, or form. Thus Aristotle continues, it is agreed that there are some realities among sensible things, so that we must first seek among these. For it is useful to proceed toward what is more knowable. For learning comestob thus foral, through the things that are less knowable by nature to those that are more knowable. And this is the task, from the things which are more knowable to oneself, to make the things which are knowable by nature knowable to oneself. Met. Zeta.3, 1029-35b8. If the sensible things with which we begin are by nature less knowable than something else, the latter can only be pure form, which as nothing but idea is purely knowable, purely intelligible, in itself. He then continues, but the things which are knowable and primary to some pipa iriophan scarcely knowable and have litly ornothin gof being mu iota caparo nu omicron theta nu chi epsilon iota tau omicron nu tau omicron. But nonetheless, one must try, from the things that are barely knowable but known to oneself, to know the things that are completely knowable, proceeding, as was said, from the former things themselves. Met. Zeta.3, 1029b813. Here in two sentences Aristotle distills Thien tyri metaphysical and gnoseological import, although not cultural and ethical aspects, of Plato's cave. We begin with sensible things, which, like the shadows on the cave wall, are scarcely knowable and have little being but are what is true, Republic 515c2, and clear, Republic 515e4, to the prisoners, who are like us, Republic 515a5, what is given to and so counts as reality for them. From these we proceed to what is more knowable in itself or by nature, and by implication more fully is, or is real. And this is the third candidate, neither matter nor the composite but form alone, or, as Plato would say and Aristotle will say, itself by itself, met. Z.11, 103782. Aristotle's arguments against the supposedly Platonic ideas, then, are best understood not as a repudiation of the fundamentals of Plato's metaphysics of being as form, but rather as a rejection of the two-world Platonism which, as we have seen, was never Plato's. The conclusion he draws from such arguments is, it is clear that there are not forms of sensible things in the way in which some say, met. Zeta.14, 1039b19. Thus, for example, the paradigms that Aristotle rejects, e.g., met. A.9, 991a21b1, Z.8, 1034a25, M.5, 1079b2535, are paradigms understood as models of which sensible things are copies rather than as the very intelligible patterns of sensible things in Aristotle himself first form sas paradigm shint helitersans, physical B.3, 194b27. Similarly, Aristotle argues that if forms are separate then they cannot be the reality of things, and conversely that if they are the reality of things then they cannot be separate, met. A.9, 991a1114, 991b23, M.5, 1079b1618. But for Plato, forms, just as the reality of things, PhD 65d13, are separate not in the sense criticized by Aristotle of being another set of things reduplicating the sensible, but rather in that, as intelligible identities, they are distinct from and, qua conditioning rather than conditioned, ontologically prior to the sensible things whose identities they are, a position to which Aristotle has no objection and which, as we are now seeing, he indeed endorses. Aristotle's identification of reality as form is thus more authentically Platonic than the two-world Platonism that he rejects. 8. The subsequent chapters of Metaphysics Z point to the same conclusion. Chapter 4 turns to a discussion of what is usually termed the essence of things. Another traditional translation which is more confusing than helpful. The phrase translated as essence is tau tau nu epsilon nu alpha iota, literally the what, it, is to be. 9. The key term here is tau, what the essence of a thing is, what it is to be such a thing, that which we have been calling whatness, the intelligible identity by which the thing is what it is. As Aristotle says later, the essence of a thing is that which is expressed by a definition, the definition is the account lambda gamma omicron of the what it is to be. Met. Z.5, 1031a13. And this, as we saw in the physics, is the form or formal cause of the thing, physical B.3, 194b28. By what a thing is, then, Aristotle means not the thing itself, as a form-matter composite, but its intelligible identity or whatness, that is, its form. And this, according to Aristotle, is the reality of the thing. The what it is to be is said to be the reality of each thing, met. Z.6, 1031a18. This is so close to Phaedo 65d13e1, where Plato refers to the forms as the reality of all things, what each thing is, that we may wonder if Aristotle's is said is in fact a direct reference to Plato. The likeness is obscured only by the unfortunate convention of translating the same terms differently in the two philosophers. For Aristotle too, since the essence or whatness of a thing is its form, form is the reality of all things just as that which is intelligible in them. By form I mean the what it is to be and primary reality of each thing, met. Z.7, 1032b2, and again, I call reality without matter the what it is to be, met. Z.7, 1032b15. Reality, then, as intelligible identity, can be with or without matter. Without matter, it is essence, that is, pure whatness or idea, pure intelligible content. Matter as soon intelligible is thus not strictly speaking part of or included in reality, for if it were, the essence, which is just whatness excludes matter, could not be the reality of the thing. Reality per se, as that which is intelligible, is form. But reality can be, so to speak, diluted with matter, which is not itself reality any more than water added to wine is itself wine. Pure reality would be form alone, as that which is purely intelligible. The composite of form and matter, then, is a diluted reality in that it is not pure idea, not purely intelligible, it is less real, less a being, than form alone, as we saw Aristotle indicating in Chapter 3. In Chapter 10, Aristotle returns to the original three candidates for reality, remarking that each of the three is somehow reality, Met. Z.10, 1035-13. Since form alone has been identified as reality and as primary reality, Met. Z.7, 1032b2, this must be understood in terms of Aristotle's statement that being is said in many ways, Met. Zeta.1, 1028a10, and his account of what is customarily called pyro-new-equivocity. In this kind of non-univocal predication, a term may be used in different senses, all of which are related to one primary or focal sense, Met. Z.4, 1030-32b3. In the case of the term reality, omicron sigma alpha, it follows from what we have seen that form alone, as purely intelligible, is the primary and focal meaning. The composite is called a reality in that it has some form, matter, then, may be called reality through its inclusion in the composite, as that which underlies form. The composite, therefore, is reality not in the primary sense but only in a secondary, subordinate, and derivative sense, in that it has some intelligible identity but is not itself that identity, while matter is reality in a still more subordinate, tertiary sense. Since not the composite but the form is reality in the primary and fundamental sense, the matter in changeable things is a lessening, a diminution of intelligibility and therefore of reality. As Aristotle says, there is some matter in everything which is not what it is to be and form itself by itself alpha tau kappa alpha theta alpha tau but some this, Met. Z.11, 1037-13. Here Aristotle adopts one of Plato's favorite expressions, itself by itself, to refer to form as pure intelligible whatness or idea. 10 Thus in the account of the reality the parts as matter will not be present, Met. Z.11, 1037-24-25. The reality is the form that is within tau epsilon delta omicron tau nu nu, from which, and the matter, the whole together is called reality, Met. Z.11, 1037-28-30, and by primary reality I mean what is not said to be something in something else lambda lambda omicron nu lambda lambda, in something underlying as matter, Met. Z.11, 1037b35. The last chapter of Metaphysics Zeta begins thus, let us say again what and what sort of thing reality is making us another beginning, for perhaps from this it will be clear also concerning whatever realities are separated from sensible realities. Met.Z.17, 1041-79. This is clearly a reference ahead to the discussion in Book Lambda of the unmoved mover or movers, the divine beings who are forms not in any matter. Because form, as intelligible, is reality, matter cannot exist in separation from form, but, as Aristotle clearly indicates, form can exist in separation from matter. 11 Here again, therefore, we find the ascent from what is most intelligible to us but least intelligible in itself, to that which is most intelligible in itself, which is pure form and pure reality. Reality, as Aristotle then says, is a principle and cause, Met. Z.17, 1041a10, and as we have seen the fundamental principle and cause of anything is form. One might investigate why man is such and such an animal, Met. Z.17, 1041a21, or again, why these things i.e., these materials are a house, Met. Z.17, 1041b6. He answers, because what it is to be for a house is there. And why is this a man, or why is this body such? So we will seek the cause, and this is the form by which the matter is something, and this is the reality, met. Z.17, 1041b69. The form or whatness of a thing, then, is its reality. Form, not matter, makes a thing what it is and is therefore its cause of being, met. Z.17, 1041b28, enabling it to be anything, to have any reality at all. Anything is, or is real, only insofar as it has some form. Hence form itself by itself, met. Z.11, 1037a2, is primary reality, and that on which all less than primary reality depends. For the priority of act. Aristotle's understanding of changeable things in terms of potentiality and actuality, 2, leads to the primacy of pure intelligible idea as the cause of all lesser actualities. Potentiality in the passive sense, the ability of a thing to be acted on and so changed, met. Theta.1, 1046a1114, is closely connected with matter, met. Theta.1, 1046a2325, as that which is able either to have or to lack a given form. All things that come to be by nature or art have matter, for each of them is able both to be and not to be, and this is the matter in each, met. Zeta.7, 1032a2022. Wood, for instance, is able both to be and not to be a house, or bronze a statue. In the case of art, the matter receives the form from outside itself through being acted on by the artisan. Nature differs from art precisely in that the principle of actualization by which a thing is moved from potentiality to actuality, a seed, for example, becoming a full-grown plant, is intrinsic to the thing itself. Such natural development, in that it does not involve the seed being worked on from outside as, say, bronze is turned into a statue, implies that the form, the fulfillment toward which the thing is moving, must somehow already be present in the potential thing, e.g., the seed, to move and direct its development. If this were not so, there would be no intelligible cause for the thing's developing as it does, nothing to explain, for example, why an acorn grows into an oak tree rather than into a maple or a cedar, or indeed into a dog or a man. The form is present in the seed, not as its own shape or structure, for it does not yet display that structure, but rather therefore as a paradigm, a pattern. The intelligible content which will be the structure of the completed whole must already somehow be in the seed to account for its developing as it does. This pattern, the final cause or fulfillment toward which the thing is moving, directs the process of becoming from within, in a way analogous to that in which an idea in the artist's mind directs the making of a statue from without. Hence, as Aristotle indicates, the end is the beginning in the sense that the tau lambda omicron, the fulfillment of a thing, is the rho chi, the moving principle that directs its development. Everything that comes to be proceeds toward a principle rho chi nu, which is also an end tau lambda omicron, for the principle is that for the sake of which, and becoming is for the sake of the end. But the end is the activity nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha, and the potentiality is acquired for the sake of this, met. Theta.8, 1050a710. Form, therefore, as intelligible pattern, is not merely structure or identity in a static sense, but, as Aristotle indicates, activity or energy, nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha, the driving gondirectin force a thought moves things from potentiality to fulfillment. It is ironic that Aristotle should often be charged with a theory of static forms, when in fact he gave us the very word energy in an effort to explain what he means by form 12 in nature as in art. It is idea or pattern, which as fulfillment is the end toward which the process is directed, that drives the entire process of coming to be. In art, it is the idea in the artisan's mind that does this. In nature, it is the idea, the intelligible identity, intrinsic to the natural thing although not yet fully realized as its structure, that does so. But once again, if development were not moved by idea, by intelligible pattern, in nature as in art, then the world at large would have no intelligibility and therefore no reality. Fourth is reason. Aristotelians instance the priority of actuality that is a form as activity, over potentiality, to all such potentiality actuality nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha is prior in account and in reality, and in time it is prior in one way, and in another not, met. Theta.8, 1049b 1113. Actuality is prior in account, in that the potential is defined in terms of the actuality to which it is relative. With regard to time, that which is actual nu epsilon rho gamma omicron nu, literally at work is prior in form, but not in number, met. Theta.8, 1049b 1819. That which is potential, e.g., a seed, can become actual only by being moved by a form that is already actual. In art, this is the idea in the mind of the artist. In nature, it is the form in a prior actual member of the same species or thing of the same kind, to this man who already is in actuality and to this grain and to this seeing prior in time is themat around thesi dandwatas capable of seeing, which are potentially man and grain and seeing, but not yet in actuality. But prior in time to these are other beings in actuality, from which these come to be. For, always, that which is in actuality comes to be from that which is in potentiality by that which is in actuality, as man from man, the musical from the musical, met. Theta.8, 1049b 2026. As we have seen, matter cannot account for its own coming to have form. Hence, if matter is to receive some form, if the potential is to become actual, the form that it is going to receive must already exist. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for the things developing as it does, and so the intelligibility of the natural world would be lost. Finally, actuality is prior in reality, omicron sigma, met. Theta.8, 1049b12, 1050a4, in that actuality or fulfillment is form, and form, more than matter, is reality. It is clear that the reality and the form is actuality. And on this account it is clear that actuality is prior in reality to potentiality, met. Theta.8, 1050b24. In short, all the respects in which actuality is prior to potentiality in formula, in time, and in reality are various aspects of the principle that idea or pattern, as that which is intelligible, is the fundamental causal and explanatory principle of all things, which is itself a development of the ultimately Parmenidean understanding that all things exist, or are beings, just in so far as they have some intelligibility. 5. The unmoved mover. Aristotle's doctrine of the priority of actuality thus leads directly to his account of the divine first principle on which depend the universe and nature, met. Lambda.7, 1072b14, that is, the entire sensible cosmos. All change, all development, all actualization, requires a cause which must itself already be actual. Even the rotation of the celestial spheres, which involves no coming to be but is merely motion in place, and which on Aristotle's theory accounts for generation and corruption in the sublunar realm, is the actualization of potentiality, met lambda.7, 1072b47, and samost haviakos. Ultimately, therefore, we must arrive at a cause of motion, of actualization, of the life of the universe as a whole, and this cause must itself be unmoved, that is, changeless. Such a cause is therefore pure actuality, for if it included within itself any potentiality, we would have to look for a further cause of its actualization. Thus, since that which is moved and moves, i.e., causes other things to move, is intermediate, there is a mover which, not being moved, moves, i.e., causes other things to move, being eternal and reality and actuality delta iota omicron nu kappa alpha omicron sigma alpha kappa alpha nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha, met. Lambda.7, 1072a2426. These three characteristics are in fact three aspects of the same fundamental point. Eternal, here, clearly means changeless, since there is something which moves, itself being unmoved, being in actuality, this in no way receives being otherwise, met. Lambda.7, 1072b79. Likewise, in that it has no potentiality, this mover is therefore actuality itself, pure actuality, nothing but actuality, There must, then, be such a principle of which the reality is actuality, met. Lambda.6, 1071b20. And as pure actuality, it is pure form, idea, intelligible content, with no matter, and so is reality itself. The first Huitaitis does not have matter, for it is fulfillment, met. Lambda.8, 1074-36-37. We saw in Metaphysics Zeta that composites of form and matter are posterior to and less real, less beings, than form alone, and that reality in the primary sense is form, or whatness, as that which is intelligible per se. Consequently, an unmoved mover, as pure form, pure whatness, or idea, is therefore pure reality, that which in itself is completely knowable, met. Zeta.3, 1029b12, and so completely being. As such, an unmoved mover is reality in the primary sense, and anything else is a reality in a lesser or secondary sense, just in so far as it has some share of what an unmoved mover is purely, that is, form, whatness, idea. We proceed from sensible things, which are not nothing but are realities just to the extent that they have some form, some intelligibility, to the unmoved movers, which are nothing but form, purely intelligible, and hence pure reality. In that this is a purely intelligible, immaterial, eternal principle of all actualization, Aristotle refers to this as God, met. Lambda.7, 1072b2531. Here, then, we find the same threefold identity that we saw in Plato: reality equals form equals divinity. The crucial point, in terms of Aristotle's metaphysics, is not that the unmoved mover is God in a monotheistic sense, but that reality, as changeless intelligible idea, is divinity. 13. We can now see just why, according to Aristotle, all things by nature have something divine in them, ethnic Zeta.7, 1153b33, in that form in general, the form in anything, is divine. Physical Alpha.9, 192a17. Pure form is what this God is, and therefore the form, the intelligible content, the aspect of idea in anything, is that thing's share of what the unmoved mover is purely, solely, exclusively. The reality of things, which is the form in them, is their share in divinity, reality in its purity, itself by itself, just as the divine. The unmoved mover causes motion, that is, actualization of potentiality, just as pure form or idea, just as intelligible content, it moves, i.e. causes others to move in this way. The desirable and the intelligible move without being moved. The primaries of these are the same, met. Lambda.7, 1072a26-27. Whether in art or in nature, as we have seen, form, that is, intelligible pattern or idea, is desirable as end, as fulfillment, and as such is what drives and directs any process of actualization. That for the sake of which, form as fulfillment, moves, i.e., causes motion as loved rho mu epsilon nu omicron nu, met. Lambda.7, 1072b34. The unmoved mover, as form without matter, is fulfillment, met. Lambda.8, 1074a36-37, and thus moves other things by being in this sense loved. Here Aristotle uses the Platonic language of rho omega to express the desirability of form as the divine. All things, then, intending toward their own actualization, their own fulfillment, array tending toward divinity, realize in form in their own greater and lesser ways. 14. The form in anything is divine and good and desirable. Physical Alpha.9, 192a17. The form which is the reality of anything is its limited, imperfect share of what the unmoved mover is purely and perfectly, that is, idea. In this way all things, in having some form, some whatness, and so in having any reality at all, are imitating or reflecting the divine which is pure form, pure whatness, and so pure reality. It is thus just as intelligible idea or pattern that the divine is the cause of all motion, all actualization. But Aristotle's divinity is not only intelligible content or form but also thought itself, the act of intellection. Here we find, perhaps more explicitly although with less graphic imagery, the togetherness or coinciding of thought and being that we discovered in Plato. Thought thinks itself by participation in the intelligible, for it becomes intelligible in touching and thinking, so that intellect and the intelligible are the same, for intellect is what is receptive of the intelligible, that is, of reality tau omicron nu omicron eta tau omicron kappa alpha tau omicron sigma alpha. And it is in act in possessing, met. Lambda.7, 1072b 2023. We should note Platonis equation of the intelligible tau omicron nu omicron eta tau omicron with reality tau omicron sigma alpha. Form in things is the aspect of idea in them, the community between thought and things, the content of things which is also a content of thought. The very notion that things have forms is an affirmation of this community. But if form in things is the aspect of idea, of thought content, in them, then form itself by itself, met. Z.11, 103782, without matter, as pure idea, just as thought itself. Intellectual apprehension, or knowledge, is idea, the intelligible content or reality of things, without matter. 15 But this is exactly what the unmoved mover is, idea, intelligible content, reality without the dilution of matter. As such he is knowledge itself. This is what Aristotle means by saying that the unmoved mover is nu omicron, intellect, or more precisely nu eta sigma iota, act of intellection. In the case of other things, matter is precisely the difference between thought and thing, it is the non-intelligible, non-idea aspect of the thing, that in the thing which is not given to thought. But where the thing itself is nothing but idea, there is no difference between thought and thing, the thing itself, as pure idea, is thought. In some cases the knowledge is the thing. Since, then, that which is thought and the intellect tau omicron nu omicron omicron upsilon mu nu omicron upsilon kappa alpha tau omicron nu omicron are not different with regard to things that do not have matter, they will be the same, and the thinking nu eta sigma iota will be one with that which is thought tau nu omicron omicron upsilon mu nu, met. Lambda.9, 1075a15. 16 Just as idea, the unmoved mover is at once content of thought and act of thinking. Thus he is knowledge or thought itself, not thinking in the sense of coming to know, but sheer apprehension of reality, that is, of form, which is one with that which is apprehended. Aristotle's unmoved mover is changeless, therefore, noten thesens of being inert but on the contrary aspu reactivity, neuro gamma epsilon iota alpha, with no passivity or potentiality and hence is unaffected by anything. As pure activity, he is not lifeless but life itself, met. Lambda.7, 1072b 2731. Like Plato, Aristotle understands pure intellectual apprehension, what Plato called the motion of intellect, Laws 897d3, as a life activity that involves no change over time. Hence Aristotle argues not only that the unmoved mover is thought, that is, act of thinking, but that he is thought thinking itself, the thinking of thinking, met. Lambda.9, 1074b 3435. For if divine thinking were to think anything other than itself, then it would be lesser than that which it thinks and potential in relation to it, the divine thinking would be made to be what it is by that which it thinks, met. Lambda.9, 1074b 1820. Consequently, as pure actuality with no potentiality, it can only be the thinking of itself, that is, of thinking, met. Lambda.9, 1074b 3335. But this should not be taken to mean that divine thinking is empty, devoid of content. 17 On the contrary, Aristotle specifically insists that it must have content. If it thinks nothing, what would be its dignity? Met. Lambda.9, 1074b18. His point in insisting that the unmoved mover thinks only himself is not that he thinks nothing, but that what he thinks is not other than or extrinsic to himself. 18 As Aristotle observes, the notion that if the divine thinking thinks only itself then it is empty erroneously applies the model of sense perception to thinking, presupposing that what is thought must be extrinsic to the thinking just as what is sensed is extrinsic to the sensing, but it appears that knowledge and sensation and opinion and understanding are real way so fanather and of itself only as a byproduct. For it is not the same to be an act of thinking and to be that which is thought, met. Lambda.9, 1074b 3675-1, this is not Aristotle's own position, but an objection to which he will reply, rather, in some cases the knowledge is the thing. In what cases? Since, then, that which is thought and the intellect tau omicron nu omicron omicron upsilon mu nu omicron upsilon kappa alpha tau omicron nu omicron are not different with regard to things that do not have matter, they will be the same, and the thinking nu eta sigma iota will be one with that which is thought tau nu omicron omicron upsilon mu nu, met. Lambda.9. 1075-15. In the case of material things matter is the difference the element of externality between cognition and that which is cognized. But where the latter is nothing but idea, there is no such externality. To say that the divine thinking thinks itself, therefore, is to say that it is the thinking, not of nothing, but of intelligible reality, met. Lambda.7, 1072b22, form without matter. As the thinking of thinking, met Lambda.9, 1074b 3435, divini intellectionist's apprehension of the intelligible content of things, that is, reality itself, with no admixture of unintelligibility, of unreality, of matter. Since the unmoved mover is knowledge itself, he just is the formal, intelligible content of the world without matter, and this is what he knows in knowing himself. 19 Thus, as in Plato, we may add a fourth term to the threefold equation of reality, form, and divinity, thought itself, nu omicron or, more precisely, nu eta sigma iota, is form without matter, and thus is reality and divinity. All things are to some degree intelligible or knowable, not alien to thought but having and displaying ideas, in that they imitate, reflect, and strive toward thought, knowledge, idea itself. 20 Thought or knowledge itself, as pure idea, is the first principle of all things, on such a principle depend the universe and nature, met. Lambda.7, 1072b14. This is not to reduce reality to thought in a subjectivist sense but rather to identify thought with reality, as that which is intelligible. 21 At the highest level of both, consciousness and being coincide. Thought, or idea, is reality, and is the ground of all the partial realities, the partial intelligibilities, that make up the world. In the end, Aristotle's identification of the divine as at once reality, omicron sigma alpha, and thought, nu eta sigma iota, once again echoes Parmenides' dictum, the same is for thinking and for being, b3. Aristotle begins by opposing Parmenides in defending the reality of changeable things, but he then recognizes, like Plato, that this is a partial, imperfect reality, and in the end agrees with Parmenides as to the nature of reality itself as that which is purely intelligible and therefore changeless. 6. Life, sense, and intellect, on the soul. As pure form, the unmoved mover is the highest, most perfect mode at once of being, life, and consciousness. This provides the key to understanding Aristotle's discussion, in On the Soul, of the ranks of beings, from living beings as distinct from inanimate things, to sentient beings, to intellectual beings. Beginning with the generalized concept of soul, psi upsilon chi, as whatever it is about a living thing such that it is living rather than non-living or inanimate, psi upsilon chi omicron, Aristotle argues that the soul is therefore the reality, as form, of a natural body having life potentially, da an beta.1, 412-2022. The soul, that is the essence, the intelligible whatness of a living thing, that in virtue of which it is not merely so much stuff, e.g., flesh, but one organic whole of a certain kind. If some tool, such as an axe, were a natural body, then the reality of it would be what it is to be for an axe tau pi epsilon lambda kappa epsilon iota epsilon nu alpha iota, and this would be its soul, da an beta.1, 412b 1114. This identification of soul as form and whatness in a living thing implies continuity as well as profound difference between living and non-living things. All things, even inanimate ones, must have some form, or they would not be anything at all. But living things have a distinctive and superior kind of form, called soul. For a living thing is far more integrated, more one whole, than a non-living thing. The unity, and hence the identity and the being, of a non-living thing is little more than the contiguity of its parts. If a rock, for example, is divided, we simply have two smaller rocks. In a living thing, on the other hand, the members of its body constitute an organic whole, such that each part both conditions and is conditioned by the other parts in the whole. A living thing is thus one being to a far greater extent than a non-living thing. It evinces a higher degree of unity, of integration, of formal identity, and its soul is this very integration of its parts into one whole. As such, the soul is the reality of the living thing, that in virtue of which it is what it is and so is a being, for the reality is the cause of being to all things, and to live, for living things, is to be, and the soul is the cause and principle of these. An beta. 4, 415b 1314. Life in living things, then, is not a character suprad to their mere being. Rather, life is their being, the higher, more intense mode of being proper to living things as distinct from others. The distinction between living and non-living things is therefore not a mere horizontal distinction, as if all things are equally beings, of which some are living and others are not. It is rather a vertical or hierarchical distinction. A living thing is more a being than a non-living thing, in that it is more integrated, more a whole, more one thing. Hence Aristotle's examples of sensible realities are nearly always living things. A non-living thing has little reality, but not none, having little of the unity, the selfhood, the intelligible identity that makes a living thing a being. Here again, we begin with what is most knowable to us, but in itself least knowable and least a being, and ascend to what is in itself more knowable and more a being. If non-living things are relatively clear to us, relatively easy to understand, this is because there is so little in them to see or understand, so little form. Living things are less clear to us precisely because they have so much more form in themselves, and thus are beings in a higher way. And this explains why, according to Aristotle, the unmoved mover is life itself, Met. Lambda. 7, 1072b 2731. Life in anything is a lesser, imperfect version of what the unmoved mover, as pure form and pure being, is perfectly and absolutely. Having discussed soul in general as the form, the whatness, and so the reality of living things, Aristotle then distinguishes three principal kinds of psychic activity, or life functions. These are the nutritive, common to all living things, the sensitive and appetitive, common to all animals, and the intellectual, unique, among sublunar beings, to humans. First we must speak about food and reproduction, for the nutritive soul is there in the others as well, and is the first and most common potentiality of soul, by which there is life for them all. Its functions are to reproduce and to use food. An beta. 4, 415 a 2326. In both of these functions, the soul as form is actively perpetuating itself. Through nutrition it maintains itself in the individual. An beta. 4, 416b 1420, through reproduction, in the species. Through the soul's nutritive function, the living thing incorporates alien material into its own body. The food is affected by that which is fed, but not the latter by the food, as the carpenter is not affected by the matter, but the latter by the former. Insofar as the food is undigested, opposite is nourished by opposite, but insofar as it is digested, like by like. An beta. 4, 416 a 35b1, 57. Aristotle's analogy is striking, as the carpenter forms wood into, say, a chair, assimilating it to the form, the pattern, which is in his mind, so the living thing transforms food into itself, assimilating it into its own formal identity. But since the individual living thing cannot endure forever, through reproduction it generates others of the same kind, having the same form, the same look, the same intelligible identity, for this is the most natural of the functions for living things, to make another such as itself, an animal, a plant, so that they may participate in the everlasting and divine as far as they are able, for all things yearn for this, and for the sake of it do whatever they do by nature. Since then they cannot share in the everlasting and divine by continuation, because nothing receptive of corruption remains one and the same in number, each participates in it as far as it can, sharing in this, one more, another less, and the same thing does not remain, but something such as it, one with it not in number but in form. Dean. Beta.4, 415-27b9. Nutrition and reproduction, then, the most basic life functions common to all living things, are their striving for, imitation of, and share in the immortality and divinity of pure, eternal form. Thus it is that form, in itself divine, moves as loved, met. Lambda.7, 1072b34. Aristotle turns next to sensation, describing the sense faculty as a potentiality which is actualized through being affected from without by the sensible thing. Sensation comes about in being moved and affected. It is clear, then, that the sensitive is not in actuality but only in potentiality, just as that which is inflammable is not on fire itself by itself, without that which burns. It, DAN Beta.5, 416b34, 417a79. In a way analogous to but significantly different from nutrition, the result of being so affected is a likeness between the perceiver and the perceived. A thing is affected in one sense by that which is like, and in another sense by that which is unlike, for it is affected by the unlike, but once it has been affected, it is like. DAN Beta.5, 417a1821, and again, the sensitive is potentially such as the sensible thing already is in fulfillment. It is affected when it is not like, but once it has been affected it becomes like and is such as that. DAN Beta.5, 418a36. Sensation, then, affects a likeness, a sameness of form, between the sentient living being and the sensible thing. The sensible property of the thing, e.g. is color or texture, comes to be present in the perceiver's soul as the content of his awareness. Thus, as Aristotle says later, in general, then, with regard to all sensation, it is necessary to understand that sensation is receptive of the sensible forms without the matter, as wax receives the imprint of the ring without the iron or gold. DAN Beta.12, 424a1721. What is received is a sensible form in that it is a look, a character of the thing, which is given to awareness by way of sensation. This is why sensation is, for us, the starting point for knowledge. We are aware of a thing just in that the very same quality that is in the thing is in ourselves, as awareness. This, indeed, is just what awareness is, a togetherness, a communion, a conformity, that is, a sameness of formal content, between self and thing. 22 Topaware toprehen to cognize a thing just as to have in one's soul the formal content of the thing without its matter. Aristotle's understanding of cognition could be expressed almost in algebraic terms, if, as we have said, the forms in things are the aspect of idea, of that which is given to awareness, in them, so that a sensible thing is idea plus matter, then idea, that is, what is given to awareness, is thing minus matter. The awareness of a thing just is its form, without matter, in the soul of the sentient being. Matter, again, is precisely the difference between things and the awareness of things. Conversely, awareness just is the formal content of things without matter. To be aware, to cognize, then, is to have the things in the world present in oneself without here matter. We may well bear meanded. Here of Plato's account of vision as a yoking together of seeing and the seen. What I see, or sense, is in me, as the content of awareness, and I, as awareness am out, or with the sense. Thus as Aristotle says, the soul is in a way all the beings. For beings are either sensible or intelligible, and knowledge is in a way the things that are known, and sensation the sensible things. DAN Gamma.8, 431b 2023. The distinctive power of sentient beings, that is, humans and animals as distinct from plants and non-living things, is the capacity to receive into and have within themselves not only their own forms but the formal content of other things, in principle of all things. Consciousness in general, as the distinctive capacity of sentient beings, is an openness to receiving, possessing, coinciding with, the whole of reality. At the level of sense awareness, this coinciding is only partial, the thing includes matter but the awareness does not, so there remains a difference between the two, a less than complete identity. Since the thing is not purely intelligible, it is not wholly given, does not fully coincide with awareness. At the highest level, the coinciding is complete, the unmoved mover, as form without matter and thus pure idea, is at once the knowing and the known, intellect and the intelligible, perfect consciousness and perfect reality. Thus we come to Aristotle's discussion of intellect, the distinctive faculty of the human soul, as the highest and most perfect mode of consciousness, therefore of life, and therefore of being. Sensation differs from intellectual knowledge in that the things that make the actuality, the visible and the audible and likewise the rest of the sensible things, are outside. This is because sensation in actuality is of the particular, but knowledge is of universals, but these in a way are in the soul itself. DAN Beta.5, 417b 2024. By sensation, we are aware of particular characterized things, this green, smooth-barked tree, this large, brown dog, taking in merely their sensible forms. In intellectual apprehension, on the other hand, we grasp the intelligible whatness which is the same in all such things, treeness, dogness, with none of the partial externality between apprehension and the apprehended that is implied by matter. Since that which is known is itself pure idea with no matter, pure look, wholly given, it is in the intellectual soul as the content of thinking. Thus, as Aristotle explains, the relation between knowledge and the known is analogous, but not identical, to that between sense and the sensed. If thinking is like sensing, it would be either being affected by the intelligible, or something else of this sort. It must, then, be impassible, but receptive of the forms and potentially such as the intelligible but not it, and as the sensitive is to the sensibles, so is intellect to the intelligibles. DAN Gamma.4, 429-1318. The difference is that in sensation, the sense becomes like, or the same in form as, the sensible thing, but is not simply the same as the thing, because the sensible thing involves matter as well as form. Intellect, on the other hand, simply is what it knows, because what it knows is itself pure idea, nothing but thought content. In knowing an idea, intellect is that idea. The intellect is in a way potentially the intelligible, but in actuality nothing before it thinks. For in the case of things without matter, the thinking and that which is thought are the same tau alpha tau sigma tau iota tau nu omicron nu kappa alpha tau nu omicron mu epsilon nu omicron nu. For theoretic acknowledgement that which is known in this way are the same. DAN Gamma.4, 429b 3430-5. Actualized intellect is the intelligibles and the intelligibles, the ideas, are the intellect in act. When the reality in question not merely has some intelligibility but is purely intelligible, and hence is reality in the primary and fullest sense, the coinciding, the union, between thought and being is perfect. This is reality in the most complete sense precisely in that it is wholly given to and thus one with thought, and thought in the most complete sense precisely in that it is the perfect apprehension of and thus one with reality. As in Plato's understanding of intelligible form as really real reality, PHDR 247c7, and of knowledge as the soul's sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha with it, so too in Aristotle's doctrine of reality as form and of intellectual apprehension as one with the intelligible, we hear once more the echo of Parmenides, the same is for thinking and for being. B3. Since intellect in knowing is the immaterial, intelligible ideas that are known, Aristotle argues that intellect itself must be immaterial. For if it were mixed with matter, it could not become the immaterial ideas. It must, then, since it thinks all things, be unmixed, as Anaxagoras says, 23 so that it may rule, that is, so that it may know. That of the soul which is called intellect, then, is in actuality none of beings before it thinks. Wherefore it is well said that it is not mixed with the body, for it would then come to be of some quality, such as cold or hot, or would even be some organ, like that which is sensitive, but in fact it is none. An Gamma. 4, 429 a 1827. With regard to intellect, therefore, Aristotle's account of man is not thoroughgoingly hylomorphic any more than is his account of reality as a whole. At the apogee of each he arrives at a principle which is form without matter, pure idea, pure intellect. As immaterial, the intellect is not strictly speaking included in the hylomorphic composite of body and soul, and there are indications earlier in On the Soul that the definition of soul as the form of the body does not include the intellect. The intellect seems to be inborn, being a reality omicron sigma alpha tau iota omicron sigma alpha, and not to be corrupted. The intellect perhaps is something more divine, i.e., than the corruptible individual, and is impassible. An alpha. 4, 408 b 1920, 2930, and again, that the soul, or some parts of it if it is by nature divisible, is not separable from the body, is not unclear, for in some cases the actuality is of the parts themselves. But in some cases nothing prevents their being separable, because they are not the actualities of any body. An alpha. 1, 413 a 47. Likewise in the Nicomachean Ethics Aristotle remarks that the contemplative life would be higher than what is in accord with the human, for not in so far as he is man will he live in this way, but in so far as something divine exists in him, and as far as this differs from the composite, so far does its activity differ from what is in accord with the other virtue. If, then, intellect is divine in relation to man, so too is the life according to it divine in relation to human life. But we must not listen to those who urge us, being human, to think what is human, and being mortal, what is mortal, but rather, as far as possible, take it upon ourselves to obey mortal and all things to live according to the best of what is in oneself, for even if it is small in bulk, in power and dignity it far surpasses all things. This even appears to be each person. If it is what is authoritative and better, it would be strange, then, if one should choose not his own life but that of another. ETHNIC Kappa. 7, 1177 b 27 1178 a 4, here the twofold nature of man, as soul-body composite and as intellect, is fully explicit. Paradoxically, what makes us human is the presence in us of that which is not merely human but rather, in that it is not part of the hylomorphic composite but is strictly immaterial, is divine. As that which is capable of becoming the intelligibles, intellect is a potentiality, and as such nothing, none of beings, has no intelligible content, before it thinks. An Gamma. 4, 429 a 24, 429 b 32. But the actualization of a potentiality must always be brought about by a prior actuality which already actually is what the potential is to become. Since, as in nature as a whole, there is something which is matter for each kind, and this is potentially all these things, and another which is the cause and is productive, by making all things, as art stands in relation to matter, it is necessary that in the soul, too, there be these differences. An Gamma. 5, 430 a 1014. Hence the intellectual potentiality sexualized comes to have actual intelligible content, only by being acted on by that which already actually has such content. On the one hand intellect is such as to become all things, and on the other to make all things, as a certain condition, like light, for in a way light makes things that are potentially colors in actuality. And these intellect is separable and impassible and unmixed in reality, being in actuality. Dean. Gamma. 5. 430 a 1418. 24 With regard to intellect in its productive aspect Aristotle says, knowledge in actuality is the same as the thing, i.e., that which is known, but knowledge in potentiality is prior in time in the individual, but in general it is not prior in time. It is not the case that it sometimes thinks, sometimes not. An Gamma. 5, 430 that is, it must always already actually know, that is, be, the intelligibles, for otherwise we would have to posit a still higher actuality to actualize its potentiality. Intellect as productive is thus Aristotle's way of addressing the same problem that Plato addresses through the myth of recollection. How can we come to know intelligible realities, given that, in that they are pure ideas, they do not come into us by way of the senses? And Aristotle, like Plato, concludes that they must somehow be always already in us. The two accounts seem to be in opposition to each other only when Plato's myth is mistaken for a theory and taken literally. But when we take it to mean that, as Plato says, the truth of beings is always in the soul, Men 86b12, and that intelligible reality is ours, PhD 761, then Plato and Aristotle come very close together. It follows that intellect in its productive aspect as always actual knowing is distinct from the human individual as a potential knower. Thus I as an intellectual knower am not wholly identical with me as a mortal individual. 25 The productive aspect of intellect in the soul, like our prior knowledge of the forms in Plato's myth, is our share in that which is immortal and divine, that is, actual intellect which is one with intelligible being. It is the presence in us of that which, by itself, is divine. When separated it is only that which it is, and this alone is immortal and eternal. An Gamma. 5, 430 23-24. Aristotle rarely uses Plato's conjugal and erotic imagery to describe the relation of thought to being, except, indeed, in Metaphysics Lambda.7, where he identifies the desirable with the intelligible and says that it moves as loved rho mu epsilon nu omicron nu, met. Lambda.7, 1072b34. But the Metaphysics opens with the declaration, all men by nature desire to know epsilon delta nu alpha iota, adding, a sign of this is the delight in sensations, met. A.1, 980-22-23. Sense, indeed, as the reception of the sensible forms of things without matter, is a preliminary, rudimentary, incomplete coupling with being. The consummation of this natural desire is the intellectual union of the soul with intelligible, divine reality. Thus the desire set forth in Metaphysics Alpha.1 is most fully satisfied by the life of contemplation described in Nicomachean Ethics Kappa.78, which is our taking part os pharasis foris in the divine activity of intellection that is one with reality itself. The activity of God, excelling in blessedness, would be contemplative. And of human activities, that which is most akin to this would be most happy, ethnic Kappa.8. 1178b 21-23. The greatest difference between Plato and Aristotle, then, does not lie in their answers to the question what is being. For Aristotle no less than for Plato, being, tau nu, or reality, omicron sigma alpha, is form, epsilon delta omicron, and as such is divine. 26 The difference, rather, is that whereas Plato exalts the good beyond form, being, and intellect as the very source of reality, of intelligibility, Aristotle looks no further than pure form, pure being, pure intellect. For Aristotle, the hierarchical ordering of the different kinds of beings is based on the extent to which form predominates over matter in each. Non-living things have the lowest degree of form, of unifying selfhood, of activity that proceeds from themselves. Although they have some form, some nature, some behaviors of their own, without which they would be nothing at all, they come closer than all other things to being purely material, purely passive. A living thing, characterized by organic unity and the ability to nourish, maintain, and reproduce itself, is far more one, more active, exhibits a far higher degree of formal identity. A sentient living thing, an animal, exercises not only these life functions but also consciousness, which, as the capacity to receive forms without matter, is a still higher degree of formality, of immateriality. A human being, in turn, has not only life and sense but the capacity for the wholly immaterial activity of intellection, which has as its content, and thus is one with, purely immaterial ideas. And at the peak of the ascending ranks of beings we find the divine, which is nothing but form, nothing but intellection, and as such is life itself and being itself. Aristotle, not Plato, is the philosopher for whom omicron sigma alpha, that is, being as intelligible form, reigns supreme. Chapter 4. Plotinus. 1. Being and intellect. Plotinus follows Plato, and, indeed, Aristotle, in identifying being, tau nu, that which is, as form. As in Plato, sensible things exist just in so far as they have and display intelligible forms. The forms themselves, therefore, as that which is intelligible and in virtue of which sensible things are at all, are reality, omicron sigma alpha. Sensible things thus are not reality itself and are not beings in the full and proper sense, but, in that they have some share of intelligibility, are images of true, intelligible reality. But Plotinus goes further than Plato and Aristotle in developing both Plato's sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha, the togetherness of intellectual apprehension and intelligible reality, and Aristotle's doctrines of pure form as one with the act of thinking and of intellect as one with the intelligible, into a far more thorough and explicit account of the coinciding, the unity and duality, of being as form and intellectual apprehension. In Treatise v.9, having described the cognitive assent to the intelligible reality of which the sensible world is an image, Plotinus argues that intellect, nu omicron, as the apprehension of this reality, is one both with the act of intellection itself and with that which it apprehends. But it is necessary to understand intellect, if we are to use the name truly, not as that in potentiality, nor that which passes from thoughtlessness to intellect, but that which is in actuality and always intellect. But if it does not have thinking from without, if it thinks anything it thinks it from itself, and if it has anything, it has it from itself. But if it thinks from itself and out of itself, it is itself the things which it thinks. For if its reality were other than thinking, and the things which it thinks were other than itself, its reality will be unintelligible, and, again, in potentiality not in actuality. The one, then, must not be separated from the other. v.9.5.110. Plotinus' first point here is that intellect in its purity is not merely a thing that exercises intellection as an activity distinct from itself, for in that case it would be potential in relation to that activity and so would not in and of itself be intellect. As actual intellect, it is the actual knowing or apprehension of the forms, and so, like the Aristotelian unmoved mover, is intellection, nu eta sigma iota, itself. Similarly Plotinus argues in v.3, such intellection, being both first and primarily, would be the first intellect, for this intellect is not potential, nor is it one thing and its intellection something else, for thus again what it really is tau omicron sigma iota delta epsilon alpha tau omicron would be potential. If then it is activity nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha and its reality is activity, it would be one and the same with its activity, v.3.5.3843. But from this, it follows that intellect must always already have or possess the intelligible being sophisticatus the prehension. If these realities were extrinsic to it, then it would, once again, be only potentially intellect, actualized ab extra by the intelligibles. In that it just is the apprehension of being, it has in itself the intelligible, or being, as that of which it is the apprehension. The one, then, must not be separated from the other, v.9.5.10 just a seeing would not be seeing without or apart from the seen, so intellect, that is, intellectual apprehension, would not be intellect without or apart from that which is thought, the forms. Plotinus' conclusion, therefore, is that, like Aristotle's unmoved mover, intellect is itself the things that it thinks alpha tau sigma tau iota nu omicron epsilon, v.9.5.7. Consequently, it is clear that, being intellect, it really thinks and establishes the beings. It is, then, the beings sigma tau iota nu rho alpha nu tau alpha, v.9.5.13-14. Likewise he concludes in v.3, altogether will be one, intellect, intellection, the intelligible. If, then, its intellection is the intelligible, and the intelligible is itself, it will itself, then, think itself, for it will think by the intellection which it itself is, and it will think the intelligible, which it itself is. Either way, then, it will think itself, in that it itself is intellection, and in that it itself is the intelligible, which it thinks in intellection, which it itself is, v.3.5.4350. Upon drawing this conclusion, Plotinus remarks, rightly, then, it is said that the same is for thinking and for being, and the knowledge of things without matter is the same as the things, and the recollections, v.9.5.2932. In view of the philosophical trajectory we have been considering, these references to Parmenides, Aristotle, and Plato are no mere incidental catalogue of testimonies, but an insightful recognition of the authentic background of his doctrine. Indeed, the all-important fragment B3 of Parmenides is known to us principally from Plotinus, who refers to it many times in the Enneads, e.g., I.4.10.6, 3.8.8.8, v.1.8.17, v.9.5.29. Here, too, he acknowledges the true meaning of Plato's myth of recollection that intelligible reality is not apart from, but is the content of, intellectual apprehension. In Treatise v.5 Plotinus offers more extensive, original, and illuminating arguments for the same conclusion. Here he is contending with those philosophers who, conceiving of intellect on the model of sensation, think that intellect knows intelligible being as other than and outside of itself. Plotinus asks, but since intellect knows, and knows the intelligible, if it knows beings which are other, how would it come upon them? He continues, but if they, i.e., his opponents will say that they are yoked together, what is this being yoked? And then the intellections will be impressions, but if so, they are from without and are impacts, v.5.1.2022, 24-26. Plotinus is here addressing what we may describe in modern terms as a causal theory of knowledge, according to which reality is extrinsic to intellect and affects it from without. As a result, according to this theory, intellect comes to have an impression, an image, or in modern terminology a representation of reality. But in that case, Plotinus objects, what intellect actually apprehends, has as the content of thought, is not reality itself, but only this representation, the image, impression, or effect of reality on intellect. Intellect, therefore, would not know reality itself, or, more precisely, would not be the very knowledge of reality, if one grants that these things, i.e., the intelligibles, are most outside of intellect, and that intellect, having them, beholds them thus, i.e., as outside itself. It is necessary that it not have what is true of them and be deceived in all things which it beholds. For they would be the true things, and it will behold them, not possessing them but receiving images of them in such knowledge. But if it does not possess what is true, but takes into itself images of the true, it will possess falsehoods and nothing true, v.5.1.51-58. There would always be a difference between what intellect has, on the one hand, and reality itself, on the other, and hence its thinking would not be true, cf. v.3.5.19-24. On this theory, then, intellect would not be the apprehension of reality itself, and so would not genuinely be intellect at all. If then truth is not an intellect, such an intellect will not be truth, or truly intellect, nor will it be intellect at all, v.5.1.66-68. In order to be knowledge, thinking must coincide with reality. A causal and, consequently, representationalist account of the relation between intellect and being inevitably leads to skepticism, because intellect can actually know only its own content and can thus never attain to reality. The essence of Plotinus' argument here is that if being itself is not the very content of intellect, then intellect cannot know being. Conversely, if being is apart from and outside of intellect, then the forms themselves must be conceived as lifeless objects in the way that Plato ridicules in the Sophist, 248e6-249a3. But if intellection and the intelligible are the same, for the intelligible is an activity nu gamma epsilon iota alpha, for it is not a potentiality, and not unintelligible, nor apart from life, nor, again, do living and thinking come from without to another being, as if to a stone or something inanimate, then the intelligible is the primary reality, v.3.5.32-36. But such a lifeless object is not what is meant by form. The very word epsilon delta omicron, look, means precisely that which is not cut off from but is given to awareness as its content. The seen apart from the seeing makes no more sense than the seeing apart from the seen. We may express Plotinus' point in grammatical terms by observing that nu omicron epsilon nu, like delta epsilon n, is a transitive verb, taking a direct, not an indirect object. That which thinks does not think about being, it thinks, that is, apprehends, being. Intellect, therefore, must stand to being in the direct relation of intentionality, as an immediate apprehension of being itself. Likewise, if being is truly intelligible, it must be given to intellectual apprehension as its content, as that which is apprehended. If being were extrinsic to intellect, then being itself, as distinct from an image, impression, or representation of being, could not be that which is thought or known. Thus if intellect and the intelligibles were separate from each other, not only would intellect not be intellect, because it would not be the apprehension of being, but also the intelligibles would not be intelligibles, because they would not be what is apprehended by intellect. In order to be known, being must coincide with thinking. One must not, then, seek the intelligible outside of intellect, nor say that there are impressions of being in intellect, nor, depriving it of truth, produce ignorance and non-existence of the intelligibles and, further, abolish intellect itself. v.5.2.15. Plotinus concludes, therefore, that since it is necessary to bring in knowledge and truth and to preserve the beings and knowledge of what each is, and that if we could not know beings themselves we would have an image and trace of each, and would not have and be with sigma upsilon nu tau alpha and be joined together with the things themselves, it follows that all things must be given delta omicron tau omicron nu to the true intellect. v.5.2.59. Intellect and being, then, do not stand apart as subject and object, two separate spheres or realms having only an extrinsic, causal relation, but are together, sigma upsilon nu tau alpha, in the unity of act and content, apprehension and the apprehended. Intellect just is the apprehension of being and being just is what is apprehended by intellect. In arguing that being qua intelligible is not apart from but is the content of intellectual apprehension, Plotinus is upholding what may be called an identity theory of truth, an understanding of truth not as a mere extrinsic correspondence but as the sameness of thought and reality. The weakness of any correspondence theory of truth is that on such a theory thought can never reach outside itself to that with which it supposedly corresponds. One thought can be adequate, literally, equal to reality only if it is one with, the same as, reality. In Aristotle's formulation, which as we have seen, Plotinus cites in support of his position, knowledge is the same as the known. 2. If thought and reality are not together in this way, then, as Plotinus argues, there is no truth, for truth just is the togetherness of being with thought. Plotinus' arguments against the separation of intellect and being thus resonate profoundly with the nihilistic predicament of modernity. If thought and reality are conceived in modern terms, as subject and object, extrinsic to and over against one another, and truth is conceived as a mere correspondence between them, then thought cannot get to reality at all, then there can be no knowledge, and in the end, since nothing is given to thought, no truth and no reality. We must rather understand thought in classical Platonic, Aristotelian, and Platonian terms, as an openness to, an embracing of, a being with reality, and of reality as not apart from but as, in Plotinus' phenomenological terms, given, v.5.2.9, to thought. This, again is the meaning of the identification of being gasser. Being means nothing if it is not given to thought. Thought means nothing if it is not the apprehension of being. Hence at the pure and paradigmatic level of both, intellect as perfect apprehension and the forms as perfect being, they coincide. We have here, then, one nature, intellect, all beings, truth, v.5.3.12. We must not fall into the error of supposing that this renders being subjective by making it mind-dependent. 3. The disjunctive presupposition that being must be either mind-dependent and thus subjective, or mind independent and thus objective, is an oversimplification which reflects the modern subject-object dualism that Plotinus rejects. Being, for Plotinus, is not mind-dependent in a subjectivist sense, as if thought were ontologically prior to being and produced being within itself. Plotinus is very clear about this: intellect has not thought each thing in order to bring it into existence. Therefore to say that the forms are intellections, if this is taken to mean that since it thought, this form came to be or is not correct. v.9.7.14-16. But neither is being mind independent, as if it were prior to and could exist without, or in separation from, intellect. There is no thought without being, but neither is there any being without thought. In order to avoid subjectivism, it is necessary, as Plotinus says, to think being prior to intellect, v.9.8.11-12, but this is only because in our imperfect, discursive thinking they are divided by us, v.9.8.20-21, whereas in truth they are one nature, v.9.8.17. Neither thinking nor being is prior or posterior to the other, for, just in that thinking is the apprehension of being and being is what is apprehended by thought, they are ontologically simultaneous. Each of them, i.e., each being is intellect and being, and the altogether is all intellect and all being, intellect in thinking establishing being, and being in being thought giving to intellect thinking and existence. These are simultaneous mu alpha and exist together sigma upsilon nu upsilon pyro chi epsilon iota and do not abandon each other, but this one is two, at once mu omicron upsilon intellect and being, that which thinks and that which is thought, intellect as thinking and being as that which is thought, v.1.4.26-34. As Plotinus here says, however, this one is two. The unity of being and intellect cannot be a simple or absolute identity. Within the one nature, v.5.3.1, which is at once intellect and being, Plotinus finds it necessary to distinguish between the seeing and the seen, between intellect as act and being as content. That which thinks itself is not separated in reality tau omicron sigma alpha from that which is thought, but being with sigma upsilon nu itself, sees itself. It becomes both, then, while being one, v.6.1.58. Plotinus continues, that which thinks must be one and two. For if it is not one, that which thinks will be one thing and that which is thought another. But if, on the other hand, it is one and will not also be two, it will not have anything which it thinks, so that it will not be thinking. It must therefore be simple and not simple, v.6.1.79, 12-14. This again follows from Plotinus' recognition of the intentionality of intellect. Thinking is necessarily a thinking of something, it is directed toward, is the apprehension of, some content. Every intellection is from something and of something, 6.7.40.6. Hence there must be an otherness as well as a togetherness between intellect and that which it thinks, even if the latter is its own content and in that sense itself its intellection about itself must be of something different if it is to be able to think itself as anything at all, 6.7.39.12-13. Without this otherness, there would be no intentional gaze, no reaching out to and apprehending anything, and hence neither intellect nor the intelligible. But if intellection intelligiba erith the same by becoming altogether own pi nu tau eta nu they will make themselves disappear in themselves, 6.7.41.12-13. Plotinus is not denying that they are the same, but only that they are altogether one, i.e. one in such a way as to exclude all otherness whatsoever. Apprehension is a single occurrence which, necessarily, can be analyzed into the apprehending and the apprehended, the knowing and the known. It takes two to be together. Intellect as act of thinking and being as that which is thought must coincide, but the terms intellect and being do not have the same meaning. The first signifies act and the second content, two inseparable moments, not parts, of a single reality. That which thinks, then when it thinks, must be in two, either one outside the other or both in the same, and by necessity thinking is always in otherness and in sameness, and the things that are properly thought are both the same and different in relation to intellect, v.3.10.24-27. Hence, in that it thinks it is two and in that it thinks itself, 1, v.6.1.25. Not only does this one nature, v.5.3.1, involve distinction as well as sameness between intellect and being, but its very content is also multiple and complex. Thus in v.3.10, immediately after presenting the sameness and otherness between being and intellect, Plotinus continues, and again, each of the things that are thought brings out with itself this identity and difference, v.3.10.28-29. Precisely as intelligible, forms are necessarily distinct from each other and therefore many. The Spinozan and Hegelian principle omnis determinatio est negatio is well known to Plotinus. Determination and therefore intelligibility depends on distinction. Any being, any form, any thought content, is this one definite being, this idea, only in virtue of its distinction from other forms, other ideas, other beings. Where there is no otherness and therefore no multiplicity, there can be neither thinking nor being, thus it understands itself by being a variegated eye or something of variegated colors. So it is necessary that that which thinks grasp one thing different from another tau epsilon rho omicron nu kappa alpha tau epsilon rho omicron nu and that that which is thought, in being thought, be something variegated, v.3.10.30-32, 40-42. Being, or that which is, therefore, necessarily consists of a multiplicity of distinct beings, which are intelligible, and so are beings, in virtue of their distinctions from one another. Being as intelligible is thus intrinsically relational, each being is itself, and so is a being, only in relation to other beings. As we saw, Parmenides' denial of all differentiation to being led to its collapse into unintelligibility and hence into nothing. Thus Plotinus, after citing Parmenides in support of the identification of thinking and being, finds himself compelled to correct Parmenides' account of being as altogether one, but in saying, in his own writings, that it is one, he was at fault, since this one was found to be many, v.1.8.23-24. Otherness, and therefore multiplicity, is the very condition for intelligibility and hence for being. But this does not mean that being is merely a collection of separate intelligible items. At this point visual imagery fails us. Bodies, indeed, cannot be distinct without being outside of or excluding one another. Forms, however, as intelligible contents or ideas, are distinct without being separate. Since they are defined in relation to one another, each form, as a content of thought, involves and thus includes the others. As Plotinus says, therefore, all things are together for there, and nonetheless they are distinguished. Intellect is all things together and again not together, in that each is an individual power, v.9.6.34, 8-9, and again, intellect as a whole is all the forms, but a particular form is a particular intellect, as knowledge as a whole is all the theorems, but each is a part of the whole, not as distinguished in place, but a particular power in the whole, v.9.8.47. The comparison of the forms to theorems in a body of knowledge is illuminating. In Euclidean geometry, for example, the theorems are logically interrelated in such a way that it is not possible to metordenion while leaving theather syntax. The theorems are really distinct in meaning, but each theorem both implies and is implied by all the others, so that each one is the whole science in its own distinct way. Likewise, each form, each intelligible being, implicitly contains and thus is the whole of being in its own way. For each has all in itself, and again sees all in another, so that all are everywhere and all are all and each is all. In each something other stands out, but all are manifest. Each is at once both part and whole, v.8.4.78, 11-12, 23. Being as a whole, therefore, is neither simply one nor simply many, but is rather one many, e.g., 6.7.14.12, a communion of living forms or thought contents, each of which is one possible realization of thought itself and of reality as the intelligible. And this complex unity, at once being and intellect, is the divine reality that informs, is reflected in, and so lends a share of intelligibility and being to the sensible cosmos. We have here, then, one nature, intellect, all the beings, truth. If so, it is a great God, or rather, not a God, but these are worthy to be all that is God, v.5.3.13. 2. The one beyond being. Plotinus thus follows both Plato and Aristotle in the threefold equation of being, form, and intellect. But he differs from Aristotle in arguing that since this is not a simple identity but a unity in duality, and involves multiplic ity of content, it cannot be the first principle. For Plato, reality as intelligible form depends on and is thus subordinate to the good, or unity as integration, which is therefore not reality, omicron kappa omicron sigma alpha, but beyond reality, pi kappa epsilon iota nu alpha tau omicron sigma alpha, Republic 509b9. But whereas Plato makes this remarkable claim only once, almost, as it were, in jest, and with scarcely any explanation, Plotinus elaborates this insight so that it becomes the dominant theme of his entire philosophy. For Plotinus, the one nature which is both being and intellect is God, v.5.3.13, in the sense that it is the eternal, intelligible, divine reality of which the sensible cosmos is an image, but it is not God in the absolute sense, the supreme first principle of all things. And this nature is God, and the second God, revealing himself before one sees that, which is seated above and established above in beauty as on a foundation which depends on it, v.5.3.36. 5. Being which is one with intellect, and with it the sensible cosmos of which it is the paradigm, depends for its existence on a still higher principle, the one or good, which is therefore neither intellect nor being, but the source of being itself. Being or intellect, therefore, is the second God, but the one or good is the first, the absolute God before whom the soul falls down in adoration precisely because he is not any bay, nothing in the whole world of sense or even the whole world of thought. As in processions before a great king the lesser ranks go first, and then the greater and more dignified ones after these, and then those around the king who are more royal, then those honored next after him. After all these the great king himself suddenly appears, and they pray and make prostrations, v.5.3.914. In the tradition of both Plato and Aristotle, Plotinus argues that to be is to be one. The existence of anything consists in the integration of its various components into a coherent whole. All beings are beings by the one. 6. Both those that are primarily beings, and those that are in any way said to be among beings. For what would something be, if it were not one? If they are deprived of the one which is said of them, they are not those things. For neither does an army exist if it will not be one, nor a chorus nor a herd if they are not one. 6.9.1.15. The Aristotelian example of an army is a powerful one, for an army manifestly consists of a great many individual soldiers and yet depends utterly on its integral unity for its existence as an army. If it loses its unity as, for example, in a rout, when the soldiers flee in different directions, the army as such ceases to exist. Each of the individual soldiers may still exist, but only insofar as he still possesses his unity, constituting him as a living human being. Plotinus continues by applying the same reasoning not merely to groups, such as an army or a flock, but to artifacts, such as a ship or a house, continuous magnitudes, living things, souls, forms themselves, and being as a whole. 6.9.1.52.27. Anything whatsoever is itself and soi saddle just in so pharisaitasoni integral whole. Wherever there is some share of unity, there is some being. Where there is no unity whatsoever, there is nothing. Unity as integration, therefore, makes the difference, or rather is the difference, between being and non-being, between something there and nothing at all. Being as intelligible form, therefore, cannot be the first principle, for it is subject to a condition and is therefore secondary and subordinate. Since to be, that is, to be a being, is to be an integral whole, one determinate this, every being is a being in virtue of its unifying determination. This is true not merely of sensible things, which are beings only imperfectly, in that they have some share of form, but of the forms themselves. This is why these are realities, for they are already determinate and each has as it were a shape. Being must not as it were float in the indeterminate, but be fixed by limit and stability for the intelligibles is determination and shape, by which also it receives existence. v.1.7.2327. All beings, just in so far as they are beings, depend, in order to be, on unifying determination itself, which is not any one determinate this, and so not a being, but rather that in virtue of which every being is one, is determinate, is a being. And this is what Plotinus means by the one, the measure of all things. 6.8.18.3, measure and not measured, v.5.4.14, not any being but, as Plotinus frequently says, the power of all things, e.g. 3.8.10.1, v.1.7.10, v.3.15.33, v.4.1.36, v.4.2.39, 6.7.32.31, the enabling condition by which beings are beings. 7. Since each being is a being in virtue of its determining identity or selfhood, its proper integrity, the universal principle of being is determination. Identity, or integration itself. The one is not something which is one, some being, but one without the something, for if it were some one tau nu, it would not be the one itself alpha tau omicron nu, v.3.12.51-53. The one itself thus represents integration or identitya such as the condition for all being whatsoever. It is in this sense that the one is the source, or cause, of reality itself, that in virtue of which there are any beings, anything to be apprehended by thought. By insisting, in opposition to Aristotle, that the first principle cannot be form, intellect, or reality, Plotinus expresses the insight that being, tau nu, or reality, omicron sigma alpha, does not account for itself. Precisely as intelligible, and, therefore, determinate, being reveals itself as conditioned, as dependent and derivative. 8. At this point then, Plotinus goes beyond the Platonic and Aristotelian understanding of the dependence of the sensible on the intelligible to argue for the dependence of all reality as such, not only sensibles as partially real but intelligibles as completely real, on integrity, or unifying determination, as the condition for intelligibility, and therefore for being. He thus goes beyond the age-old question formulated by Aristotle, what is that which is, that is, what is reality? Met. Zeta.1, 1023b34, to ask the further question, why are there beings, rather than nothing? How is it that there is anything for thought to apprehend, any reality at all? And Plotinus sees clearly that however such a question might be addressed, the answer cannot be another being, another member of reality, for such an answer would not only be erroneous but would reveal a failure to understand what is being asked. Thus Plotinus argues that since to be is to be one, determinate, and therefore dependent, the one, as the enabling condition for beings, cannot itself be another being, one of the beings. It i.e., the one is not intellect, but prior to intellect, for intellect is something of beings, but that is not something omicron tau iota, but prior to each thing, nor is it a being new, for being tau nu has as it were a shape of being, but that has no shape, even intelligible shape. For since the nature of the one is generative of all things, it is none of them omicron delta nu, alpha tau nu, 6.9.3.3641. If the one were any being, nu, or were something, tau iota, it could not be generative of all beings. The one cannot be included within the totality of that which is as any member of it, even the first or highest, precisely because the one is that in virtue of which there is such a totality at all. Thus the common expression supreme being would be, for Plotinus, a contradiction in terms. No being can be supreme, because toba baingis toba something tobion determinate this, and therefore to be not supreme but dependent. No being can be the first principle, and the first principle cannot be any being. Plotinus explains this with the utmost clarity, since the reality which is generated is form, and the form not of something but of everything, so that there is nothing else left out, it is necessary that i.e., the one be formless nu epsilon delta epsilon omicron nu. But if it is formless, it is not a reality, for a reality must be some this, that is, something determinate, but that is not understood as a this, for then it would not but have principle buton light had this which you said it was. If therefore all things are in what is generated, which of the things in that will you say it is? Since it is none of these, it can only be said to be beyond these. But these are the beings, and being. 9 Therefore, beyond being does not mean this, for it does not affirm and it does not say its name, but it conveys only not this omicron tau omicron tau omicron. v.5.6.214, as Plotinus here indicates, the expression beyond being, as applied to the one, is purely negative in meaning. It does not mean, absurdly, that the one is something else, above or outside of being. If the one were something else, it would not be beyond but rather included in being. Rather, beyond being simply means that the one, as the principle, source, or generator of all that is not any being, not one of the beings, not included within the whole of reality as any member of it. Thus Plotinus explains that the one is not, properly speaking, even a cause, for to think of it as a cause would be to think of it as a being and as having the attribute of causality. Even to say cause is not to predicate some accident of it, but of us, in that we have something from it, while that is in itself, but speaking precisely, one must not say that or is. 6.9.3.49-53. In calling the one the cause of all things, then, we are actually saying something not about the one but about ourselves and indeed all things, expressing the dependent, derivative nature of being such. The causation or generation of all things with one is therefore nothing but the dependence of all things, in that they depend on integration in order to be, their existence, their status as beings, does not come from themselves, but is received in them. 10. The one or good, then, is not a first being which causes all other beings, but is rather the source of reality itself, and as such not included within the whole of reality, in that it is the king of truth. v.5.3.19, that is, the enabling condition of the unity in duality of thought and being and therefore at once of being and intellect. For this reason he i.e., the good or one is said i.e., by Plato to be the cause not only of reality but of its being seen. Just as the sun, since it is cause for sensibles of being seen and of coming to be and in some way of sight, is therefore neither sight nor the things which have come to be, so the nature of the good, since it is cause of reality and intellect, and is light, according to our analogy, to the things seen there and to the seer, is neither the beings nor intellect but cause of these, providing by its light both thinking and being thought to the beings and to intellect. 6.7.16.23-32. The doctrine of one beyond being as the first principle thus follows from the Parmenidean, Platonic, and Aristotelian togetherness of thought and being. What then is the one? Intellect alone? But with every intellect the intelligible is yoked sigma upsilon nu zeta epsilon upsilon kappa tau alpha iota. If, then, the intelligible must not be yoked with it, it will not be intellectia. Third. If then it is not intellect but will jet out beyond the two, that which is prior to these two must be beyond intellect. What then prevents it from being the intelligible? That the intelligible also is yoked with intellect. If then it is neither intellect nor intelligible, what can it be? From which xi omicron intellect and with it the intelligible, we shall say, 3.8.9.713. Here, after adopting Plato's image of yoking to describe the unity in duality of being and intellect, Plotinus refers to the ground of this togetherness simply as from which, without any substantive or verb, thus avoiding the representation of the one as an entitative cause, a being which acts. The one is rather the principle of being qua condition at once of intelligibility and intellectual apprehension. As the one is not any being, so neither is it, properly speaking, either one or simple. The one is not even one; if it were, it would be a being with the attribute of unity. But perhaps this name one expresses a denial with regard to many. But if the one, the name and what is expressed, were some affirmation, it would become less clear than not saying any name of it, for perhaps this i.e., the name one was said so that he who seeks, beginning from this which is wholly indicative of simplicity, may finally negate even this. v.5.6.2634. 11. The One, therefore, is not an absolutely simple, undifferentiated monad, thus we do not, when we call it one and indivisible, mean as a point or a monad. 6.9.5.42. For the same reason, neither is the One simple in any positive sense. If it were, it would, in a self-contradictory way, be complex, for it would have the attribute of simplicity, and to have an attribute is to be complex. The One is therefore not only outside all multiplicity in that, unlike all beings, it is not a complex, integrated whole, but also outside any simplicity whatsoever. v.3.16.15. As the One is not intelligible, not anything, not any being, absolutely nothing whatsoever can be thought or said of it. Therefore it is in truth ineffable. For whatever you may say, you will be saying something tau. But beyond all things and beyond the most majestic intellect alone among all these is true, it is not its name, but says that it is not any of all things omicron tau epsilon tau iota tau nu pi nu tau omega nu, and there is no name of it. v.3.13.15. We may, if we like, call this negative theology, or negative henology, but not if we mean by this merely that affirmative propositions about the One are false or inappropriate while negative ones are true or express it properly. For any negation is still an intellectual determination, and is meaningful only relative to a contrary affirmation. To think the One as not this is to impose limitation on it and implicitly to think it as something other than this. Thus, as we have seen, Plotinus explains that even the name One is purely negative in meaning, signifying only not many, and then that we must negate even this negation. Genuine negative theology, then, consists not in negative thoughts or propositions, but in absolute silence of the mind. If you should wish to grasp the isolated and alone, 12 you will not think omicron nu omicron sigma epsilon iota, v.3.13.32-33. Thinking, nu eta sigma iota, is always the apprehension of some being, some definite intelligible content, and therefore never of the One. Far from violating the Parmenidean equation of being and intelligibility, Plotinus' doctrine of the One depends on and reaffirms that equation, precisely as not anything, not any being, the One is not intelligible, and precisely as not intelligible, not any definite this, the One is not any being. The One, then, is not something out here or up there beyond theriachof tot for it is not some thing at all. The entire doctrine of the One is thus at bottom an expression of the secondary, derivative nature of being as intelligible. It does not, incoherently, say that being is secondary to something else, for any such something else would necessarily be another being. Since no being can answer the question why are there beings rather than nothing, the only alternative to the apophatic silence of Plotinus is to ignore or dismiss the question altogether, and thus to disregard what is most fundamental about beings, not what they are, but that they are. Perhaps the most illuminating way in which Plotinus presents what he means by the One is through the analogy of light. Not merely adopting but rather transforming Plato's comparison of the good to the sun, Plotinus repeatedly compares the One not to the sun, as a source of light, but rather to pure light itself, thembient light playing over all things in virtue of which they are visible. It is to be likened, then, to light, and the next i.e., intellect orbing, next after theon to the sun, v.6.4.14-15, synthethessun is not just light but a body, a determinate thing that gives off light, the image of the sun risks representing the One as a being, an entitative cause. By comparing the One rather to just light, Plotinus removes this danger. For even the light of the sun in itself would perhaps escape sensation, if a more solid mass did not underlie it. But if one should say that the sun is all light, one might take this to clarify what is meant, v.5.7.12-14. With regard to sight and visible things, light itself is non oft he's a things nothing but the power or condition by which seeing can occur and things can be seen. We can never see light itself, but only ever something which is reflecting or giving off light. As the condition of vision and visibility, light is necessarily present and involved in all seeing and being seen, and is not itself one of the visible things. It is thus closely analogous to the One, which is not any being, not anything intelligible, not given to any mode of apprehension, but the condition of all being and all apprehension, greater than reason and intellect and sense, providing these, but not himself being these. v.3.14.1920. To see the One, therefore, is not to apprehend anything intelligible, any being, but to attend to the light, the condition by which all things are intelligible and are beings. One must believe one has seen, when the soul suddenly takes light phi lambda beta, for this light, is from him and is he. And this is the true end for the soul, to touch that light and to behold it by itself, not by another light, but that by which also it sees. For that by which it is illumined, it is this that it must behold. v.3.17.2730, 34-38. In deploying the analogy of light, Plotinus repeatedly uses the expression by which to articulate the distinction between all that can be known and the One as the enabling condition of knowability. The distinction between illuminated things and light itself thus represents not the ontic difference of one being from another, nor even the metaphysical difference of one level of reality from another, but rather the difference between any and all levels of being, and the One as the condition for any degree of intelligibility and hence of being. The passage from any and all beings to the One is thus comparable to the passage from illuminated and therefore visible things to light itself as the condition by which they are visible. It is not a turning from one set of objects to another object apart from these, but rather a shift of attention, within the apprehension of beings, from the intelligible beings themselves to the condition of intelligibility and being. Seeing in actuality is double, as with the eye, for on the one hand there is for it what is seen, the form of the sensible thing, and on the other hand that by which it sees the thing's form, which is also itself sensible to it, being different from the form, but the cause to the form of being seen, seen together in and with the form. v.5.7.16. That by which the eye sees is of course light itself, which is a cause only in the sense of being responsible for the visible form's visibility, and, rather than being seen as another object, is seen together with the visible form but otherwise than it. Plotinus then sets out the difference between the sun and pure light, and remarks that if the sun were all light, rather than a body that gives off light, it will then be light in no form of the other things that are seen, and perhaps visible alone, for the other visible things are not light alone. v.5.7.14-16. Here he characterizes light itself as visible alone, rather than as invisible, presumably because in such seeing there is no darkness, nothing other than light itself, not any illuminated thing but only that by which seeing is possible. Only pure light is not merely transparent, i.e., manifest to vision, but sheer transparency itself, and in that sense visible alone, nothing but visibility. He continues, such, then, is the seeing of intellect, this also sees be another light hatings illuminated by that first nature, and sees that light in them, inclining toward the nature of the illuminated things, it sees that less, but if it dismisses the things seen and looks toward that by which it sees, it looks at light and the source of light. v.5.7.16-21. Attending to the One is thus comparable to seeing sheer light rather than any illuminated thing. The vision of the good fills the eyes with light, not making one see something else by it, but the light itself is what is seen. 6.7.36.2022. Such a seeing is absolutely other than perceiving any visible thing, for anything visible is not light alone, not the condition of visibility but a conditioned, that is, an illuminated thing. And as Plotinus well knows, to have one's eyes filled with pure, undifferentiated light is to see nothing, to be blinded. Thus, as he says, to see the One, the light by which the soul in all its cognitive powers is illumined, we must take away all things, v.3.17.39, and to turn from beings in their intelligibility to the One is to unknow all things. 6.9.7.17. This unknowing or not thinking, you will not think omicron nu omicron sigma epsilon iota, v.3.13.32-33, is identical with the vision of pure light. Like the ascent of the soul in Plato, therefore, Plotinus' ascent from beings to the one is not a transition to another being but rather a transformation of the self. We become, not reality, but beyond reality by this consorting. 6.9.11.43. Through the comparison of the one not to any visible thing but to light itself, therefore, Plotinus expresses not mere continuity, as if the one were merely a supreme being, but rather radical, absolute transcendence, the invisibility of the one as not any being but the enabling condition for beings. 3. The production of being. The production of all things by the one, and the subordinate production of the sensible but intelligible is customarily termed emanation. This word, however, does not correspond precisely to any definite thought of Plotinus but serves rather as a summary term for a variety of metaphors that he uses to express this production. Taken by itself, therefore, emanation explains and clarifies nothing. Indeed, to treat it as a technical term and assume, in doing so, that we already know what it means, is to mistake a metaphor for a theory and thus to impede understanding. Instead of attributing to Plotinus a theory of emanation or an emanationist metaphysics, therefore, we must rather endeavor to understand what he means by this metaphor in terms of his philosophical argumentation and explanation. Rather than using this vague metaphor, let us follow Plotinus in saying that the one causes, generates, or makes all things and then inquire into the nature of this causing, generating, or making. We have you'll read a saint hatakalv one cause in fact means only thatal things depend on thon in order to. It follows hat one's generating or producing all things is nothing but the existential dependence of all things on the one. The one causes, generates, or makes all things only in the sense that all things depend on the one as the condition of integrating determination by which all beings are beings. This making, therefore, must not be conceived as a change or a beginning, as if beings first did not exist and then are made to exist by the one. Intelligible reality, as in Plato, is eternal in the strict sense that it is not temporally extended, and even the sensible cosmos, as in Aristotle, has no temporal beginning. Being is, eternally, and it eternally depends for its existence on the one. Nor is the one's generation of being an action or an event, as if the one first is and is itself and then, additionally, acts to produce all things. To think in these terms is both to regard the one as a being and to misunderstand the sense in which it generates all things. The making of all things by the one is not an event but a relation, the relation of dependence of all things on the one as the condition for being. Consequently, there can be no distinction between the one itself and its productive activity. This is the point of Plotinus' insistence that being is not made through any choice, wish, or motion on the part of the one. It is necessary that without the one being moved, if something is second after it, without the one inclining or willing or in any way moving, it is established. v.1.6.25-27. Not only would such a motion reduce the one to a being and introduce distinction, and hence complexity, within it, but it would mean that this choice or motion, rather than simply the one itself, would be the true cause of beings. For it did not so to speak will intellect to come to be, so that intellect came to be with the will between the one and the generated intellect, v.3.12.28-30, cf v.1.6.23-25. But as we have seen, the one signifies simply unity, in the sense of wholeness or integration, as the condition by which beings are beings. As such, the one itself just is the making of all things, not a thing which makes, which would imply a distinction between the one and its act of making and thus treat the one as a being and as having activities distinct from itself, but simply making itself, not an ontic producer but rather the production of all things. As Plotinus so often says, the one is not anything but rather the power of all things, e.g., 3.8.10.1, v.1.7.10, v.3.15.33, v.4.1.36, v.4.2.39, 6.7.32.31, the enabling condition in virtue of which theara beings. Thus if we're to speak of the generation of being in terms of will or activity at all, we must allow no distinction between the one and its will or activity, but say that this will or activity just is the one itself, his, as it were, existence is his, as it were, activity. 6.8.7.47. And again, if we were to grant activities to him, and the activities are his, as it were, reality, his will and his reality will be the same. 6.8.13.58. 13. From this understanding of the one not as a producer but as the production of all things, it follows that beings are not additional to the one. If they were, then they would be distinguished from thonias beings from another being, thus reducing the one to a first being which produces other beings. Rather, being is the trace, image, and expression of the one. v.5.5.14, v.5.5.23, v.1.6.45-46. That is to say, all being, all that is the appearance or showing forth of the one, the apprehension of the one in differentiated multiplicity. To be a being is to be one, to be an integral whole, in some distinct, determinate way. Each and every being, therefore, is not integrity, or theon itself viewed as a distinct differentiated presentation of integrity as the universal condition for being. It is a presentation, that is given to awareness, just in that it is differentiated, for determination, and therefore mutual differentiation is what renders beings intelligible and makes them beings. Every being, then, in that it is a being, is a delimited presence of the power of all things, not the one itself but a differentiated presentation, a showing forth, of the one. All reality, therefore, as a multiplicity of mutually differentiated beings, is the manifestation and apprehension of the one. Qua manifestation, as that which is given to and thus is the content of thought, it is the forms, or being. Qua apprehension, as the taking in or possessing of this content, it is intellect. Neither manifestation nor apprehension is prior to the other. There can be no manifestation without a dative of appearance, the awareness or apprehension to and in which the appearance occurs, and there can be no apprehension without something apprehended, some content, something apparent or manifest. Thus Plotinus explains that being, as the multiplicity of differentiated and therefore intelligible forms, is constituted in intellect's taking in of the one, wherefore this multiple intellect, when it wished to think the beyond, that one itself, but, wishing to intend it as simple, always comes out receiving something else, multiplied in itself. This intellect, then, intended that, but in receiving became intellect, always in need and having become intellect and reality and intellection when it thought. v.3.11.14, 13-15. But as Plotinus here makes clear, this does not mean that intellect exists or is itself prior to receiving this content. Rather, intellect, as the apprehension of being, is constituted only in receiving or being filled with the forms as appearances of the one, it came to be, then, by being filled, and having been filled it was, and at once was completed and saw. 6.7.16.32-33. Thus being and intellect are established together, in ontological simultaneity, as the manifestation and apprehension of the one in intelligible multiplicity. Their relation of beings to the one therefore is not that of of beings to another being, but rather that of multiple, differentiated appearances to that of which they are appearances. To see, to think, to apprehend anything atalis asit were it a reflection of one. All reality consists of nothing but such reflections, or determinate presentations, so that, as Plotinus says, reality is the trace, the image, the articulated expression or lambda gamma omicron, of the one. v.5.5.14, v.5.5.23, v.1.6.45-46. As we observed in discussing Plato, to see an appearance, or reflection, of a thing is not to see something other than the thing, but neither is it to see the thing itself by itself. For Plotinus, this applies not merely to the relation of sensibles to intelligibles but, more profoundly, to the relation of all things to the one. To apprehend any being is both to seeth one as presented and not to seeth on itself fatal. In just this sense, therefore, every being, as a delimited presence of the power of all things, both is and is not the one. The one, all things and not even one, v.2.1.1, and again, all these things, he and not he, because from him, not he, because he gives, remaining in himself, v.2.2.25-27. Here again the analogy of light is most helpful. In one sense, we never see light itself, but only ever some illuminated thing. In another sense, we never see anything but light, for whatever enters our visual awareness is some determinate mode, some crystallization, some delimited presentation, of light. Thus Plotinus' radical apophaticism, his insistence that the one is no thing whatsoever and is absolutely unknowable, is only half the story. Taken by itself it would mean that the one is simply nothing in a privative sense. But the one is also all things and totally available, for all that is there to be seen and known in all things, all form, all that is given to apprehension, is some determinate mode of unity as integration. As the enabling condition for beings, the power of all things, the one is not any being, absolutely inaccessible, not given to any mode of apprehension whatsoever. And as the enabling condition for beings, the power of all things, the one is absolutely accessible, given to all apprehension, seen and known in all things. Wherever we turn our gaze, which is always to some being, we find nothing but the one, as presented, and wherever we turn our gaze, we do not find the one at all, as any one of the beings. As manifestations, beings are not additional to the one. Rather, just as all that is there to be seen in the reflections of a thing is present in the thing itself, so too, since all reality is the manifestation of the one, all things are pre-contained in the one. How is it the principle of all things? Thus, in that it preserves them, making each one of them be, and in that it established them. How then? By possessing them beforehand, v.3.15.27-30. But this must not be taken to mean that the one contains all things as a multiplicity of different contents within itself, for that would identify the one as the totality of all beings rather than as the principle of that totality. Rather, since being is the manifestation oft one qua differentiate into a multiplicity of distinct beings, all things are contained in the one without differentiation, and hence not as their distinct selves, as beings. Thus Plotinus continues, but it has been said that thus it will be a multiplicity. But it possessed them, therefore, in such a way that they are not distinguished mu delta iota alpha kappa epsilon kappa rho iota mu nu alpha, they are distinguished in what is second, in the expression, tau lambda gamma, v.3.15.27-32. The one thus encompasses all things, v.5.9.10. Or, more precisely, is the encompassment of all things, 6.8.18.3, that is, not another thing but the undifferentiated containment of all things. The ascent from beings to the one, therefore, is not a turning from one world, one set of objects, to another, but is rather an ingathering, an apprehension oft hisima contentiniver greater concentration. Because intelligibility and being depends on determination and therefore on differentiation, when we attain absolute concentration, surpassing all differentiation whatsoever, we pass beyond thinking, beyond intellectual apprehension, and hence beyond being. To attain this concentration is to unknow all things, 6.9.7.19, to take away all things, v.3.17.39, that is, all things in their multiplicity and distinction, and hence as beings. The principle of each group of things is simpler than they. Therefore, that which is prior to the intelligible cosmos and generates it is neither intellect nor an intelligible cosmos, but simpler than intellect and simpler than an intelligible cosmos. It must then be concentrated, sigma upsilon sigma tau nu alpha iota, into a really one, outside all multiplicity and any simplicity whatsoever, if it is really simple, v.3.16.812, 1416. The one is thus beyond being, neither any one thing nor all things as a multiplicity just as undifferentiated continentoful things. Following Plotinus, e.g. v.1.11.813, we may think of all things in their multiple distinct identities as the many different points on the circumference of a circle. If we imagine all the points moving toward the center, each along its own radius, the circle will become progressively smaller. When all the points meet at the center, the circle will disappear altogether. This is the one, not anything, that is, not any one distinct thing among and alongside other things, nor yet all things as a multiplicity of distinct beings, but the undifferentiated concentration of all things. To say that the one is the undifferentiated containment, the encompassment, 6.8.18.3, of all things, is simply the converse side of saying that all beings are trace, v.5.5.14, or expression, v.1.6.45-46, the differentiated presentations of the one. It is not enough, therefore, to say merely that the one is not anything, no being, none of beings. Taken by themselves, such expressions would imply that the one is simply nothing, that is, nothing by the privation of all intelligible content. Rather, the one is none of beings, that is, not any one thing, not by privation but by concentration, not anything just as the undifferentiated containment of all things. Hence we must say, with Plotinus, not merely that the one is no thing, but that it is all things and no thing, the one, all things and not even one, principle of all things, not all things, but all things transcendently kappa epsilon nu omega, for they so to speak occur there, or rather, they are not yet, but will be, v.2.1.13. To say that the one is all things transcendently, literally, therely, that is, in the mode of the one, means that it is all things without distinction, and thus not as the multiplicity of distinct, determinate beings. The phrase not yet, but will be refers again to the absence of differentiation, such that qua in, or as, the one, all things are not yet themselves, not yet all things. The one, then, is not a mysterious no thing incoherently posited apart from or outside of all things. Rather, the one is not anything just as the enfolding, the undifferentiated containment, of all things, and all things, all beings, in their determination, their intelligible distinction and multiplicity, are the unfolding, the differentiated presentation and manifestation of the one. Hence we must say that all things are other than the one, but the one is not other than all things. If the one were other, it would be distinct, determinate, and thus merely another being. The one, therefore, has no otherness. 6.9.8.35. The otherness of beings from the one consists not in the one's being defined over against them as another being, but in the otherness, within being, of one being from another. Beings are other than the one, and thus are beings, in virtue of their mutual differentiation, their distinctness from each other. Only through the conception of unfolding and enfolding, of all things as manifestations of the one and of the one as the undifferentiated containment of all things, can we say on the one hand that all things, qua distinct and intelligible, which is to say qua beings, are not the one, and on the other hand that the one is not another thing, not included within the whole of reality as any member of it. Indeed, far from thinking of the one as a monad, a simple, unitary being which produceth other beings, we cannot see that the one must be regarded as differentiation itself, the very differentiation in virtue of which beings are distinct, are intelligible, and so are beings. We saw earlier that the one can be understood as identity or selfhood, as the condition by which each being is itself and so is a being. But the identity of a being, in virtue of which it is a being, is at once its own unity or integrity and its otherness from other beings. Thus in discussing the internal differentiation of intellect which constitutes it as the multiplicity of forms, Plotinus remarks, if they the intellects, i.e., the forms, or beings are many, there must be difference. Again, then, how did each have difference? It had difference in becoming wholly one epsilon lambda omega, 6.7.17.29-30. Unity as integrity and difference are mutually implicit, each being is itself in being different from others and is different from others in being itself. Mutual differentiation and therefore multiplicity is itself the very condition for intelligibility and being. Thus, after describing the one as all things and no thing, and as not being just in that it is generative of all being, Plotinus continues, and the first irration, as it were, is this, for being complete, in neither seeking nor having nor needing anything, the one, so to speak, overflows, and its overfullness makes an other, v.2.1.710. This must not be taken to mean that the one is a thing which overflows, which would contradict Plotinus' entire philosophy by regarding the one as a being and attributing to it an activity distinct from itself, but rather that the one is, as it were, overflow itself, that is, the very differentiation or articulation whereby beings are distinct from each other and so are beings. Since to be is to be determinate and distinct, differentiation or alterity itself, the otherness of beings from one another, is the condition by which beings are themselves, are intelligible, and so are beings. Identity as the principle of being implies at once the integrity or selfhood of each being gonditsitherness from other beings. Theonis identity must thus also be regarded as sheer alterity, or better, alterification, not an other, no less than as sheer unity, or better, unification, not a one. It is not a principle of unity at the expense of multiplicity but rather of the integrating differentiation or differentiating integrity whereby all beings are themselves, are other than each other, and so are beings. 4. Transcendence and immanence. As the power of all things, the enabling condition by which beings are beings, the one is infinitely and absolutely at once transcendent to and immanent in all things. It is transcendent in that it is not any being, not any member of the totality of things that are, and immanent in that wherever there is any being, there is the one, as the power or condition by which it is a being. Far from contradicting each other, transcendence and immanence are mutually implicative and indeed identical. It is a wonder how, without having come, he is present, and how, not being anywhere, there is nowhere where he is not. This is, indeed, immediately to be wondered at, but for one who knows, the opposite, if it should be, would be wondered at, or rather, it could not even be so that anyone should wonder at it. v.5.8.23-27. In other words, as soon as we understand what is and what is not meant by the one, we see at once that just as the condition for being, the one is universally present or immanent throughout all beings, there is nowhere where he is not, and that precisely as this universally present condition, the one is nowhere, that is, not any being, and thus transcendent. Conversely, precisely as transcendent, the one must be universally present. All too often, transcendence is interpreted as otherness or separation, and hence as opposed to immanence. But if the one were separate from or other, then beings then it would be another being defined and limited be its otherness in relation to other beings. Hence it would be included as one distinct member within the totality of beings, and so would not transcend that totality. In order to be truly transcendent, the one must be otherwise other, that is, other precisely in that, unlike all beings in relation to each other, it is not marked off over against them as another being. Every being, as we have seen, is defined, and so is a being, by its otherness from other beings. But the one, as Plotinus says, not having otherness, is always present. 6.9.8.34-35. Just because the one is the condition for being, and so not marked off by otherness as another being, it follows that all being is the presence of the one. Thus, just as absolutely transcendent, the one is absolutely present, or immanent, to all things. 14. Plotinus articulates just this line of reasoning in v.5.9, it is there and not there, the latter in that it is not contained, the former in that, being free from everything, it is not prevented from being anywhere. For if, conversely, it were prevented, it would be limited by an other, and the next things would be without a share in it, and God would go just so far mu Cairo iota tau omicron upsilon theta epsilon and would no longer be in himself, but enslaved to the things after him. Whatever is not somewhere has nowhere where it is not sigma alpha delta mu pi omicron, Omicron kappa sigma tau iota nu pi omicron upsilon mu. For if it is not here, it is clear that another place contains it, and it is here in something else, so that the not somewhere is false. If then the not somewhere is true and the somewhere is false, so that it may not be in something else, it will not stand apart from anything. But if it does not stand apart from anything and is not somewhere, it will be everywhere in itself. v.5.9.1324. Throughout this passage, Plotinus uses spatial imagery somewhere, nowhere, everywhere to express the one's simultaneous immanence and transcendence. But this, of course, is metaphorical. Neither the one's non-inclusion among beings, nor its presence to them, is literally spatial. To be somewhere means to be something, to be determinate, to be this and not that, to be a being, and to be not somewhere, or nowhere, means to be not determinate, not anything, not a being. If, therefore, we replace the spatial metaphors with ontological terms, the central statement becomes even stronger: whatever is not something has nothing which it is not, which in effect restates the understanding of the one as all things and not anything. Thus the one is infinitely immanent in that it is not merely present in or to all things, which, taken strictly, would imply that it is present as one thing in or to another thing, like, say, water in a glass, and thus marked off from this other and so not absolutely present, as the water and the glass remain extrinsic to each other. Rather, the one is, so to speak, present through and through all things, so that all things are nothing but the presence of the one. Conversely, the one is infinitely transcendent in that it is not any being at all. The distinction between the sensible and the intelligible is thus relativized vis-a-vis the one, which is infinitely transcendent and infinitely immanent to both. That distinction, as articulated by Plato and understood by Plotinus, is in the end a difference of degree. Sensible things have some share of intelligibility, and so of reality, in that they have and display intelligible identities or forms, but are not themselves these forms. The forms themselves are purely intelligible, pure idea, and are therefore reality or being itself. The one, on the other hand, is not anything intelligible, any reality at all, as the ground of all intelligibility, all degrees of reality whatsoever. Consequently, the fundamental distinction in Plotinus metaphysics does not lie between the sensible cosmos and a vaguely conceived spiritual or divine world, the latter then being subdivided into soul, intellect, and the one, as if, once we have transcended the physical or sensible world, any further distinctions are of only secondary importance. Rather, it lies between the sensible, soul, and intellect, on the one hand, all of which are lower and higher levels or degrees of intelligibility and being, and the one, on the other hand, as the condition of all levels of intelligibility and being. Consequently both one's transcendence, its distance from all things, and its immanence, its intimacy to all things, are infinitely greater than the transcendence and immanence of forms to sensibles. For the one is not anything at any level, and the immediate ground of all things at all levels. It is thus misleading to suggest that the one immediately generates being or intellect, which in turn generates soul, which in turn produces the sensible cosmos, so that a latter is not produced immediate libeth one but stands at several removes from it. Rather, all reality at all levels depends immediately on unity as integrity, which transcends the distinction between the sensible and the intelligible. All beings are beings by the one, both those which are primarily beings and those which are in any way said to be among beings. 6.9.1.12. The latter phrase can and should be interpreted both in a Platonic and in an Aristotelian sense. Taken Platonically, it means both intelligibles, which are fully and perfectly beings, and sensibles, which are beings only in a partial and secondary way, to the extent that they have some form. Taken in an Aristotelian manner, it can, as we have seen, mean this, but it can also mean both substances in the sense of the categories, as the things that underlie or have various attributes, and accidents, which do not exist by themselves or primarily but only insofar as they inhere in a substance. Even an accident in this sense exists just insofar as it is this one accident, and is thus an immediate and direct expression of the one. Thus all things at all levels, sensible or intelligible, image or reality, substance or accident, are nothing but the presence and manifestation of the One. The One therefore, does not stand at the peak-oft hierarchy of levels of reality, as if it were merely a first and highest being, but rather transcends and permeates the entire hierarchy, transcending it in that it is not any member of that hierarchy, even the highest, and permeating it in that wherever there is any least shred of being, however slight, there is the One, as the enabling condition of being, the power of all things. 5. Being as beauty. Plotinus argues that just as manifestation, as form, as that which is given to cognitive apprehension, being is pleasing and attractive to behold, and is thus identical with beauty. Plotinus' doctrine of beauty, therefore, is not an aesthetics in the modern sense, that is, a separate philosophical topic distinct from and alongside of his metaphysics, but is rather an intrinsic dimension of his understanding of being as form and as the manifestation of the One in intelligible multiplicity. Indeed, the identification of being as beauty is an elaboration of the fundamental Parmenidean principle that to be is to be intelligible. Plotinus begins his inquiry into the beauty of bodies by reformulating the question of what beauty is in terms of the beautiful body's effect on the person who perceives it. What then is this, i.e., beauty which is present in bodies? We have to inquire first about this. What then is it which moveth visions of the beholders and turns and draws them to itself and makes them enjoy the sight? I.6.1.17-19. The question what is the beauty of bodies, thus becomes the question, what is it about a sensible thing such that, when perceived, it arouses delight and attraction in the perceiver? From the outset, then, Plotinus interprets beauty as a feature of bodies in their relation to consciousness. This, indeed, reflects common sense. To say that a thing is beautiful is to say something about how it is experienced, how it affects a perceiver. We may speak, with Plotinus, of invisible beauties, phi alpha nu epsilon, I.6.3.29, mu rho mu epsilon nu alpha, I.6.4.19, in the sense of beauties that are given to thought rather than to the senses, but it would be meaningless to speak of a beauty which is invisible absolutely, not given to awareness in any mode at all. This is not to say that beauty is subjective in the sense that it is in the eye of the beholder rather than in the thing beheld, but only that it is a feature of things as they stand in relation to awareness, as pleasing and attractive to the gaze. Plotinus then presents and criticizes the conventional definition of beauty as proportion of the parts to each other and to the whole, with the addition of good color, I.6.1.21-22. He does not reject the idea that proportional structure can contribute to a body's being beautiful, but rather points out this account of beauty is insufficiently universal. It does not cover the beauty of simple things, such as light, color, and tone. For them, i.e., those hod fini beautithus beautiful colors as well as phthalitophtasun, since they are simple and do not possess beauty from proportion, will be outside of being beautiful. And how will gold be beautiful? And lightning at night or stars beautiful to be seen? And in sounds likewise the simple will be gone, although often each sound in a beautiful whole is itself beautiful. I.6.1.31-37. If we point out that the conventional definition, as given by Plotinus, does in fact include color as well as proportion, it follows that the definition itself is lacking in unity. It merely juxtaposes proportion and color without explaining what they have in common such that both contribute to rendering a body pleasing to awareness, and thus fails to identify what beauty is in universal terms. When Plotinus addresses the latter question and begins to present his own account of beauty, he does so, once again, by referring to the effect of the beautiful body on the soul of the perceiver. Taking it up again, let us say what indeed is the first beauty in bodies. For it is something that becomes sensible even at the first glance beta omicron lambda, and the soul speaks as understanding and recognizing it, and accepts and as it were is fitted to it. But striking upon the ugly it shrinks back and rejects it and turns away from it, being out of harmony and alienated. I.6.2.18. Plotinus then explains this recognizing and accepting in terms of the kinship between the soul and what it finds in the sensible thing. We say, that being in nature what it is and coming from the better reality among beings, when it sees delta something akin or a trace of what is akin, it rejoices and is excited and is borne back toward itself and recalls itself and the things that are its own. I.6.2.811. The better reality from which the soul, qua intellectual comes is the forms or intelligibles, and the trace of these and the sensible body is the form that these and displays. The kinship in question, then, is the togetherness of the soul's seeing, delta epsilon nu, the intentional gaze, beta omicron lambda, of consciousness, with the look, epsilon delta omicron, or form, that is given to it. The soul is pleased by the sensible thing to the extent that it finds in it some look, something there to see, to apprehend, some cognizable content, rather than finding itself at a loss, in the dark, gazing into the abyss, apprehending nothing, and so not apprehending at all. The beauty of bodies, therefore, is their share in form, but how are both those things, i.e., intelligibles, and these things, i.e., sensibles, beautiful? We say that these things are beautiful by participation in form. I.6.2.1213. Just as look, as that which is given to the gaze of awareness, form is pleasing to behold and is therefore beauty. Plotinus' understanding of beauty as form is thus an aspect of the belonging together, or as he puts it, the kinship, of thought and being. As form, being is never merely neutral, as what is given to apprehension, it is intrinsically satisfying, and thus pleasing, to consciousness in its intentionality, its need to be the apprehension of something. And this is what it means to be beautiful. Being is pleasing to awareness, and awareness is pleased by being, just in that being is what is given to awareness and awareness is the apprehension of being. Thus Plotinus says of purely intelligible being itself, what first comes forth into beholding theta alpha nu by being form, and what is beheld theta alpha mu alpha by intellect, this is also delightful to be seen gamma alpha sigma tau nu phi theta nu alpha iota, v.8.8.68. In the case of sensible things, therefore, it is also an indication that beauty is form that we do not yet see epsilon delta omicron mu epsilon nu what is outside ourselves, but when it comes to be within, it affects us. But it comes in through the eyes, being form alone, v.8.2.2427. Adopting Aristotle's doctrine of sensation as the immaterial reception of form, Plotinus here points out that what is pleasing in a sensible thing is precisely the form in it, as that which enters into awareness. The soul is satisfied, or pleased, by having something given to it, some formal content, without which there can be no awareness because there is nothing for it to be awareness of. Conversely, the soul is repulsed and alienated by the lack or absence of form. Such emptiness, such lack of content, is ugliness, in that it offers no satisfaction to the demand of consciousness as intentionality for some content, something to be the apprehension of, and hence is distressing, alienating, and repellent to the gaze. For all that is shapeless mu omicron rho phi omicron nu, whose nature is to receive shape and form, when it is without a share of reason and form is ugly and outside of divine reason, and this is the altogether ugly. I.6.2.1417. This altogether ugly is matter, which as we shall see Plotinus interprets as that aspect of sensible things which is not form, not look, nothing for awareness to intend, and therefore as non-being, and since matter itself does not. Plotinus 135. Remain shapeless beautishapeden things the soul to straightway applieth the form of the things to it, being distressed by the indefinite, as it were in fear of being outside of beings and not enduring to stay for long in non-being. 2.4.10.3236. A sensible thing is beautiful, that is, delightful and attractive to behold, then, just in so far as it has some look, some intelligible character, and to that extent is something rather than nothing and is not alienated from but given to awareness. In short, the beauty of sensible things is the aspect of form in them, and beauty in universal terms is form. This is not to say that beauty is a form, one of the forms, but rather that beauty is form as such, any and all form, the share of intelligibility and so of reality that is found in sensible things. In short, since to be is to be intelligible, and to be intelligible is to be given and therefore satisfying to apprehension, it follows that to be is to be beautiful. Anything is beautiful just in so far as it has some form, that is to say, just insofar as it is anything at all. Although some things are less beautiful than others, and thus relatively ugly, nothing can be absolutely ugly. Anything at all must have some form, some intelligible content, and is thus more satisfying to the gaze than total non-being. Beauty, therefore, is not merely a feature that some beings, or even all beings, happen to have. Rather, being itself, precisely as form, just is the beautiful, that which is pleasing and attractive to the gaze, wherefore being tau epsilon nu alpha iota 15 is longed for because it is the same as the beautiful, and the beautiful is lovable because it is being. What need is there to inquire which is the cause of the other, when it is one nature? For the false reality here, i.e., the sensible, which is not true reality itself, needs an image of the beautiful from without so that it appears beautiful and desatal and didasukin so farasit sharisan beauty according to form, and by receiving this, insofar as it receives is more complete, for it is more reality insofar as it is beautiful, v.8.9.41-48. As in Plato and Aristotle, therefore, the soul has an intrinsically erotic comportment toward being, as that which is intelligible and hence satisfying, delightful and attractive to intellectual apprehension. When Plotinus refers to sensible reality as false, he does not mean that sensible things have no reality or are not beautiful at all, but only that their reality, that is, their beauty, their form, their intelligibility, is a trace or image, that is, the appearance in them of beauty itself, which is pure form. As that which is purely intelligible. Real beauty, therefore, is being itself, the complex of mutually differentiated forms as that which is perfectly given to and thus one with intellect. But, Plotinus reminds us, we must not remain forever in this multiple beauty, but proceed still darting upward, leaving behind even this, not out of this sensible universe, but out of that, i.e., the intelligible, wondering who made it and how. 6.7.16.14. As the source of being in its intelligibility, the one is the source of beauty. For as we have seen, being is given to apprehension, and so is beauty, only in virtue of the one. Every form is a determinate, intelligible content, and so is a beauty, just as a mode, a distinct manifestation, of unity as integration. The form, then, coming to that which, out of many parts, is to be one by composition, coordinates and draws it together into one completion and makes it one by agreement, since it, i.e., the form is itself one, that which is shaped must be one as far as possible for it, being made out of many. So beauty is established on it, i.e., on the composite thing when it has been gathered together into one, I.6.2.18-24. Since being as form, as what is given to apprehension, is beauty, and the one is not any being, not any form, not so given, it follows that the one is not beauty, but, as Plotinus says, too great to be beauty, v.8.13.11-12. Indeed, Plotinus describes the soul's fear in approaching the one in terms remarkably similar to those in which he describes its fear of matter, or the ugly, insofar as the soul goes toward the formless, i.e., the one, since it is utterly unable to apprehend it since it is not defined and as it were stamped by a variegated stamp, slips away and is afraid that it may have nothing. 6.9.3.47. The soul undergoes this fear because the one, like matter, is not any form, any look, nothing for the gaze of consciousness. Here again, therefore, the soul faces an abyss, the passing beyond any definite, intelligible content. The ascent to the one is unheimlich to the soul because it means that consciousness is going outside of what is proper to it, the place where it belongs, where it is at home, being, as form, as what is given. To turn from beholding clearly visible, illuminated things to the blinding vision of light itself is terrifying to the soul. At the same time, however, the one may also be called beauty, not, like form or being, in the sense of that which is beautiful, but in the sense of the principle or condition by which being is intelligible and therefore beautiful. Therefore the power of all is the flower of beauty, a beautifying beauty kappa lambda lambda omicron kappa alpha lambda lambda omicron pi omicron iota nu. For it generates it and makes it more beautiful by the excess of beauty, so that it is the principle of beauty and the limit of beauty. For being the principle of beauty it makes beautiful that of which it is the principle. 6.7.32.31-35. Since the beautiful is being as form, the erotic pursuit of beauty leads the soul ultimately to direct its gaze, in fear and trembling but also in adoration and love. 16. Beyond being, beyond what is given to thought, to the power of all things, the one as the condition of intelligibility and therefore at once of being and of being beautiful. 6. The sensible and the intelligible. As we have seen, the sensible is and is beautiful just in so far as it has and displays forms, but it is not genuine being, or genuinely beautiful, to the extent that it is not itself pure form. Thus, the forms seen in sensible things, which are their share of being and beauty, are images or appearances given to the senses, of the purely intelligible forms themselves which are given to and are the content of intellect and so are true reality. Hence, as in Plato, the sensible cosmos is analogous to a work of art in that it is and is beautiful just in so far as it is a sensible image of intelligible contents, or ideas. Thus Plotinus more than once begins the ascent from the sensible to the intelligible with a discussion of human art, e.g., v.9.3, 3.8.4, v.8.1. Let there be, if you will, two lumps of stone set near each other, one unshaped rho upsilon theta mu sigma tau omicron upsilon and without a share in art, the other already mastered by art into a statue of a god or some man. The one which has been brought by art to beauty of form will appear beautiful not by being stone, for then the other would be beautiful likewise, but by the form which art has put in. v.8.1.715. This is not to say, of course, that the raw lump has no beauty at all, it must have some form, and hence some beauty, or it would be nothing at all. See I.6.2.27. The real question is, why is the sculpted stone more beautiful? The matter did not have this form, but it was in the one who thought, and before it came to the stone, but it was in the craftsman, not in so far as he had eyes or hands, but in that he shared in art. v.8.1.1619. If the sculpted stone is more beautiful than the lump, this is because thought, or idea, is more evident in it. The distinctive beauty of the sculpture, as opposed to the lump, is the form that it has received through the artist's work, which is an image of the form existing as pure thought content, or idea, in the artist's mind. Consequently, the form, that is, the beauty, that renders the sculpture pleasing to behold is first and more truly in the artist's mind, as the paradigm of which the sculpture's beauty is an image. This beauty, then, was far better in the art, for that which was in the art did not come to the stone, but that remained, while another, lesser than that, came from it. v.8.1.1922. The form or beauty in the artwork is lesser than that in the artist's mind because it is less concentrated, more extended. If art makes its product such as what it is and has, it is more and more truly beautiful, having the beauty of art, greater and more beautiful than whatever is in the external. For in so far as it is extended by going into matter, so far it is weaker than that which remains in unity. v.8.1.2327. The form, the intelligible content that in the artist's thought is held in unity, in the sensible product is spread out over space and time. Consider, for instance, the example of music. Every primary maker must be in itself greater than that which is made, for it is not lack of music that makes anything musical, but music, and what makes sensible music is that which is prior to this. v.8.1.3033. In other words, mere sound is made into music by the intelligible content that is grasped by the composer's mind. This is a particularly powerful example because of the inescapable temporality of sensible music. A truly noble piece cannot be composed merely sequentially, for the beginning must be conditioned by the end and indeed each part by every other part. Hence the composer must grasp or know, all at once, the shape of the complex whole 17, but that whole, which the composer knows all at once, the audience must hear part by part, in a temporally extended sequence. So too, the form or beauty of a statue, which the sculptor apprehends in thought as a single whole, is spatially and temporally extended in the viewer's experience. In general, then, the beauty, the form, in a sensible artwork is an image, an outward, extended expression, of what the artist knows as idea. It is the same formal content at a lower, less concentrated, more diffuse level of presentation and apprehension. It is less one, less pure, less itself, less the real thing. The theory of art set out here, however, is incidental to Plotinus' real aim, which is to use the analogy of art to express the relation of the sensible world to intelligible reality. But let us leave the arts, and let us contemplate the things which the works of art are said to imitate, 18 beauties which come about and are said to be by nature, all rational and irrational living things. What then is the beauty in these? Is not this everywhere form, coming to that which has come to be from the maker, as in the arts it was said to come to the artworks from the arts? v.8.2.14, 7, 14-17. Beauty is form, and a sensible thing is beautiful in virtue of the form it displays, but is not itself that form. Hence, as an artwork is to the thought of the artist, so the sensible cosmos is to intellect or being, an outward, sensible expression, extended in space and time, of that same intelligible content. It is in this sense, in that sensible things exist and are beautiful by having form, that some wisdom makes all the things that have come to be, whether artworks or natural things, and everywhere a wisdom directs the making, v.8.5.13. And since this wisdom is intellect itself, that is, the intelligible paradigm by reflecting which sensible things have any share of being, it is reality, the true wisdom, then, is reality, and the true reality is wisdom. Wherefore those are realityist hat denathave wisdom in that they have a become reality through some wisdom but denathave wisdom in themselves are not true realities. Wherefore the ancients said that the ideas are beings and realities, v.8.5.15-16, 18-20, 24-25. Although the sensible cosmos is thus analogous to a work of art, the analogy of course is not complete. The first difference between the way a human artist makes his product and the way intellect makes the cosmos is that in the latter case there is no planning, no process of coming up with a design for the world. Intellect's apprehension of the forms as its own content is not a sequential or discursive process but an immediate intellectual intuition or vision, a knowing of the whole all at once. Consequently, Plotinus explains, intellect does not, like a human artist, develop a plan for the cosmos, this all i.e., the sensible cosmos. If we agree that it is and is such from another, shall we then think that its maker planned in himself earth, and that it must stand in the center, then water, and this upon earth, and the other things in order up to the sky, then all living things and such shapes as they have, and then, all these things having been arranged in himself, undertook they work accordingly? But such planning is impossible, v.8.7.19. As we have seen, intellect is not prior to the forms and does not make them as its thoughts but rather simply coincidus orison with them. Rather than planning the cosmos, therefore, intellect eternally knows and eternally is the plan, that is, the paradigm or pattern of the cosmos. Plotinus' understanding of how the world reflects an intelligible paradigm is thus quite different from the crude, anthropomorphic versions of the argument from design or intelligent design that occur in modern and contemporary thought. If we are to speak of design at all, we must think of intellect not as a designer, but as design itself, in the sense that it just is the paradigm that the cosmos reflects. Simply because the forms, the contents of intellect, are as they are, the sensible cosmos comes about in all its beauty and coherence, as a direct expression of intellect, or being, itself. The order of the world is not from sequence or from planning, but prior to sequence and prior to planning. First the intelligible is a principle all these things i.e. sensibles come thence and just as they do, v.8.7.42-45. The second major difference between the cosmos and a human artwork is that the making of the cosmos by intellect is not a process of construction, or what in Aristotelian terms would be called efficient causality. Intellect makes all sensible things simply in that, qua form, it enables sensible things to have intelligible identities and so to be anything at all. The cosmos is made without noise, because that which makes is all reality and form. v.8.7.24-25. This is why, for Plotinus, such making is contemplation, intelligible whatness, which is the content of and thus one with the thinking that apprehends it, makes things what they are and so lets them be. What he says of nature, as the formative principle in sensible things, applies a fortiori to intellect itself. To make, for it, is to be what it is, and in so far as it is this, it is that which makes. And it is contemplation and what is contemplated, for it is rational principle. So by being contemplation and what is contemplated and rational principle, it makes in that it is these. 3.8.3.1821. Hence we must sharply distinguish making in this sense, which may be described as vertical causation in that it is the dependence of a lower level of reality on a higher, from the horizontal causation of one thing by another within the sensible order. These two kinds of causality are therefore not alternative to or in competition with one another, but are two fundamentally different modes of explanation. Thus Plotinus does not deny efficient or horizontal causality within the world, but regards it as merely ancillary to the causation of all sensible things by form, that is, their dependence on form to be what they are and so to be at all. One might indeed say that the powers of fire and of the other bodies are great, but then it is by inexperience of true power that they are imagined burning and destroying and pressing and serving for the generation of living things. But these destroy because they are destroyed, and contribute to generation because that are themselves generated, but the power there i.e., in the intelligible has only to be and only to be beautiful, v.8.9.32-38. Thus, for example, in one sense a fire is caused or generated by a previous fire, but in another and more fundamental sense it is caused or generated by the form of fire, as the intelligible whatness by which it is what it is and so has any reality. Given these differences, however, the cosmos is to intellect as an artwork is to the artist's thought, an outward, extended, sensible expression of the same formal content. Consequently, to ascend from the sensible to the intelligible is not to turn from one world or set of objects to another, but to apprehend the same content in greater concentration, without the dilution of spatio-temporal extension in which it is given at the level of sense. Let us then grasp in thought this cosmos, each of the parts remaining what it is and not confused, all together in one as far as possible. Let there be then in the soul a luminous imagination of a sphere having all things in it. Keeping this, grasp in yourself another, taking away the mass, take away also the places, and the image of matter in yourself. v.8.9.13, 8.9, 11.13. As Plotinus says elsewhere, there i.e., in the intelligible are harmonizing qualities and quantities, numbers and sizes and shapes, actions and affections which are according to nature, motions and rests both universal and in parts of the things there, but instead of time, eternity and place is there intellectually, one thing in another. v.9.10.710. Here again, therefore, as in Plato, what we find is not two worlds, a world of sensible things or bodies and a world of intelligible things or forms, but rather the same content, the same reality, at lower and higher levels of presentation and apprehension. 19. Plotinus' spatial metaphors, like Plato's, must be interpreted in these terms. When Plotinus uses here and there to refer to the sensible and the intelligible respectively, as he frequently does, here means given to sense and there means given to intellect. What we lose or leave behind in ascending from sense to intellect as our mode of apprehending reality is precisely nothing, for all that is here is more truly found there. For since we say that this all is according to the, as it were, paradigm of that, all that is living must be there first, and if its being is complete, it must be all things. And sky there is living, and so not barren of stars, as they are called with regard to this sky here, and this is being for sky. And clearly there is earth there, not barren, but much more enlivened, and all living things in it, as many as walk and are called terrestrial here, and clearly plants established in life, and sea is there, and all water in flow and abiding life, and all the living things in water, and the nature of air is a part of the all there, and the aerial living things in it just as the air itself. There is no poverty or lack of resource there, but all things filled and as it were boiling with life. There is as it were a flow of them from one spring, as if there were some one quality having and preserving all qualities in itself, of sweetness with fragrance, and at once wine-like quality and the powers of all tastes and the sights of colors and the things that touches know, and there stand the things that hearings hear, all tunes and every rhythm. 6.7.12.113, 2230. Here Plotinus emphasizes the sameness of content between the sensible and the intelligible by describing the latter in radically sensuous terms. All the beauty, all the form, all the being that is given to sense little by little, here a glimpse and there a glimpse, the scent of flowers, the sound of music, the sight of the stars is given to intellect all together at once in a single complex apprehension of the whole. Thus, as Plotinus explains, these sensations are dim intellections, but the intellections there are clear sensations. 6.7.7.30-32. Sense and intellect, then, are not two different faculties directed toward two different worlds or sets of objects, but are rather lower and higher, dimmer and clearer modes of apprehending the same thing, that is, being, or form. So too, Plotinus remarks that all these things together, i.e., all that is sensible, are from there, and are more beautifully there, for here they are diluted mu mu iota kappa tau alpha iota and those are not diluted. But then it, i.e., the sensible cosmos is shelled fast by forms from beginning to end, matter first with the forms of the elements, then other forms upon forms, then others again, so that it is difficult to find the matter hidden by many forms. And since even this is a certain last form, this, i.e., the sensible is all form, and all things are forms, for the paradigm is form, v.8.7.1724. As in Plato's divided line, the levels of reality, sensible and intelligible, are not opposed to each other but are distinguished in terms of the degrees of clarity and dimness in which they are given and apprehended. Hence there is no opposition between intelligible forms and sensible bodies, but rather simply higher and lower levels of form. For whatever is given to awareness at any level is by definition a look of some kind. As intellect and sense are higher and lower modes of apprehension, so intelligibles and sensibles are clearer and dimmer forms, that is, form, or being, qua given more or less clearly. Sensible things, and thus the entire content of the sensible cosmos, are forms dimly given and apprehended, reality diluted by spatio-temporal extension. Intelligibles are forms clearly given and apprehended, are so are pure reality itself. 7. The two matters. If, for Plotinus, the sensible cosmos is all form, and all things are forms, so that even matter is a certain last form, v.8.7.22-24, how are we to understand his usual, more Aristotelian account of matter as that aspect of sensible things which is not form? We must begin by observing that purely intelligible reality itself according to Plotinus involves a kind of matter analogous to the matter of sensible things. Plotinus offers two principal arguments for this. One of these is that since everything here has its paradigm there, and matter occurs in the sensible, it must occur paradigmatically in the intelligible. If there is an intelligible cosmos there, and this sensible cosmos is an imitation of it, since this is composite and made out of matter, there must be matter there too. 2.4.4.810. This indicates not an identity but an analogical relation of image to archetype between matter here and matter there. Plotinus' other argument proceeds from the differentiation among the forms. Since they are all forms, but are different from one another, there must be a common substratum which receives the determinations or definitions in virtue of which they are distinct. If, then, there are many forms, it is necessary that there be something common in them, and also something proper to each, by which one differs from another. 2.4.4.24, and again, if being many itis indivisible themani which are in onarian matter wicus thadon while at are these shapes so fit. 2.4.4.14-16. The matter of intelligibles, then, is a substratum of differentiation but, unlike the matter of sensibles, not a substratum of change. The matter of things that come to be always has now one form now another, but that of eternal things is always the same. 2.4.3.911. Taken together, these two arguments provide a sufficient explanation of what Plotinus means by the matter there, the matter of intelligibles. As the matter of sensibles is their need for and receptivity to form, without which they would have no identity, no intelligibility, and so would not be anything at all, the matter of intelligibles is their need for and receptivity to the one. As we have seen, the differentiation of the forms from one another is what distinguishes the forms, or being, from the one. The forms are beings in virtue of unifying determination, of integration as differentiation or differentiation as integration, and are thus dependent and receptive in relation to this determination. The matter of intelligibles is thus not really something other than the forms, but just is the forms, or being, considered qua dependent or receptive. As Plotinus explains elsewhere, the matter that is present in intellect thus represents the potentiality of intellect in relation to the one, for since intellect is a sight, and a seeing sight, it will be a potentiality which has come into actuality. So there will be on the one hand matter and on the other form for it the matter in intelligibles. The good fills the sight of intellect, 3.8.11.15, This is not, of course, a temporal distinction, as if intellect were first potential and then became actual. Rather, it means that being or intellect involves potentiality in that it is eternally actualized ab extra, not accounting for its own existence but depending on, and in that sense made to be, filled or actualized by, the one. Here again, therefore, we encounter the most profound difference between Plotinus and Aristotle. For Aristotle, the first principle is pure form and pure reality, omicron sigma alpha, just in that it is pure actuality, and hence involves no matter. For Plotinus, on the other hand, pure form or reality, omicron sigma alpha, is not pure actuality and therefore cannot be the first principle because, qua intelligible, it is determinate and therefore dependent. Intelligible reality, that is, being itself, thus involves a material aspect in that it depends on the one in order to just in that being is potential in relation to the first principle itis analogous to the matter of sensible things and in this respect can therefore be described as matter there. 2.4.8.10 Plotinus' doctrine of the matter of intelligibles is thus no more than another expression of the secondariness of being. Turning now to the matter of sensibles, we must in the first place be careful never to fortuitas sensible matter. This locution, although convenient, is profoundly misleading. For matter itself according to Plotinus is precisely not sensible. It is not a body, cannot be perceived, is not anything sensible at all, but always falls below the threshold of sensibility. Thus, for example, when Plotinus refers to the matter of the sensible cosmos as a decorated corpse nu epsilon kappa rho nu kappa epsilon kappa omicron sigma mu eta mu nu omicron nu, 2.4.5.18, he could all too easily be taken to mean that the sensible cosmos itself is a decorated corpse, something only superficially living and beautiful but in truth dead and ugly. But this is not what the means. Rather the sensible cosmos alt hatus given to the sense is all that is actually perceived, is the decorations, and as such is good and beautiful, the cosmos is all form, and all things are forms, v.8.7.23, albeit at a low level. Likewise at the conclusion of I.8, Plotinus says that evil, i.e., the imperfection of sensible things that he has identified with their matter, by being contained in certain beautiful chains, as some people are chained in gold, is hidden by these, I.8.15.14-16. 20 Matter itself, the corpse or the prisoner which underlies these visible adornments, these forms or beauties, is never seen and thus is not any part of the sensible cosmos, the totality of all that is given to the senses. Plotinus arrives at the matter of sensibles, conceptually, through the Aristotelian argument from change, specifically the changing of the elements into one another, 2.4.6.24, which itself is based on the argument to the receptacle in Plato's Timaeus, 49b 750b 5. For the destruction of that which changes is not complete, otherwise, some reality will be abolished into non-being, nor, again, has that which comes to be come into being from complete non-being, but there is a change from one form to another, 2.4.6.47. Plotinus concludes that the elements are composed out of matter and form, the former with regard to the underlying indeterminate, in that it is not form mu epsilon delta omicron, 2.4.6.1820. As in Aristotle, therefore, matter is that which underlies and can gain and lose various forms, and hence is that aspect of changeable things which is not form. From this Plotinus argues that matter itself is not a body, because even such basic characteristics as size, shape, and therefore corporeality itself are forms of some kind. Let us not ascribe etoit saunacharian ufwatar seen insensible things, not shape nor size either, for to size isen a thing to sized i.e. to have some size, as a body does another, to be shape is one thing, to be shaped another, 2.4.8.79, 1113. Since every characteristic is some form, matter as such, as that which underlies all forms whatsoever, can have no characteristics at all and so can be neither sensed nor thought. Matter, therefore, has in itself and provides to the bodies in which it occurs no positive features whatever. So the form comes to it, i.e., to matter bringing everything with it, the form has everything, size and whatever may be within by the rational principle, 2.4.8.2326. Thus, any sensible thing has some form, some share of intelligibility, and matter, as not form, 2.4.6.20, not look, is absolutely unintelligible and therefore is not anything at all. Hence it can be arrived at in thought only negatively, by the removal, the progressive stripping away, of all form, all intelligible content. But as we thus approach the thought of matter, thought itself, by being deprived of content, fades out into non-thought, if each thing is known by reason and intellection, but here reason says what it does say about it, i.e., about matter, that which wants to be intellection is not intellection but as it were non-intellect omicron nu eta sigma iota lambda lambda omicron nu omicron iota alpha, 2.4.10.79. Where there is no formal content whatsoever, nothing to apprehend, there can be no apprehension, no thinking. That which the soul grasps in the composite whole with the things upon it, when it has analyzed out and separated the latter, what reason leaves is what it thinks, a dim thing. Dimly and a dark thing darkly, and it thinks by not thinking nu omicron epsilon omicron nu omicron sigma alpha, 2.4.10.2832. Matter, therefore, can be seen, that is, apprehended, only in the sense in which we may speak of seeing darkness, and as by the eye we see darkness, so, then, the soul, having taken away the things that are as light to sensibles, no longer able to define what is left, is made like sight in darkness, having become in a way the same as what it then, as it were, sees, 2.4.10.1418. And just as to see darkness is in fact not to see, so to think matter is not to think, completely taking away form, every form, that in which these are not present we say is matter, grasping shapelessness in ourselves in the taking away of all form, if we are going to behold matter, as an eye withdraws itself from light so that it may see darkness and not see, I.8.9.1521. Precisely as not form, 2.4.6.20, matter is not anything and thus is not, or is non-being, I.8.5.1013. Whereas the one is nothing by concentration, and to see it is analogous to having one's eyes filled with light, matter is nothing by privation and to see it is comparable to having the eyes emptied of light, finding nothing to see and so not seeing. But if all characteristics are forms and matter is therefore simply nothing, we might be inclined to wonder why we should include matter in the account of bodies at all. And why is there any need of anything for the composition of bodies besides size and all qualities? 2.4.11.13. If as Plotinus says form brings everything, 2.4.8.24, then what would matter contribute, 2.4.11.5. Plotinus replies that matter contributes what is most important to bodies, 2.4.12.1. For without matter, bodies would simply be forms or ideas, purely intelligible, and so would not be sensible things, or bodies, at all. These could not come to be in size, but rather in that which is sized, for if in size, they would be only rational principles, and would not be bodies. 2.4.12.27. Just in that sensible things are lesser, or dimmer, than purely intelligible forms, they can and must be said to include an aspect of unintelligibility and hence of non-being. The contribution of matter is thus purely negative, like the addition of a negative number which is actually a subtraction. Sensible things include matter not as an ingredient other than form, but just in that, qua sensible, they are deficient in comparison with forms at the purely intelligible level. Matter thus represents nothing positive but only the deficiency of sensible things relative to forms in the full and primary sense. It is just in the sense in which a deficiency or lack, which is nothing positive, may be said to be, in that sensible things are only imperfectly intelligible and so are less real, less beings, than intelligible forms. This lets us see how we may interpret Plotinus' isolated statement that matter is a certain last form epsilon delta tau iota sigma chi alpha tau omicron nu, v.8.7.23, in relation to his Plotinus 147. Usual account of matter as not form mu epsilon delta omicron, 2.4.6.20. In v.8, Plotinus is discussing the actual contents of the sensible world and explaining that there is nothing in it which is not form. After all, it is impossible to think pure matter, and whatever we think as matter is in fact, as Aristotle had argued, only matter relative to some higher form and hence, insofar as it is thought at all, is actually some form. Thus, just insofar as matter is considered as being anything at all, it is form. Conversely, just insofar as matter taken ein absolutens ist not form itis not anything. The crucial point expressed by both of these apparently contradictory formulations is that matter is not anything other than form. It is not another component of things which is something else additional to form. This is impossible, because being is form and form is being. There cannot be something other than form, something which is but is not given to any apprehension. Matter, qua not form, is therefore nothing but deficiency of form. Sensible things are not composites of form and something else other than form, for there cannot be anything other than form. Rather, sensible things imply lesser or dimmer forms, and to say that they include matter is merely another way of saying this. Plotinus thus radicalizes Aristotle's doctrine of matter as the residue of unintelligibility in sensible things into an account of matter as nothing but deficiency of intelligibility and therefore of being. In doing so he is forced to argue, against Aristotle, that matter is the same as privation, 2.4.16.4. Since being is form, when all form is removed we are left with simply nothing. Hence matter cannot be anything itself, but must only be privation of form. Aristotle had argued that matter cannot be privation because privation is destroyed by the presence of form, whereas matter survives, and indeed is able to exist at all, only through this presence. Plotinus replies that, on the contrary, privation is not destroyed but is enabled to be at all, as privation, only by the presence of form. If it were unlimited in quantity, limit would do away with the unlimited, i.e., matter, but in fact it does not do so, but on the contrary preserves it in being. 2.4.16.11.13. For privation presupposes and depends on the presence of some positive reality, some form, like a whole which is nothing in itself but exists only in virtue of the surrounding solid in which there is a whole. Likewise, Aristotle had remarked that matter, unlike privation, desires form as the female desires the male, Physical Alpha.9, 19282. But as Plotinus points out, the unlimited is preserved by limit, or matter by form, as, when the female is sown by the malean the female is not destroyed but is metamorphmally mu lambda lambda omicron nu theta eta lambda nu epsilon tau alpha iota, that is, becomes more what it is. 2.4.16.14-16. The female does not cease to be female in receiving the male, but rather is fulfilled as female. So, 2. Matter, just as privation, is enabled to be only by the presence of form. Plotinus also observes that the analogy of matter to the female depends on the theory, which he himself rejects, that in procreation the female is purely receptive and contributes nothing to the offspring. 3.6.19.1926, thus once again assimilating matter to pure neediness or receptivity rather than to any positive component of sensible things. Universally speaking, therefore, matter, both that of sensibles and that of intelligibles, is a necessary byproduct of the one as the productive power of all things. For production implies a product which is receptive and potential in relation to its being produced. The matter of intelligibles represents their receptivity and potentiality relative to the one, and therefore is not a deficiency of being but rather an aspect of their very status as beings. The matter of sensibles, in turn, represents their receptivity and potentiality relative to pure forms, and hence pertains to their status as less than beings in the full and proper sense. It thus expresses the imperfection, the partial deficiency, of their intelligibility and hence their being. Thus Plotinus concludes his fullest treatment of matter, the matter there i.e., in the intelligible as being, for that which is prior to it is beyond being. But here i.e., in the case of the matter of sensibles, that which is prior to it is being. Therefore it is not being, but is different, beside the beauty of being. 2.4.16.25-28. From top to bottom, then, from the one to the matter of sensible things, Plotinus' metaphysics unfolds from the togetherness of thought and being, from the Parmenidean dictum the same is for thinking and for being, b3, and the resultant Platonic and Aristotelian identification of being as form, as look, as that which is given to awareness. Thus matter, as the imperfection of this givenness at the level of sense, is a deficiency of being in sensible things. Sensible things, insofar as they are given, there to be seen at all, however dimly or inadequately, are forms. Sense perception is dim intellection and intellection is clear sense perception, lower and higher modes of the apprehension of being. At the highest level of thought and reality, being as pure form coincides fully with intellect as perfect apprehension, as contemplation ascends from nature to soul and from that to intellect, and the contemplations become ever more appropriated and united to those who contemplate, and in the soul of the good man the things known, which are pressing on toward intellect, go toward being the same with the underlying i.e., the contemplating. It is clear that in this i.e., in intellect both are already one, not by appropriation, as in the best soul, but by reality, and in that the same is for being and for thinking. Tau alpha tau nu tau. Epsilon nu alpha iota kappa alpha tau nu omicron epsilon nu alpha iota. 3.8.8.19. 21 is that which is given to apprehension, being is satisfying or pleasing to the soul and thus is beauty. And the one is the cause both of being and of thought just as the enabling condition of their togetherness, and just as this condition is beyond both thought and being. Chapter 5. Thomas Aquinas. 1. Aquinas and the philosophical tradition. In passing from Plotinus to Thomas Aquinas, we come to a break in the historical continuity of the philosophical tradition. Not only is Aquinas a Christian and writing in Latin but also whereas Plato was familiar with Parmenides, Aristotle with Plato and Parmenides, and Plotinus with all three, Aquinas has virtually no direct access to the work of Parmenides, Plato, and Plotinus. His chief philosophical sources, apart from Aristotle, are Augustine, Boethius, Pseudo-Dionysius, the Liber de Causas, Avicenna, and Averroes, and his familiarity with the Platonic tradition is mediated by these and other texts and figures. A history of philosophy would have to discuss all of these sources before coming to Aquinas. Our concern, however, is not primarily textual or historical in nature, e.g., to discuss the influence of the Dionysian corpus and the Liber de Causas on Aquinas' philosophy, or to trace his doctrine of God as esse, via Boethius and Avicenna, to the anonymous commentary on the Parmenides. One it is, rather, to articulate the strictly philosophical continuity and community between Aquinas' metaphysics and that of Plotinus. For this reason, we may pass immediately from Plotinus to Aquinas and institute a direct comparison between them. Such a comparison reveals that not merely isolated or peripheral ideas, but the fundamental features of Aquinas' understanding of being in relation to God as its transcendent principle and source, although often expressed in very different ways, are continuous with the classical tradition as we have seen it developed through Plotinus. 2. Consequently, our discussion of Athanasius organized in terms of well-recognized central themes in his Metaphysics thesis existentia distinction, godus ipsum es, created beings as similitudes of God, analogy of being, the transcendentals. The aim is to show how, precisely with regard to these most characteristically Thomist aspects of his thought, Aquinas' metaphysics reflects a Neoplatonic vision of reality, which itself unfolded, primarily through Plato and Aristotle, from the Parmenidean principle of the togetherness of thought and being. Such a vision thus constitutes the mainstream of the Western philosophical tradition, not only in late antiquity and the early Middle Ages, but through the high medieval period in which Aquinas is the principal figure. 2. Essence and existence. The distinction and composition, within beings, between essence and existence, and the absence of any such distinction or composition in God, is widely recognized as one of the fundamental themes of Aquinas' metaphysics. Both of these terms, essence and existence, call for explanation. Aquinas' use of the term essence, sentia, differs slightly from the use of this term as a translation of Aristotle's phrase tau tau nu epsilon nu alpha iota. In Aristotle, as we saw, this phrase signifies in effect whatness and thus refers to the form of a thing considered without its matter. 3. In Aquinas' usage, the essence of a thing is the answer to the question what is it, and therefore includes the matter as well as the form. A sensible thing is neither form alone nor matter alone, but both together, and therefore its essence, or what it is, includes both. In composite substances form and matter is known. But it cannot be said that either of these alone is said to be the essence. For essence is that which is signified by the definition of a thing. But the definition of natural substances contains not only the form but also the matter. It is clear, therefore that includes matter and form, dent 1. Matter concede. Ert in itself, is purely potential and is nothing in actuality, whereas form is that in virtue of which a thing is what it is, or has some degree of intelligibility. For by form, which is the act of matter, matter is made a being in act and some this, dent 1. In this sense, as Aquinas says, form gives existence to matter forma det esse materii, dent 3. For this reason, Aquinas, unlike some of his fellow scholastics, will not indulge in absurd suggestions that matter could exist without form or that God could create formless matter. Such speculations merely reflect a failure to understand what was meant by matter and form in the first place. But this does not mean that sensible things are pure forms, or do not include matter as part of their essence, of what they are. When Aquinas refers to the essence of a thing as its form, therefore, this means not its substantial form, i.e., its whatness, which is distinct from and does not include matter, but rather what Aquinas calls the form of the whole, which is simply equivalent to essence or quiddity. 5. Thus, in the case of a separate or immaterial being, which as a pure form with no matter is a pure intelligence, 6. Comparable in this respect to an Aristotelian separate reality or unmoved mover, its essence, or what it is nothing but form, but in the case of a material thing, its essence, or what it is form and matter together. Existence is the word chosen here to translate esse. This term, as the infinitive of the verb to be, is often translated as being. But this is endlessly confusing, because the word being also serves, inevitably, to translate ens. Throughout this study, being has been employed as the equivalent of Greek nous and Latin ens, the present participle of the verb to be, used as a substantive to mean either, according to context, a being, a thing that is, or that which is taken as a whole. Esse, however, means not a thing that is or that which is, but rather the act in virtue of which a thing is a being, ens. Thus Aquinas, distinguishing between the existential and the copulative usage of the term esse, says that in its existential usage this word signifies the act of existing actus essendi, sti, 3, 4, add 2. He painstakingly lays out the terminological distinction between ens and esse in his commentary on Boethius. First, he i.e., Boethius posits the difference of that which is esse from that which is id quod est. Therefore he says first, that se is diverse from that which is id quod est. This diversity is not here to be referred to the things, about which he is not here speaking, but to their concepts or meanings. But vemina nothing by saying se on danather by saying thitwicus, as also we mean one thing when we say to run kurura and another by saying a runner kurans. For to run and se signify in the abstract, like whiteness, but something which is, that is a being, and a runner ensit kurans, signify in the concrete, like a white thing. Se itself does not signify the subject of existing essendi, just as to run does not signify the subject of running kurendi. Next, just as we cannot say thotaran itself ipsum kurura runs, so we cannot say that se itself is ipsum se sit, but as that which is signifies the subject of existing, so that which runs signifies the subject of running, and thus just as we can say of that which runs, or of a runner, that it runs, insofar as it is subjected to running kursui and participates in it, so we can say that a being ends, or that which is, insofar as it participates in the act of existing actum essendi. Inda Ebd, Lecture 2, this meaning of se can best be conveyed in English with existence. A thing that exists, that is, a being, is something which is the subject of, has, or participates in existence. This translation is imperfect, in that being and existence are not two forms of the same word, as are ens and se, and in that existence does not carry the notif activitas clearly duis the verbal infinitive se. In using the term existence, therefore, we must bear in mind that it represents the infinitive to be and that it therefore signifies activity. Despite these drawbacks, this is less misleading than using the same word, being, to translate both ens and se. To say that the essence of a thing is distinct from its existence, then, is to say that what the thing is, matter and form together, or, in the case of intelligences, form alone, is distinct from its act of existing. What a thing is does not include or explain that it is. Such an account of the essence existence distinction is at times reproached for confusing the act of existing, which for Aquinas is the supreme actuality of all that is, with the mere fact that a thing exists. 7 But that very fact is precisely what is left unexplained even by a full account of what the thing is, that is, its essence. This does not mean that a thing's existence is merely another feature of a thing, additional to its essence, in the manner of an accident, that is, a feature or characteristic of a thing additional to the substantial form whereby it is the kind of thing it is. No form is, except by existence. And thus I say that the substantial existence of a thing is not an accident, but the actuality of any existent form whatsoever. And thus properly speaking, it i.e., existence is not an accident. Aquinas then explains the more general, improper sense in which existence has sometimes been called an accident, and I say that anything which is not part of the essence is broadly called an accident, and such is existence in created things. Quod Libet 12, 5, 1. A thing's existence is not properly an accident because existence is always already presupposed in any essence or accident, in there being anything there at all, and is for that very reason easily neglected in giving an account of a thing. That a thing is the, often unstated, precondition for saying anything at all about it. Existence is thus not merely an additional actuality, alongside of or suprad to the forms, substantial and accidental, of the thing, for the entire thing, including whatever actualities it has, would not be without or apart from existence. Consequently, existence itself is, as Aquinas says, the actuality of all things, and even of forms themselves. Sti. 4, 1, add 3, the actuality of all acts actualitas omnium actuum, Depot 7, 2, add 9. Existence, just as the very fact that beings are. Let us remember that the word fact means, etymologically, deed is what is most fundamental about all things, more fundamental than what they are, because without existence there is no whatness, no actuality, no being at all. To recognize the fact that something exists just is to recognize that thing, including all its content, all that may be predicated of it, every feature, character, or attribute whatsoever, as exercising the act of existing. Aquinas articulates the distinction within a thing between essence and existence in a variety of ways. In De Ent Scientia, he explains that understanding what a thing is distinct from understanding that it is. Every essence or quiddity can be understood without anything being understood about its existence. For I can understand what a man or a phoenix is, and nonetheless not know whether it has existence in the nature of things. Therefore it is clear that existence is other than essence or quiddity. De Ent 3. The phoenix example may be misleading, because the argument does not in fact turn on the non-existence of the phoenix. If it did, Aquinas would be arguing that since there can be an essence that does not exist, therefore essence is distinct from existence. But this is manifest nonsense. Without existence, there is no essence. 8. The argument proceeds equally well from the example of man, and in any case there is no reason to believe that Aquinas knew the phoenix to be mythical. 9. His point is not the absurdity that sumiens chave existentiendo do not that there are essences which are not. It is rather that understanding what something is and understanding that it is are two different acts of understanding, and as such have two distinct objects, the thing's essence and its existence. Elsewhere, and without any reference either to how we know things or to things that may not exist, he explains that a being is something that has or participates in existence and therefore is not existence itself, just as, to use one of Aquinas' favorite parallels, a white thing, album, is something that has whiteness, albedo, but is not just whiteness itself, e.g., sti. 44, 1, resp. Thus within anything there is a distinction between the thing, as that which has existence, and the existence that it has. 10. Or again, as we have seen, he explains that there is a distinction between a being and the act of being that it exercises, just as there is a distinction between a runner and the act of running that he exercises, and in virtue of which he is a runner. This leads to perhaps the best formulation of all: the essence of a thing is what is, quod est, while its existence is that by which it is, quo est, e.g., De Ent 3, sti. 50, 2, add 3. This last formulation at once reminds us of Plotinus. Just as, for Plotinus, all beings are beings by the one, 6.9.1.1, in that unity is the condition sine qua non, without which they would not be at all, so, for Aquinas, all beings are beings by existence. If we consider beings simply with regard to what they are, that is, as determinate intelligible contents, intelligible in virtue of their forms, then essence constitutes a full and sufficient account of them. But if we consider them as beings, with regard not merely to what they are but to the fact that they are, then essence alone is insufficient. What beings are does not explain that they are. In articulating the distinction between essence and existence, therefore, Aquinas, like Plotinus, is pointing beyond Aristotle's question, what is being? Met. Zeta.1, 1028b34, to which essence, intelligible in virtue of form or whatness, provides a sufficient answer to the further question, why are there beings, rather than nothing? To observe that in any being there is a composition of essence, or what it is, an existence, by which it is to direct our attention to the primary and fundamental fact there are any essences, any whats, anything to see, grasp, know at all. Like Plotinus, therefore, Aquinas argues that all beings, in that they are not and do not account for their own existence, are in that sense caused to be. Plotinus argues from the recognition that any being is a being in virtue of its unifying integration, and so is not just integration itself, to integration itself, or the one, which is not the distinct integration of any being, as the universal principle of all beings as such. Similarly, Aquinas argues directly from the recognition that any beingse being in virtue of its existence and is not just existence itself to existence itself which is not the distinct existence of any being, as the first principle of all beings. All that belongs to anything either is caused by the principles of its own nature, as risible in man, or comes from some extrinsic principle, as light and air from the influence of the Sunday. It follows from what man is, a rational animal, that man is risible. But it does not follow from what air is, that air is illuminated. If, therefore, some air is illuminated, it must be caused to be so by something other than itself. In the parallel argument in STI 3-4, Aquinas uses a different example. It does not follow from water's being water that it is hot. If some water is hot, therefore, it is caused to be hot by something else, viz. fire. He continues in the De Ent, but it cannot be that existence itself is caused by the very form or kiddatiofathing, because something would through spaith son causian something would bring itself into existence, which is impossible. Hence it follows that every such thing, whose existence is other than its nature, has existence from another. And since all that is through another is reduced to that which is through itself as to the first cause, it follows that there is something which is cause of existing causa essendi to all things, 11 in that itself is just existence esse tantum. And this is the first cause, which is God, De Ent 3. As the universal cause of existing to all things, God is neither a thing that has existence, nor the existence of anything, but rather just existence itself. 12 in STI 3-4, Aquinas concludes similarly that since all things in which existence is distinct from essence are caused to exist, but God cannot be caused to exist, it is impossible therefore that in God existence is one thing and his essence another. Like Plotinus' argument from beings to the one as their principle, this is an argument from beings qua beings, in that they are not their own existence but are dependent on existence in order to be, to existence itself as the condition or principle in virtue of which there are any beings at all. 3. God is existence itself. Like Plotinus, Aquinas sees that the question why are there beings at all, cannot be answered by reference to another being, ens, another member of the totality of things that are, for this question is wondering that there is such a totality at all. 13. Precisely because existence, esse, is presupposed by, runs through, and undergirds all beings, entia, whatsoever, existence itself cannot be one of them. To be sure, Aquinas rarely adopts Neoplatonic formulations such as God is beyond being, God is not a being, God is not, God is nothing, which as we saw mean that the one or God, as the condition for all beings, is not any being, not included within the whole of reality as any member of it. Occasionally, however, Aquinas expresses himself to this effect. Thus we have seen him explaining that just as to run, currere, is not a runner, a thing that runs, currens, so to be, esse, that is. Existence, is not a being, a thing that is, ens. 14. Elsewhere he remarks that the divine will, which is not really distinct from God himself, as the source of beings, must be understood as standing 15 outside the order of beings, as a certain cause pouring forth all that is and all its differences extra ordinem intium existens, velut causa quidam profundans totem ens et omnes eis differentias, in De Ent, 1, 14, 22. Again, in his commentary on the Liber de Causes, he explains that the first cause is above being supra ens, insofar as it is infinite existence itself, in De Causative 6. As a rule, however, Aquinas prefers to say that God is, est, or is a being, ens, and then to explain how this should, and should not, be understood. 16. But his explanations make it clear that for Aquinas God is not a being in that sense that there is an all-embracing totality, beings, entia, of which God is one member, the first or chief, and creatures are other members. 17. Rather, God, as just existence, esse tantum, or existence itself, ipsum esse, is the principle by which there is such a totality, by which there are any beings at all, and as such is not any member of the totality of beings. As Aquinas says in De Ent 3, God as just existence is the cause of existing to all things. Since Aquinas reaches this conclusion by observing that beings, as finite, intelligible whats, do not account for their own existence, this conclusion is therefore, like Plotinus' doctrine of the one as cause of all things, an expression of the secondary or derivative status of beings as beings. We saw in Plotinus that to call the one the cause of all things is not to predicate anything of the one but only to express the dependent, derivative nature of beings as such, so that the generation of all things by the One is in fact nothing but the dependence of all things. 18. Conversely, the One, as the principle of beings, had to be regarded not as a producer, a being that produces, but rather as the production of all things. Similarly, Aquinas argues that creation is nothing but the existential dependence of all things on God. In arguing that even prime matter is created by God, he expressly distinguishes between making or becoming in the Aristotelian sense, on the one hand, and creation on the other. Here the first objection runs: whatever is made is composed of a subject and of something else, as is said in Physics I. But prime matter has no subject. Therefore prime matter cannot be created by God. Sti. 44, 2, Object 1. Aquinas replies, the philosopher speaks of particular being made fiery, which is from form to form, whether accidental or substantial, but now we are speaking of things according to their emanation from the universal principle of existing, from which emanation matter is not excluded, while from the former mode of making it is excluded. Sti. 44, 2, add 1. Creation, then, is not a case of change or becoming in the Aristotelian sense, which always implies a pre-existent substratum which gains or loses some form. What matters is not that Aquinas here freely uses the term emanation, emanatio, which itself is merely a metaphor, but that the meaning of this metaphor, in Aquinas as in Plotinus, is simply total existential dependence. Thus Aquinas explains that when change, motion, or becoming is removed from the idea of creation, activity, on the part of God, and passivity, on the part of the creature, remain nothing but diverse conditions habitudinas in that which creates and that which is created. Sti. 45, 3, add 2. Consequently, creation in the creature, that is, its createdness, the attribute of being created, is not anything except a certain relation to the Creator as to the principle of its existence. 19. And conversely, creation signified actively, i.e., creation attributed to God as an activity signifies the divine action, which is his essence, with a relation to the creature. But relation in God to the creature is not real, but only according to reason. Sti. 45, 3, resp. and add 1. The act of creating, then, is not distinct from God himself, but just as God, that is, existence itself, considered as the principle of beings. To say that God creates all things and that all things are created by God, therefore, means only that beings, in that they are beings by existence and are not existence itself, depend on existence itself in order to be. Aquinas' doctrine of God as just existence or existence itself, esse tantum or ipsum esse, is thus apophatic in the same way as Plotinus' doctrine of the One as beyond being. 20. Since this doctrine is reached by observing that beings do not account for their own existence, it is therefore, like Plotinus' doctrine of Thonia's first principle, not a positive statement of what godis, but rather an expression of the secondary, derivative, non-self-explanatory, and in that sense dependent nature of beings. As beings. As we saw, Plotinus explains that the phrase beyond being signifies only that the One, as the principle of all that is not any being, not included within the whole of reality as any member of it, but rather the enabling condition by which there is such a totality, by which there are any beings. And this is exactly what Aquinas means when he argues that the cause of existing to all things is not anything that has existence, but is rather just existence or existence itself. On the basis of this argument, just existence or existence itself can mean only whatever it takes, such that there are beings. 21. Except that this is already saying too much, since the word what and whatever implies a distinct, definite essence. Since the only meaning for these expressions that is justified by his argument is the principle or condition such that there are beings, these expressions therefore coincide in meaning with Plotinus' name the One, and do not say what this principle is any more than does the latter name. Indeed, Aquinas regularly insists that we cannot infer or know, from creatures, what God is. As he says, since we cannot know of God what he is, but what he is not, we cannot consider of God how he is, but rather how he is not. Sti. 3, Proem, and again, in consideration of the divine substance the way of remotion is especially to be used, SCGI.14. Remotion, meaning taking away, corresponds to Plotinus phi alpha rho epsilon sigma iota. The taking away of all things, all intelligible contents, in order to reach the One. Aquinas continues, for the divine substance by its measurelessness immensitate 22 exceeds every form which our intellect attains, and thus we cannot apprehend it by knowing what it is. Yet we have some knowledge of it by knowing what it is not. We approach knowledge of it in so far as we are able to remove more things from it by our intellect. And then there will be proper consideration of his substance when he is known as distinct from all things ut ab omnibus distinctus, SCGI.14. We know God only by knowing what he is not, but what he is not includes anything gondi verithing whatsoever. Dodison Plotony anapophasis. Therefore, remotion here means no merely negative predication, but rather the removal of all the intelligible contents found among beings. Since, as Aquinas here says, the more we remove the closer we approach to knowledge of God, and God is properly known only as distinct from all things, not merely all other things, God is most adequately known when everything is removed in thought. This knowledge by remotion would therefore be what the Neoplatonic tradition calls knowledge by unknowing, 23 meaning not mere conceptual negation, which always implies a corresponding affirmation, but rather the silence of the mind. It is thus closely comparable to Plotinus' injunction to take away all things, v.3.17.39, or to unknow all things, 6.9.7.19, in order to attain to the One. Thus Aquinas departs from Aristotle and instead follows Plato and Plotinus in arguing that the first principle cannot, like Aristotle's unmoved mover, be pure form or idea, what both Plato and Aristotle call omicron sigma alpha, that is, being as intelligible form, but must rather be higher than and prior to form. Throughout this tradition form in the strict and proper sense indicates whatness. If, therefore, like Aristotle, we confine ourselves to asking what is being. Met. Zeta.1, 1028b34, we need look no further than form as the ultimate explanatory principle. But as soon as, like Plotinus and Aquinas, we ask not merely what beings are but why there are beings, we find ourselves compelled to look beyond form, to a principle not merely of whatness but of existence. Form, as intelligible whatness, gives existence to matter, and in that sense form is the principle of a thing's existence, e.g., de ent one. But forms themselves are included in being, in what is, and so do not account for their own existence. Hence we must look beyond form to address the fact that there are any forms any intelligible whatnesses and so any basodal. Aquinas expresses this by explaining that although form is actuality in relation to matter, both matter and form are potential in relation to existence, as the actuality of all acts, de Pot 7, 2, ad 9. For Aristotle, since form is actuality in a matter-form composite, pure form is pure actuality and is therefore the first principle, the unmoved mover or God. Aquinas, on the other hand, agrees that within such a composite the form is actuality relative to the matter, but then argues that even pure form is not pure actuality but is potential in relation to its existence, e.g., Dn 3. Plotinus Voil recall argues that even pure forms themselves, which are at once being and intellect, involve something which may be called matter by analogy with the matter of sensible things, which as we saw is simply a way of expressing the secondariness, the dependence, receptivity, or potentiality of the forms in relation to the One, as the principle of their existence. Aquinas' position is expressed differently, since he denies that pure intelligences involve matter of any kind, e.g., sti. 50, 2, but his position is parallel to that of Plotinus since he argues that even intelligences, although they are pure forms without matter, are not pure actuality but involve potentiality in relation to existence, which is received in them, e.g., sti. 50, 2, ad 3. 24 Any essence, whether it be a form-matter composite or a pure, immaterial form, is potential in relation to the existence that renders it actual and which, as the actuality of that essence, is contractetoid. Consequently even pure form aton saint eligiba and intelligence, cannot be first. The first principle, therefore, precisely as cause of existing to all things, de ent 3, is beyond form. Thus, when Aquinas says that existence is the most formal of all things, sti. 7, 1, resp, he means this in an analogous sense: existence is to everything, including both matter and form, as form is to matter, and is thus, so to speak, more formal than form itself. Existence itself is the most perfect of all things, for it is related to all things as act. For nothing has actuality except in so far as it is, wherefore existence is the actuality of all things, and even of forms themselves. Wherefore it is not related to other things as recipient to received, but rather as received to recipient. For when I say the existence of Aman, oro fe ers, oro fanithangels, existence itself is considera das formaland received notas thoughto hich existence belongs, sti 4,1 add 3. 25. To be sure, in arguing that in God there is no composition of matter and form, he concludes that God is by his essence form, sti. 3, 2, resp. But the context makes it clear that he is using the term form loosely to signify actuality. The point of his argument here is that in God there is nothing receptive, as matter is receptive in relation to form or potentiality in relation to actuality, and nothing received, as form is received in matter or actuality in potentiality. The term form is here used in an analogous, not merely univocal, way. 26. His references to God as form are to a large extent a case of adopting the language of Aristotelian and Augustinian thought, in which the first principle or God is pure form, into what is fundamentally a Platonian, proc line, and Dionysian framework in which the first principle is beyond form. 27. Thus shortly after arguing that in God there is no composition of matter and form and concluding that God is by his essence form, sti. 3, 2, resp, Aquinas explicitly clarifies his meaning: since God is form itself, or rather existence itself ipsa forma, vel podius ipsum esse, he can be in no way composite, sti. 3, 7, resp. As existence itself, God may be called form in the sense of actuality, since existence is the actuality of all things, and even of forms themselves, sti. 4, 1, add 3, the actuality of all acts, depot 7, 2, add 9. But this does not mean that the first principle is form in the proper and original sense of whatness, intelligible content, the sense in which Aristotle's first principle is form or omicron sigma alpha. Thus Aquinas, again like Plotinus and unlike Aristotle, argues that the first principle, or God, is infinite. This term is purely negative in meaning. It does not ascribe infinity to God as a positive attribute, but signifies only the theis not in any way limiter defined a thing is called infinite because it is not finite. Sti. 7, 1, resp. The existence of anything, received in and belonging to that thing, is the principle within that thing in virtue of which it exists. Hence it is limited, or, as Aquinas sometimes says, contracted, by that to which it belongs. Unlike God, it is not just existence itself, but rather that being's existence, existence as the actuality of, as exercised by, as found in, that thing, and as such is finite, limited to and by that thing. It is not just existence, but this existence, marked off as this by the thing whose existence it is. This is precisely why God, as existence itself, cannot be identified with the formal existence, esse formale, of all things or of each thing, scgi. 26. The latter is contracted or limited to each of the things to which it belongs, and so is not just subsistent existence itself. Nor is God what Aquinas calls esse commune or universale, which is simply the existence of things considered in abstraction from the things to which it belongs, e.g., de ent 4. God, as just existence, is not the existence of anything, just as for Plotinus theonis not unity of anything but rather one without the something, v.3.12.52, just unity itself. This is indeed the very meaning of the term subsistent in the phrase existence itself subsistent by itself ipsum esse per esse subsistens, sti. 4, 2, RESP just as a form which cannot exist by itself but only in some matter, as the form of that matter, is not subsistent, whereas a form that can exist by itself without any matter, such as an angelic intelligence or a human soul qua intellectual, is a subsistent form, e.g., STI, 75, 2, so an existence which is the existence or act of being of something, is not subsistent, whereas existence by itself, qua not the existence of anything, is subsistent. The term subsistent, with reference to the divine existence, therefore, means only that God, as just existence, is not the existence of any existing thing, any being. As subsistent existence in this sense, God is not contracted to or limited by anything, and so is infinite. Form is limited by matter, in that form considered in itself, is common to many things, but by this, that it is received in matter, becomes determinately the form of this thing. Form is not perfected by matter, but rather its amplitude is contracted by it. But that which is most formal of all things, is existence itself. Since therefore the divine existence is not existence received in anything, but he is his own subsistent existence, it is clear that God is infinite, STI, 7, 1, RESP. The infinity of God, like that of the one in Plotinus, thus expresses once again his transcendence of beings as determinate, existing, intelligible contents. In Plotinus, we saw that since the one is the power of all things, the enabling condition such that there are beings, it follows that all beings are differentiated presentations or manifestations of the one, and, conversely, that the one, just as this condition, is the undifferentiated containment of all things. Likewise, we saw that the one, as the condition for beings, is itself not any being and is present throughout all that is, and is thus at once and identically transcendent to and immanent in all things. Because Aquinas' doctrine of God as existence itself has much the same meaning as Plotinus' doctrine of the one, parallel consequences follow in Aquinas' thought, with far-reaching implications for his understanding of creatures in their relation to God. First, Aquinas explains that to say that God is just existence means not that he lacks any or every other perfection, but, on the contrary, that he possesses all perfections without distinction. Although God is just existence, it does not follow that the remaining perfections and excellences are lacking to him, rather, he has all perfections which are in all genera, but he has them in a more excellent way than all things, because in him they are one, but in others they have diversity, and 4. Since every feature, character, attribute of anything is a perfection or completion in that it contributes to the thing's being the one distinct thing that it is, this means that all the content of all things, and hence all that is, the whole of reality, is found without distinction in God. Aquinas argues, whatever perfection is in an effect must be found in the effective cause, either according to the same notion, if it is a univocal agent, as a man generates a man, or in a more eminent mode, if it is an equivocal agent. Since therefore God is the first effective cause of things, it follows that the perfections of all things pre-exist in God in a more eminent mode. Dionysius touches on this argument, saying of God, it is not that he is this and not that, but he is all things, as cause of all things 28, STI, 4, 2, RESP. We have already seen that the creation of all things by God is not a case of Aristotelian making or efficient causation in the ordinary sense, in which the cause gives to a pre-existing substratum some perfection which it did not previously have. It is rather a case of Platonic vertical causation, in which, since the entire effect comes from the cause, all that is in the effect is pre-contained in the cause. Thus Aquinas explains that as existence itself, that is, the absolute cause of everything whatsoever, God includes all perfections in himself. God is existence itself subsisting by itself, from which it follows that he contains in himself the whole perfection of existing essendi. Thus since God is subsistent existence itself, nothing of the perfection of existing can be absent from him. For the perfections of all things pertain to the perfection of existing, in that any things are perfect, in that they have existence in some way. Wherefore it follows that the perfection of no thing is absent from God. This argument too is touched on by Dionysius, saying that God is not existent in a certain way, but simply and without circumscription uniformly contains all existence in himself. 29. Sti. 4. 2. Resp. As the quotation from Dionysius shows, the eminent way in which all perfections are founding God corresponds to hate Plotinus means by saying that the one is all things transcendently, v.2.1.2, and to what Proclus and Dionysius call according to cause, kappa alpha alpha nu, referring to the undifferentiated precontinment of effects, that is, a lower level of reality, in their cause, that is, a higher level, the cause is, without differentiation, the character that the effects, in differentiated, determinate ways, have. 30. To say that God has all perfections in an eminent way is just to say that since every perfection of everything is not just existence, but is some determinate, limited mode of existence, some way of existing, it follows that existence itself, or God, just is all perfections of all things, that is, the whole content of reality, without distinction. Since this is Plotinus' doctrine of the first principle as the undifferentiated containment or enfolding of all things, it is no accident that in this article Aquinas cites Dionysius, the source of so much of his Neoplatonism, no less than 5 times. The converse of this conclusion, as Aquinas argues in the next article, is that all perfections so all things and densithuhalio freelity are likenesses of God. Since to be anything at all is to exist in some distinct way, it follows that any being is like existence itself in the sense that it is not just existence but is a limited, differentiated presentation of existence. For since every agent enacts what is like itself insofar as it is an agent, and each thing acts according to its form, it is necessary that in the effect there be a likeness to the form of the agent. If there is some agent which is not contained in a genus, its effects will attain still more distantly to the likeness of the form of the agent, not, however, so that they participate in a likeness to the form of the agent according to some notion of species or genus, but according to some analogy, as existence itself is common to all things. And in this way those things that are from God are assimilated to him insofar as they are beings in quantum sunt entia, as to the first and universal principle of all existence. Sti. 4. 3. Resp. The phrase insofar as they are beings is all important here. Since it is just in that they are beings that all things are like God, and the creature as a whole and everything in it is some being, something that is, it follows that the whole of all things, through and through, is nothing but likeness of God. It is not the case that creatures are, so to speak, first themselves and then, also, like God in some way. In that case, they would not be like God just insofar as they are beings. Rather, Aquinas is here saying that to be a being, just is to be a likeness of God. Anything has so much of existence unum quod qui habet esse insofar as it approximates God, sti. 3, 5, add 2, and again, all things have existence in this, that they are assimilated to God hoi subsistent existence itself since all things arianly as participants in existence, SCG 3.19. In that existence itself just means the condition such that there are beings, it follows that all beings, the whole of reality, are nothing but many different likenesses, or finite presentations, of existence itself, or God. Wherever we turn our gaze, we are seeing God as it were in a mirror, for this is all there is to see, this is what all being is. As Aquinas emphasizes repeatedly, this does not mean that creatures and God resemble each other in the sense of having something in common, even existence. The likeness of the creature to God is not said on account of sharing in form according to the same notion of genus and species, but only according to analogy, sti. 4, 3, add 3, and while it may be admitted in some way that the creature is like God, it is nonetheless in no way to be admitted that God is like the creature, as Dionysius says. For we say that an image I like a man but not conversely, sti 4,3 add 4, as Therferencito Dionysius suggests, the likeness in question is the Platonic likeness of many images or presentations, e.g., reflections, to their common original, not the mutual likeness of things that have something in common. 31. Thus Aquinas' thought here coincides with Plotinus' understanding of reality as consisting of many different finite presentations, or reflections, of the first principle, the One or God. Thus, on the one hand, no being is God and God is not any being, and, on the other hand, since all beings are differentiated presentations of God, God is all things without distinction. Taken together, these two articles, on God as possessing all perfections and on all beings as likenesses of God, express the Neoplatonic understanding of the relation of being in its totality to the first principle as complicatio explicatio, not a relation between two things determined over against one another but rather enfolding and unfolding, the principle as the undifferentiated containment of all things and all things as the differentiated manifestions of the principle. Hence, as Aquinas takes care to explain, the aforesaid likeness of all beings to God does not do away with the infinite distance of the creature to God. De Virtu, 11, ad 4. Every being, precisely in that it is a being, that is, a finite, differentiated presentation or likeness of existence, therefore absolutely is not just existence itself, just as any reflection of a thing, in that it is a reflection thetis, an appearance or presentation is not that thing itself. And for exactly the same reason, i.e., that existence is the principle of all beings and that every being is not just existence, God, as existence itself, is present to and throughout all things. In this sense, nothing is distant from him, as if it did not have God in itself. Sti. 8, 1, ad 3. Aquinas argues, God is in all things, not indeed as a part of their essence, nor as an accident, but as an agent is present to that on which it acts. Since God is existence itself by his essence, it follows that created existence is his proper effect, as to ignite is the proper effect of fire. But God causes this effect in things, as long as they are preserved in being, as light is caused in the air by the sun as long as the air remains illuminated. Therefore, as long as a thing has existence, so long must God be present to it. But existence is that which is innermost to anything and what is most deeply in all things. Wherefore it follows that God is in all things, and innermostly into me. Sti. 8, 1, resp. Wherever there is any being whatsoever form or matter, substance or accident, subsistent or inhering there is God, as the universal condition of existence for all things. This is an infinitely more intimate presence than if God were merely a part or metaphysical component of things. In that case, he would not be the principle of existence to the entire being and all that it includes. Indeed, it follows from this argument that all being, all that is, just is nothing but the presence of God, or existence itself. Otherwise, we would have to think of God as present to something else which existed apart from him. Since existence is the total cause, not of this or that feature of a thing, but of the whole thing including all its features, the whole being is nothing but a finite presentation of existence. Wherever we turn our gaze, there is existence itself, or God, as the enabling condition of beings, and wherever we turn our gaze, none of the things seen, none of the beings, ever is just existence itself, or God. Consequently, as in Plotinus, to say that God is in all things, and innermostly, Sti. 8, 1, resp, or even that all beings are nothing but the presence of God, does not deny, but on the contrary reaffirms, God's absolute transcendence, the infinite distance of the creature to God. De Virtu, 11, ad 4. Every being, just in that it is a being, that is, a determinate presentation of existence, is not existence itself. Hence Aquinas replies to the objection that since God is above all things he cannot be in all things. Sti. 8, 1, Object 1, thus, God is above all things by the excellence of his nature, and nonetheless is in all things, as causing their existence. Sti. 8, 1, ad 1. To say that God is above all things by the excellence of his nature is just to say that, precisely as existence itself, the principle in virtue of which all things exist, and hence present throughout all things, God is not any of those things and each of those things is not God. Aquinas' God, like the one of Plotinus, is otherwise other than all things, just in that he is not marked off as another being, not distinguished from them, as they are from one another, by mutually differentiating determinations, and as such present throughout all things. 32 Thus, as Aquinas explains in commenting on the Liber de Causes, the very infinity of the divine existence, in so far, that is, as it is not limited by any recipient, takes in the first cause the place that Eleatum, i.e., individual distinction, has in other things. Thus the divine goodness and existence is individuated by its very purity, by this, that is, that it is not received in anything, and from this, that it is thus individuated by its purity, it has that it can infuse influere goodnesses upon intelligence and other things. In De Causative 9, cf. the references to the same passage from the De Causes in De Ent 4 and SCG 1.26. As in Plotinus, transcendence and immanence coincide. Whatever is not somewhere has nowhere where it is not, v.5.9.19, which, translated from spatial into ontological terms, becomes whatever is not something has nothing which it is not. 33 Just as the principle of all beings, and so neither any being nor the existentio fani be, i.e. transcendent, God, or existence itself, contains all things without differentiation and is present throughout all things, or immanent, and just as containing and present throughout all things as the principle of their existence, i.e., immanent, God, or existence itself, is neither any being nor the existence of any being, that is, transcendent. These conclusions that God contains all perfections without distinction, that all things are likenesses of God, and that God is infinitely transcendent and infinitely present to all things are all inferred from the understanding of the first principle, or God, as existence itself, which in turn is inferred from the existential dependence of beings, or indeed simply from the primary and fundamental fact that beings are. Hence are not really additional truths. Buderereth or various restatements of this fact. Since every perfection is some mode of existence, it follows analytically that God, as existence itself, is all perfections without differentiation, and since existence means nothing but the principle in virtue of which there are beings, it follows analytically that all beings are likenesses and presentations of God, as existence itself. Since existence itself just means the condition such that there are beings, it is immediately obvious that it is everywhere and nowhere, that all things are presences of it and that no thing is it. If we wish to express this in spatial metaphors, we may say with Aquinas that God is infinitely distant, which is to say that he disappears, as it were, altogether. He is not any being, not any one of the things that are, never found anywhere as anything at all, and that God is infinitely intimate, found or seen everywhere as all things in all things. 34 To say that such conclusions follow analytically from the meaning of existence is not to say that they are trivial or insignificant, they are diverse articulations of the wonder of wonders, that there are beings. Thus Aquinas explains that it is only when we consider beings, not merely with regard to what they are, but as beings, as existing, that they point beyond themselves to God. The earliest philosophers, he observes, considerat and dasined causisto baingsen so far as they are such, by accidental forms, or these, by substantial forms. But then others raised themselves to considering being in so far as it is being ens in quantum est ens, and considered the cause of things, not only according as they are these or such, but in that they are beings. This therefore which is the cause of things in so far as they are beings, must be the cause of things, according to all that pertains to their existence in any mode, and is therefore the universal cause of beings. Sti. 44, 2, Resp. Aquinas' consistent point throughout all his discussions of essence and existence, of God as just existence and of creatures in their relation to God, is that it is only when we consider beings not merely with regard to what they are, as essences, but rather simply as beings, as existing, that we realize that we are as it were looking in a mirror, always seeing reflections and never seeing what they are reflections of. To recognize all things as beings, as existing, however differently, is to recognize them as all the same in this respect, since existence itself is common to all things, sti. 4, 3, resp, and thus to see them as presences or manifestations, but not presence or manifestation sophanother being. This observation thus points back not only to Plotinus and Plato but even to Parmenides, who first recognized all things as the same, just in that THIRD-to say that the first principle is existence itself, and to culthese God is not to say what the universal cause or God is, or to posit God as another being, but rather to express the wonder or mystery that beings are at all. This conclusion may seem like an excessively minimalist reading of Aquinas' doctrine of Godus ipsum esse, and indeed of the entire Neoplatonic doctrine of the one beyond being, reducing God or the one to nothing but that fact that beings exist. 35 But where else, indeed, should we fall prostrate in silenced adoration? 36 If not at this very fact, which at once demands recognition and defies explanation. The question, why are there beings, rather than nothing, cannot be answered, but must be understood as a way of expressing the necessarily unquenchable wonder that there are beings, and this is all that can properly be meant by positing the one or God as the first principle of beings as beings. As Wittgenstein famously remarked, not how the world is the mystical, but that it is. 37 A divinity that does not at once disappear into infinite distance and fill all things with itself, that is not no thing in all things but merely something, is no divinity worthy of the name. The passage from creatures to God, therefore, like the ascent of the soul in Plato or the ascent from sense to intellect to the one in Plotinus, is not a mere passage from one set of objects to another object, but is rather a transformation of the self. It is a turning of our attention, in the thinking of beings, from the beings themselves to the condition such that they are beings. To turn from beings to God is to see things differently, not to see a different thing. What then are we to make of Aquinas' insistence that we can positively and truly say that God is, that he is good, living, wise, and so on? We might reply that such a question belongs, strictly speaking, to philosophy of God or natural theology rather than to metaphysics proper, which treats God only as the principle of beings. 38 And that the conclusions we have reached regarding existence itself are all that can be justified by the metaphysical argument to God from the existence of beings. But further, as we shall see in discussing Aquinas' account of analogical predication, all positive attributions of perfections to God reduce to restatements that all beings are likenesses of existence itself, and that existence itself contains all perfections without differentiation. Thus, for example, God is good means that all the perfections of beings, which are their ways at once of being and of being good, are contained in God. Anything desires its own perfection. But the perfection and form of an effect is a certain likeness of the agent, since every agent enacts what is like itself. Since therefore God is the effective first cause of all things, it is clear that the meaning of good and desirable belongs to him. Wherefore Dionysius attributes good to God as to the first efficient cause, saying that God is called good, as by which all things subsist. All things, in desiring their proper perfections, desire God himself, in that the perfections of all things are certain likenesses of the divine existence. Sti. 6, 1, Resp and add 2. Thus, when we recognize beings, qua beings, as good, and thus recognize existence as goodness, we may say that God is good. Likewise, when we say that God has knowledge, this means that God is not, like a material thing, limited to one determinate form, but possesses the forms of all things, which comes back to saying that God, as existence itself, is altogether uncontracted and contains without differentiation all perfections of all things. CSTI 14, 1. 39 Aquinas' doctrine of God as just existence, like Plotinus' doctrine of the one beyond being, is thus at once minimalist and maximalist, in that it does indeed reduce to nothing but the fact of existence, the fact that there are beings, maximalist, in that this is not one fact among others but the supreme and primary fact, embracing within itself all facts whatsoever, the fact that there are any facts. 5 Analogical predication. As we have seen, Aquinas only occasionally follows the Neoplatonic tradition in saying that God is not a being, or is above or beyond being, but prefers to say that God is and is a being perfectly or unlimitedly, e.g., Sti. 44, 1, Resp. In Plotinus terms, this would be self-contradictory, since to be is to be intelligible, and to be intelligible is to be determinate, to be is to be determinate, or finite. Aquinas, however, qualifies his references to God as a being by explaining that whatever is said of God, including that he is said notunivocally but analogically. When we understand just what Aquinas means by this, we find that his position is not fundamentally different in meaning from that of Plotinus, however differently it is expressed. What Aquinas means by analogical predication is what Aristotle describes as pyro-new predication 40. This is the kind of non-univocal predication in which a term, the canonical example is healthy, is predicated of different things with different meanings, but all in relation to one primary or focal meaning. A living thing is healthy in the primary sense, medicine is healthy as causing health, urine is healthy as a sign of health, and so on. 41. Analogical predication, therefore, is one kind of equivocity. 42. In that it does not indicate that the multiple things of which the same term is predicated have some feature in common or are members of the same species or genus. Medicine, for example, although it may truly and meaningfully be called healthy in that it contributes to health, is not an additional member of the class of healthy things, alongside flourishing plants and animals. Analogy, therefore, as a species of equivocity, always involves a moment of negation. To say that all creatures are beings, and then to call God a being analogically, is to say that God is not another being, not a member of a larger totality that includes both God and creatures. Aquinas further explains that the kind of analogy by which both creatures and God may be called beings is not the analogy of many to one, but rather thetophone to another. Analogy pertains to enemies in two ways, either because many have a proportion 43 to 1, as healthy is said of medicine and urine, insofar as each has a relation and proportion to the health of an animal, or from this, that one has a proportion to another, as healthy is said of medicine and of an animal, insofar as medicine is the cause of health which is in an animal. And in this way things are said of God and of a creature analogically, sti. 13, 5, resp. Thus it is not the case that creatures and God stand in different relations to a common third term, being, or that creatures are beings in one way, finitely, whereas God is a being in a different way, infinitely. Such analogy is indeed what Scotus calls univocity, in which the term being, ens, has the same meaning in both cases but is predicated in different modes of creatures and of God. 44. This would still imply a common term between creatures and God, a more comprehensive term under which both are included. 45. The analogy of one to another, on the other hand, expresses only the relation of the creature to God as its principle with no common term. Thus Aquinas continues, whatever said of God and creatures is said according as there is some order of the creature to God, as to its principle and cause, in which all the perfections of things exist excellently, sti. 13, 5, resp. To be sure, Aquinas rejects the theory that names of creatures can be predicated of God only in the sense that he is the cause of creatures, that and words godus good vemin godus thekos of goodness in things, and that the same rule applies to other names. Sti. 13, 2, resp. But this is because such a statement, taken by itself, fails to say that whatever is in the effect is precontent in the cause and that the effect is a likeness of the cause. When, however, the relation of effect to cause is understood in this way, that is, not as an extrinsic relation of one being to another but rather in terms of complicatio explicatio, then it explains the sense in which being and other terms are predicated of God. To say that God is, or to call God a being, in this sense, therefore, is simply to repeat that God, as the principle of beings qua beings, includes all perfections, and that all beings are likenesses of God, as the principle of beings qua beings. It does not mean that both God and the creature are beings, however differently, any more than a man and his reflection are two men. Yes, we can point a kofteman say truly meaningfully, this is a man and that is a man. But it is not the case that they are both men, only in different ways. The reflection is not a man, not a member of the species human, at all. The man and his reflection are both called man only in that one is an expression or presentation, an appearance, of the other. So, too, it is not the case that God and the creature are both beings, but in different ways. Rather, if creatures are, or are beings, then God can be said to be, or to be a being, only as the principle of which all beings are limited, differentiated presentations. As we have seen, Aquinas repeatedly insists that there is no specific or generic community whatsoever between creatures and God, see especially STI 3, 5, STI 4, 4, add 3. God and creatures are not in any way at all different members of a common class, even the class beings, precisely because creatures are nothing but finite presentations of God or existence. But these again is neither more nor less than what Plotinus means when he says that the One, as the principle by which beings are beings, is itself beyond being. Aquinas' account of analogy thus reiterates the understanding of the infinite transcendence and immanence, or distance and intimacy, of God. Things the shares with Plotinus 46 as the principio fulfidus God, or existence, is all things, in that all things are undifferentiatedly contained in and are differentiated presentations of God, and as the principio full that is, God, or existence, is no thing, in that he is not any of the things that are. In this way, and only in this way, we may say in an analogous sense 6. The Transcendentals. In scholastic terminology, the transcendentals are those characters, such as one, good, and true, that pertain to all beings just in that they are beings. Such characters, since they are coextensive and convertible with being, are not attributes alongside of and additional to the other attributes that a thing has, but rather permeate the whole of any thing, in that the whole thing and every feature or attribute that it possesses is something that is, some being. Thus, for example, we cannot isolate a thing's goodness as another feature, alongside of its genus, species, size, shape, color, and so on. Rather, every feature of a thing is some mode of goodness, some way of being good. To be anything at all, large or small, round or straight, hard or soft, a bee or a shuttle, is to be good in some way. Likewise, every feature of anything is a way of being one and a way of being true. Aquinas' treatment of the transcendentals, therefore, constitutes an articulation of all that is involved in being anything at all, in being a being. Hence it recapitulates the central themes of the classical tradition and may thus serve as a conclusion not merely to the present chapter but to our entire presentation of the tradition. The three principal terms that Aquinas regularly includes in his accounts of the transcendentals are those just mentioned: 1. Unum, good, bonum, and true, verum. In the explication of the transcendentals that opens his Quaestiones Disputatae de Veritate, aimed at isolating the meaning of true, he adds to these thing, res, and something distinct, alicid every being, in that it is a being, is a thing, is one, is something distinct from other beings, is good, and is true. Finally, it is often suggested, though by no means universally agreed, that beautiful, pulchrum, is another transcendental, every being, in that it is a being, is beautiful. 47 For our purposes, what matters is not to determine a precise list of the transcendentals, but to show how each of these terms sets into relief one or more aspects of the classical tradition in metaphysics. In the De Veritate 1, Aquinas begins his discussion with being and thing. That which the intellect first conceives, as most known, and into which it resolves all conceptions, is being ens, De Ver 1. Here at once we return to our seemingly tautological Parmenidean starting point: whatever is, being is being. And as in Parmenides, the reason for taking this as the starting point is that whatever may be thought, whatever falls into the conception of intellect, must necessarily be thought as some being. We thus find at the very outset the fundamental belonging together of thinking and being from which the entire tradition unfolds. Aquinas proceeds by observing, again in the manner of Parmenides, that no content can be added to being as from outside quasi-extraneia, because whatever could be added would itself be something which is, some being. However, further conceptions may be added to that of being insofar as they express a mode of being itself which is not expressed by the term being, De Ver 1, that is, insofar as they express some distinct meaning that is not conveyed by the word being. The first such term, Aquinas explains, is thing, res, which differs from being in this, that it expresses the quiddity or essence of a being, diver one, thing, then, signifies a being as somewhat, or essence. It thus indicates that every being, in that it is a being, is some intelligible content. Thus we remain firmly within the Parmenidean framework in which to be is to be intelligible, but now with the Platonic and Aristotelian understanding of intelligibility in terms of whatness, to be is to be a what, to be identifiable in terms of somewhatness. The next transcendental to which Aquinas turns is one, which, he explains, is negative in meaning in that it signifies undivided. The negation that pertains to every being absolutely, is indivision, and the term one expresses this, for a one thing is nothing other than an undivided being, diver one. We have seen how, for Plato, anything has an intelligible identity, is a what, and so is a being, in virtue of its wholeness or integrity, the unification of all its component parts into a coherent whole. Hence, as Aristotle says, being and one are the same, met. Gamma.2, 1003b23. Likewise Aquinas explains, one does not add anything above being, but only negation of division, for one signifies nothing other than an undivided being. And from this itself it is clear that one is convertible with a being. But that which is composite does not have existence as long as its parts are divided, but after they constitute and compose the composite itself. Wherefore it is clear that the existence of anything consists in indivision. And hence it is that anything, just as it guards its existence, so also guards its unity, sti. 11, 1, resp. Thus even what is only undivided accidentally, such as even a mere collection of things, must be one collection, or it would not be, as a collection, at all, for a multitude itself is not contained under being, unless it is contained in some way under one. For Dionysius says, that there is no multitude that does not participate in one, sti. 11, 1, add 2. This very recognition of unity, that is, wholeness or integration, as the universal condition by which all beings are beings, led Plotinus to refer to the principle of all reality whatsoever as the one. And as Plotinus explains, the one is not one, that is, not a one thing. If it were, it would merely be a being, conditioned by and dependent on its unity in order to be, rather than the principle of all beings. How then are we to interpret Aquinas' insistence, in apparent contradiction to this, that God, as subsistent existence itself, is one and indeed maximally one, sti. 11, 4? Here again, the difference between Aquinas and Plotinus is more terminological than conceptual and more apparent than real. Like Plotinus, v.5.6.2635, Aquinas explains that the term one as applied to God is negative in meaning, signifying only not divided and therefore not in any way many. His demonstration that there cannot be many gods turns fundamentally on the observation that subsistent existence, as such, is not contracted by or to anything. For it was shown above that God comprehends in himself the whole perfection of existing. If therefore there were many gods, it would follow that they differ from each other. Something therefore would belong to one and not to another. And if this were a privation, he would not be simply perfect, but if this were a perfection, it would be lacking to one of them. It is therefore impossible that there be many gods, sti. 11, 3, resp. Similarly in Summa contra Gentiles he argues, if there are two gods, and God is predicated univocally of both, it follows that the name God is said of both with the same meaning. And thus it follows that in both there is one nature according to this meaning. Therefore this nature is in both either according to one existence, or according to a different existence in each. If according to one, they will therefore not be two but one only, for there is not one existence of two things if they are substantially distinct. But if there is a different existence in each, therefore the quiddity of neither will be its own existence. Therefore neither of these two is what we understand by the name of God. Thus it is impossible to posit two gods. SCGI.42 Aquinas' arguments are thus parallel to Plotinus' insistence that the one is not something that is one, but rather one without the something, for if it were someone it would not be the one itself. v.3.12.51-53. 48 That is to say, the one is not a one, nor is it the unity of anything, but is rather just unity, integrity, indivision itself, as the condition of being. Likewise, in Aquinas, subsistent existence itself, in that it is neither a being, nor the existence of any being, is uncontracted and therefore cannot be many. But for the same reason, neither is Aquinas' God one in any positive or numerical sense. For if God were numerically one, he would be a being, this one being, not subsistent existence itself. 49 Numerical singularity would imply a determining limitation on God. Thus, in discussing the sense in which God is one, Aquinas carefully distinguishes numerical unicity, one which is the principle of number, from transcendental unicity, one which is convertible with being. STI 11, 3, add 2. The latter is purely negative in meaning, signifying only undividedness, STI 11, 1, RESP. And it is only in this negative sense that one can be predicated of God. In Article 3 of this question, whether God is one, the second objection runs, one which is the principle of number cannot be predicated of God, since no quantity is predicated of God, STI 11, 3, Object 2. In replying to this objection, Aquinas grants the premise, one which is the principle of number is not predicated of God. Aquinas' God, then, is not numerically one, not a unit, any more than is the one of Plotinus. He then explains that the one predicated of God is rather the one which is convertible with being. Since this signifies only negation of division, it follows that God is said to be one only by way of remotion asodanilophany division contraction or multiplicity according to the mode of our apprehension. God is not known by us except by way of privation and remotion. And thus nothing prohibits that some things said of God be predicated privatively, as that he is incorporeal, infinite. And likewise it is said of God that he is one, STI 11, 3, add 2. God is one, then, means only that subsistent existence as such is in no way contracted, differentiated or multiplied. It implies no quantitative or numeric limitation on God, and thus does not contradict but rather reaffirms Plotinus' insistence that the one, as the absolute principle of all beings, is not one, in the sense that it is neither any one being nor the unity of any being. Both numerical unicity and numerical plurality are quantitative determinations which are true of beings, qua finite, but not of God, as just infinite existence. See something distinct. Aquinas turns next to the transcendental characters that pertain to every being considered in relation to others. The first of these is alakid, which means not merely something, but rather something other, for alakid is said as aliud quid, diver one, that is, distinct from other beings. 50 As we saw in considering Parmenides, in the absence of distinction, all intelligibility and all being are lost. Each being is itself, and so is a being, only by being distinct from other beings. Plotinus, above all, developed this point to show that being as a totality is necessarily complex in that it is constituted by the distinctions of beings from one another, and so cannot be the first principle. Hence he argued that the one, as not being but the principle of being, is constitutive of the distinctions of beings from one another no less than of the unity of each being, and characterized the production of all things, which is not distinct from the one itself, as overflow, v.2.1.9. Every way of being one, that is, every way of being a being, is equally a way of being distinct. Consequently, just as the condition for beings, the one is differentiation or alterification no less than it is unity or integration. So too, in Aquinas, not merely the unity of each being and of reality as a whole, but also the multitude and distinction of things is from God. STI 47, 1. As we have seen, God stands outside the order of beings, as a certain source pouring forth all that is and all its differences, Inda int 1, 14, 22. Without these differences, being, all that is, would not be being. Since every way of existing is a way of being distinct from others as well as a way of being one, or undivided, existence itself is the principle of the distinctions no less than of the unities of all things. Here again, therefore, we encounter the fundamental difference between Aristotle, on the one hand, and Plotinus and Aquinas, on the other. Aristotle's first principle is omicron sigma alpha, that is, pure intelligible form or whatness, which always implies specific or generic identity rather than individual uniqueness. Aristotle's first principle therefore does not adequately account for the latter. For Aquinas as for Plotinus, however, the first principle, existence, or the one, is not omicron sigma alpha or form but beyond omicron sigma alpha or form, precisely as the principle not merely of whatness but of all that is in any way whatsoever, and hence of the individual identity or uniqueness of each being no less than of its specific and generic identity. Uniqueness, no less than specific whatness, is a mode of unity or existence. For Aquinas, all the members of the same species are distinct from one another not in virtue of form, but rather in virtue of their matter. But as Aquinas points out, the active power of God extends itself not only to forms, from which is received universal character ratio, but also even to matter, sti. 14, 11, resp, and again, matter itself is created by God. Hence it follows that even the distinction which comes from matter is reduced to a higher cause, sti. 47, 1, resp. All that is in anything, its individual uniqueness no less than its specific and generic identity, is some mode of existence, and the latter therefore transcends the distinction between universality and particularity. Hence existence itself, or God, like the one of Plotinus, is the principle of all distinction whatsoever, not only of formal, that is, specific or generic difference, but also of individual uniqueness. Thus Aquinas expressly aligns himself with the Platonists and against the Peripatetics 51 in arguing that God's knowledge and providence include singular things, because his causality extends to this singularity, but the causality of God extends to all beings, not only as to the principles of species, but also as to the principles of individuals. Hence, it is necessary that all things, insofar as they participate in existence, so far are subject to divine providence. Sti. 22, 2, resp, cf. Sti. 14, 11, resp. This doctrine necessarily accompanies Aquinas' understanding of God as existence itself, the principle of being as such, as distinct from Aristotle's understanding of God as form, the principle not of being as such but only of generic and specific whatness. And as we have seen, God, as existence itself, is not distinct from creatures as one being from other beings. Rather, the distinction of all things from God consists in their being distinct from one another, and, conversely, God's unique individuation, unlike that of creatures, consists not in his being contracted or distinguished from others, but rather precisely in his not being thus contracted and distinguished. Good, true, and beautiful Aquinas introduces the transcendentals good and true by explaining that one thing may be related to another not only according to division, or distinction, as is expressed by Alcide, but also according to the coming together convenientium of one being to another, and this indeed cannot be unless something is accepted whose nature is to come together con venire with every being, but this is the soul, which is in a way all things, as is said in On the Soul 3, de ver 1. As the reference to Aristotle indicates, it is specifically soul qua cognitive, that is, sensitive or intellectual, that Aquinas has in mind here, for as Aristotle explains in the passage cited it is by way of sense or intellect that soul comes together with or is in a way all things, de an gamma point 8, 431b 21-24. The reference to Aristotle also shows that this convenientia is no tamer extrinsic fittingness, like that of say two puzzle pieces that fit together, but rather a coinciding or, as the word literally says, coming together, comparable to Plato's sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha, Aristotle's sameness of knowing and the known, or Plotinus unity and duality of intellect and the intelligible. At this point, then, we commence a return to where we began, both in our study as a whole and in Aquinas' account of the transcendentals, the spousal togetherness, involving both knowledge and love, between thought and being. Being and thought are not and cannot be related in a merely extrinsic way, but rather meet, coincide, or come together. Being is what is given to awareness, and awareness is the apprehension of being, and it is precisely in its coming together with soul that every being is true, good, and beautiful. In that any being is something, is a what, it is knowable and in that sense true. Following Aristotle, Aquinas defines truth as adequation of intellect and thing. E.g., Sti. 16. 1, Resp. For this reason, truth is primarily attributed to intellect. A thought is true insofar as it is adequate to, or in conformity with, the thing. Truth is a sameness of formal content between thought and reality. But Aquinas explains, since the true is in the intellect insofar as it is conformed to the thing thought, it is necessary that the meaning of true is derived from the intellect to the thing thought, in that it has some order to the intellect. He continues, but a thing can have some order to the intellect either by itself, or by accident. By itself, indeed, it has an order to the intellect on which it depends according to its existence, but by accident to the intellect by which it is knowable. The relation of beings to the created intellect, as knowable by it, is thus accidental to them, and therefore does not suffice to explain in what sense all beings, just as beings, are true not merely accidentally but in themselves, that is, independent of their merely accidental relation to a human mind. Hence Aquinas continues, thus we may say that a house is compared to the intellect of the artificer in itself, but compared by accident to the intellect on which it does not depend. And hence it is that artificial things are called true through an order to our intellect, for a house is called true which follows the likeness of the form which is in the mind of the artificer. And likewise natural things are called true in that they follow the likeness of the species which are in the divine mind, for a stone is called true, which follows the proper nature of stone, according to the preconception of the divine intellect, Sti. 16. 1, Resp. As Aquinas argues elsewhere, the species in the divine mind, or divine ideas, just are God himself, considered as the exemplar or original of which this or that being is a likeness. Sti. 15. 1, add 2, Sti. 15. 2, add 1, Sti. 44. 3, Resp. This explanation of how all things are true, therefore, simply re-articulates the understanding of all beings, insofar as they are beings, as likenesses, that is, contracted, differentiated presentations, of existence itself, or God. Precisely as such presentations beings are finite are what's, and so are intelligible knowable or true. If true expresses a relation of being as such to intellect, as knowable, good expresses a relation of being to appetite, as desirable. The meaning of good consists in this, that something is desirable appetible, Sti. 5. 1, Resp. Aquinas then explains why every being, as a being, is good. Every being, insofar as it is a being, is good. For every being, insofar as it is a being, is in act, and in some way perfect, since every act is some perfection. But perfect has the meaning of desirable and good. Wherefore it follows that every being, insofar as it is such, i.e., is a being, is good. Sti. 5. 3, Resp. To be a being is to have some actuality, and to have some actuality is to be perfect in some way. Existence is actuality and actuality is perfection. As we saw in Plato, a thing has an intelligible identity only by being in some way good, that is, integrated or whole. Consequently, anything that has such an identity, and thus is anything at all, must be good. Likewise, in Aristotle, the form in anything is divine and good and desirable. Physical Alpha.9, 192a17. The good of anything, its end, tau lambda omicron, or fulfillment, nu tau epsilon lambda chi epsilon iota alpha, is its form, so that anything is good just in that it has some form, that is, any actuality at all. So too, for Aquinas, to have any intelligible character, any perfection, and hence to be at all, is to have some fulfillment, some actuality, and therefore to be good in some way. Hence goodness, like unity, distinctness, and truth, is identical in reality with existence. Thus Aquinas' treatment of the question, whether all things are good by the divine goodness, follows the same pattern as his treatment of the question whether all things are beings, or exist, by the divine existence. All things are good insofar as they are. But all things are called beings, not by the divine existence but by their own existence. Therefore all things are good, not by the divine goodness, but by their own goodness. Sti 6,4 said contra, the goodness of anything just in thetitis off or contracted to, that thing, is ipso facto not uncontracted goodness itself, just as the existence of anything, qua contracted to that thing, is not subsistent existence itself. As God is not esse formale, the existence of anything or everything, precisely because the existence of anything is limited to that thing and so is not just existence itself, the principle for the existence of all beings whatsoever, so God is not the goodness of anything or everything, goodness as it is found in and limited to this or that good thing, or being. But Aquinas continues by rehearsing Aristotle's report of Plato's supposed separate forms by participation in which things are what they are, and then remarks that although this opinion may seem irrational, as Aristotle shows in many ways, nonetheless this is absolutely true, that there is something one by its essence good, which we call God. Therefore from the first, by its essence being and good, anything can be called good and a being, insofar as it participates in it by way of a certain assimilation, however remotely and deficiently. Thus therefore anything is called good by the divine goodness, as the first exemplary efficient and final principio full goodness. Nonetheless however, anything is called good by the likeness of the divine goodness inhering in it, which is formally its own goodness. Sti 6, 4, RESP. The formal goodness of each thing, its perfection, actuality, or existence, then, is a likeness, that is, a contracted and in that sense deficient presentation of goodness itself, that is, God. As with existence, so with goodness, these likenesses are not copies, additional to the original, but are rather comparable to reflections, or limited presentations. Thus Aquinas concludes, in a deeply Platonic vein, and so of all things there is one goodness, and yet many goodnesses, Sti 6, 4, RESP. There is one goodness, God, because the formal goodnesses of creatures are not additional to the divine goodness but are contracted presentations of it, and only the original is seen in all its reflections. And there are many goodnesses, because all the presentations or reflections are distinct from one another and each of them is not the original, uncontracted goodness itself. In this respect Aquinas' treatment of good as a transcendental, like his treatment of true, reiterates the understanding of all beings as likenesses, in the sense of differentiated presentations, of God, as the principle or condition for being as such. As it stands, however, Aquinas' argument that every being, as a being, is desirable and in that sense good, appears unconvincing, for it seems to depend on an equivocation on the term perfect, passing from this word's original and primary meaning of complete, finished to its secondary and derivative meaning of good and thesens of desirable. To be anything gatilies to be in some way perfect in the first sense. But unless we already recognize that to be anything at all is to be desirable in some way, the transition to the second sense of perfect is unjustified. Hence the argument, as presented, is either circular or incomplete. The argument can be completed, however, by a consideration of Aquinas' discussions of beauty, which are regularly found within or in close connection with his treatments of goodness. Precisely because Aquinas does not discuss beauty on its own, apart from goodness, and nowhere presents it as a distinct transcendental in its own right, its inclusion as one of the transcendentals is controversial. There is no question that for Aquinas as for Plotinus, beautiful is convertible with being, that to be is to be beautiful. The controversy, rather, concerns whether or not beautiful expresses any meaning, any distinct conceptual content, that is not expressed by the other transcendentals, in particular true and good, and hence whether it merits inclusion among them as a distinct character. But if beauty is not a distinct transcendental in its own right, this is because it is more, not less, fundamental than either good or true. For to say thatever be in thatita se be is beautiful is to express the belonging together, the convenientia, of being as such with soul as such, rather than with either the appetitive or the cognitive faculty considered apart from the other, and hence is to express the sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha, the erotic and conjugal togetherness of soul and being, which is the abiding principle of metaphysics itself. Plotinus, we will recall, understood the beautiful as that which is pleasing and attractive to the gaze. Hence he concluded that the beauty of bodies is their share in form, which, just as that which is given to awareness, is pleasing or satisfying to behold and is therefore beauty. For Plotinus, a thing is beautiful in the some form some intelligible content that it displays to awareness, and thus satisfies the demand of apprehension for something to apprehend. And since anything can be only by having some form, to be is to be beautiful. Aquinas' accounts of beauty are strikingly similar. He explains that beautiful and good in a subject are the same, for they are based on the same thing, that is, on form, sti, 5, 4, add 1. In that any being has some form, some intelligible character, it is at once good and beautiful. Aquinas continues, in the same Plotinian vein, by explaining that good and beautiful differ in meaning in that while good expresses a relation to appetite, beautiful however has regard to a cognitive power, for things are called beautiful which please when seen qui visa placent. Seen, here, must be taken to refer to any mode of cognitive apprehension, as when we say, see how this feels, or I see, meaning I understand. 52. The difference in meaning between beautiful and good, then, is that beautiful means not merely desirable or satisfying, but, more precisely, satisfying in being given to cognitive apprehension, that is, intelligible. The beautiful is the same as the good, differing in meaning only. For since good is what all things desire, it belongs to the meaning of good that in it the appetite is brought to rest, but it belongs to the meaning of beautiful that the appetite is brought to rest in the sight or cognition, aspectu seu cognition, of it. And thus it is clear that beautiful adds, beyond good, some order to a cognitive power, so that what simply satisfies appetite is called good, but that, the very apprehension of which pleases, is called beautiful, sti 2, 27, 1, add 3. Hence the meaning expressed by beautiful that is not expressed by good is, like that of true, a relation to a cognitive power. Conversely, the meaning expressed by beautiful that is not expressed by true is, like that of good, a relation to an appetitive power. Unlike either true or good, then, beautiful expresses a relation to both a cognitive and an appetitive power, together. Beautiful carries at once the note of intelligibility, which good per se does not, and the note of desirability, which true per se does not. 53. This explains why every being, just in that it has any perfection, i.e., in that it is anything at all, is desirable, that is, good. For only that which is in some way known or apprehended can be desired. A good thing is the cause of love as its object per magem obiecti. But a good thing is not an object of appetite, except in so far as it is apprehended. And therefore love requires some apprehension of the good that is loved. And on this account the philosopher says, Ethics 9, 54, that bodily vision is the principle of sensitive love. And likewise the contemplation of spiritual beauty or goodness is the principle of spiritual love. Thus therefore knowledge is the cause of love for the same reason as the good, which cannot be loved unless known, sti 2, 27, 2, resp. 55. Any being, insofar as it has some form, that is, insofar as it is anything at all, satisfies the cognitive soul's demand for something to apprehend, and this is what it means for a thing to be beautiful, not merely satisfying, that is, good, or merely intelligible, that is, true, but satisfying in its intelligibility. It is as beautiful that being first stands in relation to awareness, or comes together with the cognitive soul. In the order of experience, therefore, that is, in relation to the cognitive soul, beauty is prior to both truth and goodness. Beautiful means pleasing when seen or satisfying to apprehend. But we do not arrive at the idea of beautiful by adding the specification when seen to pleasing, i.e., good, or by adding the specification satisfying to apprehend, i.e., true. Beautiful does not merely repeat or even combine the meanings of good or true. Rather, we arrive at the ideas of good and true by analyzing the moment of satisfaction or desirability, pleasing, and the moment of knowability, when seen, out of the primordial relation of being to soul as satisfying to apprehend, that is, beautiful. A being is good in the sense of perfect simply in that it has some actuality, some intelligible character. But it is good in the sense of desirable in that, having such a character, it is satisfying to the cognitive soul. Every being, in that it has some perfection, that is, in that it is a being, is satisfying to apprehend, beautiful, and as such at once intelligible, true, and pleasing or desirable to the cognitive soul, good. In this way, Aquinas' account of every being as pleasing when seen, or beautiful, in that it has some form, fills the gap in the argument from perfection in the sense of actuality to perfection in the sense of desirability. If beauty is not another transcendental, then, this is because it does not express one or another aspect of being, or being in relation to one or another psychic power, but rather being as such in its convenientia, its coming together, with soul as such. 56 Being, precisely as what intellect first conceives as most known and in to hichitri solvis all conceptions, dever 1, is satisfying to apprehend that is beautiful and as beautiful atonskud. And true. Aquinas' understanding of beauty, therefore, as an expression of sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha or convenientia, the erotic and conjugal belonging together of soul and being, brings us full circle to the Parmenidean foundational principle of the entire metaphysical tradition. The same is for thinking and for being. B3. The mares that carry me as far as my spirit aspires escorted me. Parmenides, B 1.12. It is natural that the true lover of learning strives toward that which is, and does not remain with each of the many things that are opined to be, but proceeds and does not dull or cease from love until he grasps the nature of each thing which is by that in the soul to which it is proper to lay hold of this proper, as Achan, having approached and coupled with that which really is, having begotten intellect and truth, he knows and truly lives and is nourished. Plato, Representative 6, 498 b6. All men by nature desire to know. Aristotle, Met. Alpha. 1, 980822, there is a mover which, not being moved, moves, being eternal and reality and actuality. The desirable and the intelligible move without being moved. The primaries of these are the same. It moves as loved. Aristotle, Met. Lambda. 7, 1072-2627, B34. Being is longed for because it is the same as the beautiful, and the beautiful is lovable because it is being. What need is there to inquire which is the cause of the other, when it is one nature? Plotinus, v.8.9.41-43. And thus nothing is desirable except being, and consequently nothing is good except being. Thomas Aquinas, Sti. 5, 2, add 2.